Hola, ¿estáis escuchando interpretación? No, ¿verdad? No. ¿Estáis escuchando? Ah, sí, ahora sí. Sí, sí. ¿Me oyes, Canal 1?
Perfecto, gracias.
Canal 1, el inglés. Hola. Oye, Isidro.
Channel 1 English, ok.
Canal 1, vale. ¿Quieres probar? O sea, el español es el 3. ¿Quieres que pasemos al 3?
Good morning. Please take your seats. We'd like to start in a few moments. Thank you for your collaboration. I'll be back with you in 30 seconds.
Hi, I'm looking.
All right, buenos dias, everyone. As the final few of you make their way to their seat and make themselves comfortable, I suggest we kick this off. Welcome to the 4th edition of the Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. First things first, we have interpretation available in English, Spanish, Catalan, French, and international sign language to my right. If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to see on the PowerPoint what language is for what channel. Let's just pretend I never opened, and we start all over. I'll add a little excitement to my voice announcing the conference, and you'll respond like a crowd of people who's very happy to be here. How about that? We have an agreement? Good. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 4th edition of the Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. So the forum is a response to the global call against racism and discrimination that UNESCO took up. And this edition of the forum is co-organized by the Spanish Ministry of Equality, the Catalan government, and the City of Barcelona. Bienvenidos and benvinguts to all of you. We are joined by key actors and individuals who dedicate their time and energy every day to the fight against racism and discrimination. That is you, in other words. And I salute you for the important work that you do and the service that you deliver to humanity. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ali El Jabri. I'm a TV journalist and presenter, and I moderate international events. It's a great pleasure to be with you. So we have an excellent program which will facilitate exchange and global collaboration for fundamental equality. And somewhat unorthodoxly, perhaps we are having our official opening only at 1. But we will seize the opportunity of your exceptional presence to have an excellent program in the morning already, with a lineup of brilliant speakers divided over 3 panels, all of which will happen before the first coffee break at around 12:30. And so, without further ado, let me announce the first session, which is titled Welcome and Setting the Scene, Champions Against Racism. It will be an inspiring conversation with 4 very accomplished individuals who know a lot and have experienced the fight against racism. Remember, excitement, applause. So I will announce the moderator, and she'll take it away, and you'll make her feel comfortable. The moderator is the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO. Please welcome Ms. Gabriela Ramos. Now you keep the applause rolling until she's there. All right, take it away, Gabriela.
Well, it seems that we have a fantastic moderator, Ali. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And benvinguts, bienvenue, bienvenidos, welcome. We're so excited to have this 4th edition of the Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. As Ali mentioned, many of you are the usual suspects every year. Many of you are joining for the very first time, but all of us are united in this effort to fight racism and discrimination. Welcome to our dear ambassadors representing our friends back home, our President of the General Conference, our Ambassador of Spain, also from Barcelona. And welcome to all the ministers and those that have the real charge and the responsibility to be ensuring that our societies are not fractured by this very difficult problem. The artists, the business sector, the academics. So we have what it takes to have a very, very successful forum. And as Ali also mentioned, we are going to start this conversation with an inspiring session, because we are going to, our goodwill ambassadors, of course, an inspiring session with those that can convey the message of unity, of solidarity, of cohesion, not with policies, not with very good academic work, but with their art. And I think this is a fantastic opportunity to also bring those that do literature, films, sports to share with us their lifetime experience as agents of change. And let me just remind, because I have said this to several of our friends that are here, when we launched the forum, because this was thanks to our member states that in 2020 asked the organization to upgrade the efforts against racism and discrimination, and me being an economist, I came with my usual tradition of bringing the analytics, the data, the understanding of how policies works. And then my Director General, Audrey Azoulay, who was former Minister of Culture, she said, this is very good, but where are the artists? Where is the music? Where also culture? And culture is a conveyor of new values and the way we bring us together. So we started by that, and in the second Global Forum, we had Chris Sadaouf, who is a Mexican artist who unveiled an amazing piece of work for the forum, and we have it there at our headquarters. In the second forum, we had a musician, so we started to do the inclusion of the artists. And therefore, today, I'm so delighted to welcome our speakers. And I will start by Omara Duran, who is a Cuban Paralympic legend with 11 gold medals. You can clap. From the Summer Paralympic Games between 2012 and 2024. Omara, bienvenida.
Gracias.
Me gusta tenerte.
Gracias.
I'm gonna also welcome Ángeles Cruz Murillo.
We are also going to welcome María Ángeles Cruz Murillo, a fellow countrywoman, actress, and film director.
In our societies, Ángeles. In this film, she is portraying love between two women in an indigenous community. Bienvenida.
Gracias.
Qué gusto tenerte.
Gracias.
Vamos,
So welcome, it's a pleasure to have you here with us.
Professor Wally Soyinka. You know him, he's the first African Nobel Prize laureate in literature, a Nigerian writer, and UNESCO's worldwide ambassador for the promotion of African culture, human rights, and freedom of expression. Welcome, Professor. And last but not least, we have Ibram Sholani Kendi, an American National Book Award-winning author and director of the Boston University Center for Anti-Racist Research, redefining the global conversation on anti-racism. So here we go. And my dear Paula, I'm not seeing the clock, so you better put it, because if not, I can spend the whole afternoon with this very interesting conversation. So now, let me just kick off the conversation with Ibram. As I said, you have been working in the new Center for Anti-Racist Research in the Boston University, and you wrote How to Be an Anti-Racist. So I feel this is very appropriate for the conversation that we're having now. I feel that this conversation actually is going to set the scene for what will be an amazing 2 days of action. And one of the main research questions of your centers when you launched it in 2020 was, what's wrong with policies, structures, and systems? So can you share with us some leads on how to address these questions and perhaps some preliminary answers that you have found, or at least the right questions to pose?
Sure. Well, I'm so happy to be here in solidarity with all of you. And I should say that when we launched our center, we realized that so much of academia, particularly in the United States, so many professors and scholars and researchers had long been asking the wrong question. And that wrong question was, let's say, what's wrong with black people? They spent so much time trying to figure out what presumably was wrong with our genetic makeup, what was wrong with our culture, what was wrong with presumably our behavior in the face of all these racial disparities and inequities. And so people had long believed that the cause of those disparities and inequities, the reasons why, let's say, black people were more likely to be incarcerated or dying of heart disease or killed by the police, was because there was something wrong with black people, and the job of the scholar, it was imagined, was to figure that out. And so we founded our center to ask a different question. We assumed that there was nothing wrong with black people or any other group of people, and instead we wanted to use our resources, our abilities to figure out what was wrong with systems, what was wrong with policies, what was wrong with practices, what was wrong with the conditions that black people and other people were forced to live in. And so that's what we've done, over the last 4 years. Of course, we faced a tremendous amount of pushback because so many people have been led to believe that there's something wrong with black people. But those are the questions we're asking, and we're figuring out ways to supply answers.
And I really feel this is the right question, because if we do it a personal story, an individual case that we need to pursue, we're not going to be effectively addressing it. We are going to unveil this report on the global outlook against racism, where we were trying to figure out how these things happen. And at the end, what we found is 1/3 of racist and discrimination actions are done by individuals, 1/3 by institutions, and 1/3 is systemic. So you're completely right. 2/3 are not individuals, and I think this is a very important question. And déjenme ahora preguntar a Ángeles.
And I would like to ask Ángeles, as I mentioned at the beginning, you've used the cinema to disseminate real stories of people suffering those aggressions, racism and discrimination, the indigenous populations, violence, gender violence, violence against women. Share with us, where does this idea spring from, that of using cinema, films to convey those values, and how you felt in your position? Hello, how are you? And good morning to everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here in front of you. I think that within ASTER, as part of the indigenous communities in Mexico, racism is something that belongs to the system, and we experience it in our day-to-day because of the color of our skin, languages, the way we express ourselves. And I've found in movies a language to place us there, to make us visible, and to speak of what is happening to us, and to speak about us from our point of view, how languages are being heard, how we see ourselves, and this lack of visibility of us in this world. We just appear portrayed in a reduced way, stigmatized. And so we want to kind of break away with those portraits they've made of us, unless we speak with our own voice. And for my community, Guadalupe Victoria is a New Savvy community in the south of Mexico. And for us, cinema is part of our resistance, of our struggle to say that here we are, we exist here, this is our stare, this is what we think about the world. And so we are suffering from the way people think about us, and it's a way to say this as our resistance. This is our linguistic territory. So we dream, and we've found in art a way to exist and resist. That's very important, because history matters, and history matters because in many historiographic tales of the conquest in Latin America, the question was whether indigenous people have a soul, if indigenous people were humans. So there was always that question. And at UNESCO, we have programs trying to reinterpret history to construct more faithful portraits of who we are, where we come from, and how we share with other humans in this world. And I want now to give the floor to Wole Soyinka. Wole.
But let's switch to English. You are the first Nobel Prize literature winner of Africa, so it's great to have you. But more than anything, you are a social activist. You and I have been talking about how to also bring the story of the root of enslaved people to the current discussions, because it's also about these linkages. And I would like for you to share with the public how you're writing, how your books, because you have a lot of very interesting characters in your literature that tells the story also of where we come and why we should be treated with equal respect and equal rights. So over to you.
I couldn't hear what the translation, by the way, so if I seem to be repeating anything which she said, it's because I wasn't exposed to her own response, and I would have loved to continue, the conversation.
She's making amazing cinematographic pieces that portrays the reality of the communities that sometimes are completely discriminated, and that recovers this human dignity in the.
Yes, one of my readiest answers to the main question has to do with, quote unquote, being born again. Now, what do I mean by that? First of all, it requires exposure to other cultures, to alternatives, to one's understanding of phenomena, including the human phenomena. And I use the expression born again because fortuitously I find myself flanked by two possible descendants of Yoruba culture. Because in Mexico, you do have the Yoruba culture, and of course in the United States, quite a lot of the descendants, I would say, of the Yoruba are in there. And exposure to that culture, for instance, you will encounter the deity called Obatala. Obatala is the principal deity for the, shall we say, the less fortunate of the rest of humanity, the so-called cripples or albinos, those who are deficient in one way or the other. And Obatala teaches us, and this is where I derive my creative inspiration from, teaches us that all human beings, in fact, are equal. And Obatala is the protector, not just of those whom we consider inferior, but for those who are different. And exposure, massive exposure to the understanding, as I said, of phenomena through cultures like this, make it impossible for one to be a racist. Because this already contradicts the real meaning and the sort of the responsibilities of that deity. Whether you consider the other person inferior on account of color, beliefs, whether you think they are spiritually deficient, basically the common denominator, which Obatala teaches us, is that humanity is exactly the same. And that any other attitude is arrogant, it's even blasphemous. And in my works, which also draws a lot from Yoruba mythology, I try to express this, in both overt and subtle, insinuating way. And so once you're exposed to that alternative way of looking at things, you don't then look at the next person and say, oh, this is an unbeliever, therefore he's subhuman. It's you who's subhuman if you're incapable of understanding the fact that human beings, progress in different ways, evolve in different ways, understand and regulate their existence, their recreative intelligence on encountering raw material. Once you understand that basis, it's just impossible for one to be a racist. And this is what in quite a lot of my works I I draw upon in one way or the other.
That's very powerful. And actually, we also launched in the context of the Global Forum a network of writers, because many times just by looking at wonderful pieces of art, of literature, you can learn more than all the learned research that can be done, because it's a living experience. You wanna share some of what you found in your characters, in your books? What would you say about them?
Let's look at, you posed me suddenly, I'm not very familiar with my works, you know. Let's take the character of Ifada in The Strong Breed, which is one of my plays. And that play actually sort of parallelizes Christian mythology with aspects of Yoruba mythology. And I have this character, Ifada, who's handicapped, who's drools at the mouth, and who's detested by the rest of society. And they want to make that character a sacrificial individual, an object to be disposed of for the deities and so on. But it is opposed by one of the characters called a man in the book. Because actually beneath that appearance of deficiency, lack of control, of seeming constantly mental, shall we say, mental instability, one sees in that character, Ifada, an expression of intuitive intelligence with which we're all endowed, no matter through what approach of spirituality. Yes, that's the one that comes to mind immediately. There are others. You should have given me notice of that question.
I know, but I'm always changing the questions. I'm very sorry, but because what is very interesting is to hear you really talking about these issues, and I know you have so much to share, each one of you. And then I want to come to Omara, because I'm very glad that you're here, Omara, because yesterday we launched with the Barça. Bueno, me voy a español, claro.
I'll move into Spanish now. In Cuba, we speak Spanish. Yesterday, together with Barça, we launched a commitment so that several elite sports people join together in their fight against racism and discrimination, setting up an alliance together with UNESCO, because UNESCO makes use of sport as a weapon that we use. And at the Paris Olympic Games this year, we had the opportunity to be able to view or give visibility to the subject of disabilities and the power of athletes such as you. One speaks about disabilities, but the disability is if one does not understand that people don't have disabilities. And you won your 4th medal this last summer, your 4th gold medal. All in all, you have 9 medals. So how do you wield that power because of your marvelous achievements in this struggle and message against racism and discrimination? So I would like to say good morning to everyone, and I would like to thank UNESCO for having invited me and to participate today. It is true that for many years I've been a kind of strong person in Paralympic Games. I've won some gold medals, but beyond those beautiful achievements, there's a black woman with a visual disability. That means that I've had to, on many occasions, overcome whatever was happening to me and overcome the hurdle of racism and discrimination against people with disabilities. Because in this world, there's still people who are ignorant people, and in whose minds and hearts still see people with a disability as something obsolete, that is good for nothing, sometimes as objects, and that's not so. And I think that to bear witness against that, a strong kind of manifestation against that is the example of my life as a human being and as a Paralympic athlete. The international Paralympic movement is becoming stronger by the day, more powerful, and of course, we are coordinated with UNESCO in order to promote the same values and especially emphasize that we have to strengthen good feelings and raise awareness among people that there must not be any discrimination at all. There must not be racism. We are just human beings. And when we can see each other in this way, of course, the world will operate better.
Yes, and I'm sure that you will all agree with me, but when we see the effort and the ability and what is achieved, what is attained by Paralympic athletes, well, I mean, it's just 100% admiration, full stop. There's no other way to see it. I was very, very fortunate in that, of course, within UNESCO, you know, when you're in charge of sports and you're in Paris, I mean, you are a very fortunate person. But also, I mean, the fact of using all this to show this marvel, I mean, who can achieve what Omara has achieved? I mean, it's practically impossible. But I had the honor of giving the medal to the winners of the 4,000 meters race in a wheelchair. And there was a place where all those who were going to give the medals had to stand, you know, we had to wait there. I went along, I sat down with them, I started talking to them. In 3 seconds flat, their wheelchairs disappeared because we were sitting down, talking, exchanging opinions, and, you know, at the end of the day, there is no difference at all with anyone. Rather the contrary. I mean, they have this spectacular ability to surmount, to overcome any obstacle, and that deserves all our respect. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm going to be changing again now, because I would love all the people in the audience who are all anti-racist champions. Well, I'll give the floor in case anyone in the audience wants to ask a question, okay? So the floor goes to the audience, and, well, think about it. And Ibrahim,
Get back to you, because I love this idea that you could produce this book about how to be an anti-racist. We have at UNESCO master classes that are amazing, and we're going to invite all of you, because the kids come, young people come to the audience. And they would not come if you tell them come and learn how to be a racist or not racist. I mean, this is not something that the kids 14 years old are thinking every day. But they come if I bring stars like all of you, if I bring singers, if I bring writers. And at the end, what we portray with them, the experts, is how we can become a racist, which is not very difficult. And we need to be super aware of that. Because we start just by doing classifications, by creating identity links, and then you go stereotype the rest and you exclude. But I would like to ask you, how do we become anti-racist?
Sure. Well, first, I think that for the most part, most people, I think we've been taught that the opposite of being racist is being not racist. And I tried to sort of make an intervention and argue that the actual opposite of racist is anti-racist. If a racist idea suggests racial hierarchy, that a particular racial group is superior, there's a true opposite to that, and that's the notion that the racial groups are equals. If a particular policy that is racist is leading to inequity and injustice, and we can measure and see that, then what's the opposite of that? An actual policy or practice that's creating equity or justice. If someone who's being racist constantly denies that they're being racist, no matter what they say, no matter what they do, in the United States, we have an incoming president who says he's the least racist person there is anywhere in the world. What's the opposite of that? Someone who actually is willing to acknowledge when they said or did something that's racist. I think it's also important to point out that human beings are deeply complex. So a human being can think of one racial group as inferior to them and another racial group as equal to them. A single human being, when it comes to health, could support equitable policies, but when it comes to the criminal legal system, they could support the mass incarcerating of indigenous people. And so how would we describe that person? Historically, we've only understood a person as being racist, like that's who a person is, or a person, quote unquote, identifies as not racist. And so I've argued that what's actually more pertinent is to recognize that an individual can be racist or anti-racist depending on what they're saying, doing, not doing. So I've encouraged people to really think deeply about what they're thinking, what they're doing, the policies they're supporting and not supporting, and to ask themselves, are those policies leading to justice? Are they leading to equity? Because if they are, then you're being anti-racist. Are you willing to acknowledge when you're doing something racist? Because if you are, you're being anti-racist. Or are you constantly imagining that no matter what you do, you're quote unquote not racist?
Fantastic. So, because it really starts with this personal reflection of our actions. Does anybody want to ask a question to our panelists? You're being very shy. It's early in the morning, and so... Okay, I'll continue asking the questions. There you have. Okay. Introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. My name is Samuel Rubin, and I'm a social impact practitioner, and I also, like all of you, use culture to try to shift consciousness. And I feel like in the last few years, culture is also becoming somewhat increasingly divisive. There is all this reference to like woke culture and like, oh, cancel culture, and now, oh, why is this character, why is Little Mermaid black, why is this character this? How do you operate in this new reality where your art is being politicized when it's your story and your identity, and still yet you have to navigate putting that in a market where it also spurs more discrimination and more hatred? How do you navigate that and make culture a tool for community building rather than polarization?
Beautiful, beautiful question. And I think this goes for our dear Angeles. And then I will also ask Wole to make a comment on that, how culture can be instrumentalized.
Well, I think that at some time policies have labeled certain things and have made categories of them in order to make situations of discrimination and risk more visible. At least in the world of cinema, we seem to have gone back to references that are terribly racist. They have come into our homes and they have told us stories of ourselves that don't belong to us. So how to operate change? I think that one has to go towards more complex portraits. I mean, we are much more than a label. We are also beyond such bias, but we have to learn it, and we have to learn how they label and how they give names, okay? So to recognize oneself in one of these stereotypes have made us become the society we are. So what we have to think about is how to change this terrible schematic portrait of society. Let's go and make society more complex. Let's move away from those, pigeonholes. We are more as human beings. And we have to see us as equal, but all of us more complex. So we have to kind of do away with that labeling image. We have to go to our own narrative and to our own way of seeing ourselves. I think this is work that is deeply, deeply complex. It is really very, very painstaking, very difficult work. But as our colleague was saying here, I mean, one has to reflect on what one is doing and also on what we are suggesting to do. The way I see it, this is what happens in the world of cinema, how to make more complex our own portrait and how to give back that portrait to society with added levels of complexity so that we can all reflect about our own labels, categories, and the portraits that have been made of us, right? I think it's a long way to go. It's not easy. And I think that becoming increasingly complex in the portrait that we contribute to society will actually make people understand that difference is what is good. You know, that this whole multiplicity of identities is where you have the wealth, the riches of this humanity, and some people have not understood it. And what about doing away with these barriers? Because precisely, you know, the person asking this said it, right? These easy categories. Yeah, okay, you are an indigenous, right? Yes, okay, label. Yes, I've put you away in a pigeonhole, yeah? So we should do away with those labels. Wole, do you want to chip in?
The first approach I would like to suggest is, I mentioned culture earlier. Now I want to mention history. We have to ask those who insist that it's right to be racist. We have to ask them, have you looked at the history of the world? Have you really examined what it has cost the world in its history? What this racist, this discriminatory approach to the rest of humanity, what it's really cost humanity historically? And ask, is that the world which you want, which you really prefer to evident alternatives? And then ask also, has it been proven that racism can be genetically transferred? The answer to that, I think, is no. I've not read, encountered anywhere where it's been proven or even suggested that an attitude to racism can be transferred genetically. Well, if that is so, then it must be taught. Racism is inculcated. It is taught. And therefore, it has to be untaught. We've seen experiments, sociological experiments, where to infants of contrasting colors and obviously different physiognomy, etc., where we watch them interacting with each other. And it's like interacting with another human being. There's absolutely no sense of revulsion. There might be at the beginning curiosity as the child grows, why is he so dark, and so on. One can see that. But in terms of attitude, no scientific experiment has suggested to us that one is born with a racist attitude. And therefore, we have to question those who are obviously racist. Where did you pick that up? How did that happen? And then it has to be untaught. Now, as for those who then grow up saying, oh, my best friend is the other one, you know, I entertain them in my house, you know. You have to ask them if there's a differentiation in quality of interaction with people. They have to examine themselves one way or the other. I've often suggested that maybe what the world needs is almost a convocation of philosophers, psychologists, exorcists, and teachers and writers, of course, to actually examine this issue and make us understand. Because in the end, we discover that there's that basic commonality. And it's only conduct to others which define the nature of any human being, not what one sees. And now, in any case, when artificial intelligence is being developed so rapidly, I'd like anybody to come and tell me this robot is Chinese, this robot is Japanese, this one is black, and therefore they must discriminate against each other. If no one can actually demonstrate that to me, then racism is a phantom in which human beings are immersed very often because of personal and group advantage.
Yeah.
For some reason or the other, human beings grow up looking for power over others. And being racist, discriminating, is one way of creating a victim category of human beings above which one can feel superior. I think that's the basis of it. We back again to that issue of power on the one hand, the victim and the violator on the other. So it's that instinct of power also which we have to look into, that sense, that need for domination, which enables, which encourages human beings to create a victim category.
Okay. That's great, and yes, I think that there is this wonderful quote that everybody knows about Nelson Mandela, no? That we are thought to hate, we can be taught to love, and therefore let's choose love. I need to wrap up, but you have in front of you now. I'm going to go back to the public, which is composed, as I said, with many champions against racism and discrimination in very different fields, in the policy area, in the academic and the international community. Our field offices are here too. So I want you, in 1 minute each, starting with Omara, what would you ask them to do to improve your conditions and the conditions of eliminating racism? Just 1 minute. Not an easy question.
Well, once again, today, here where we are, I would like first and foremost to ask you all to continue to give your support to the Paralympic movement, which is the very best way to prove to the world that we are not racist and that we are against discrimination. And ask all the institutions, organizations, and ministries, please let us all come together against discrimination and racism. Yes, and for the Paralympic movement to have the same resources as the Olympic movement.
Ángeles.
Well, I would like to call on the different governments of the planet. I would ask them, please, to pause and reflect about access to justice in all senses. The communities in Mexico, the indigenous communities in Mexico, had to go across difficult territory to gain difficult access to justice. Please, I would want the governments to reflect on this and to reflect on the way that we can gain access to justice without having to go along all the territories of racism that they make us cross to get there. From the Villa Guadalupe Victoria, Sevilla Grande in Mexico, from that community, this is what we ask: equal access to justice. Access to justice without having to leave behind our geographical territories, our sounds, our language when we go there. Marvelous, marvelous call to those decision makers amongst the audience, and especially, yes, justice in your own language. Absolutely. Wole, your turn.
To the forum.
I think I will begin by proposing self-examination, to ask oneself in all sincerity, do you think perhaps there's a racist tinge in you somewhere? I mean, I would readily confess that when I'm watching sports and there is a black person there, team, and there's a white one there, I want to win. So I will readily confess. But my racism does not degrade, and that's the most critical aspect. And so because of that, we have to ask the person the proposed conduct, do you have the capacity for transference? Why don't you transfer yourself into the persona, the circumstances of the other, and see if you enjoy it? If you enjoy them, please carry on being a racist. That's the only solution I would have.
That's not what we want from this forum, but got your point. Ibrahim, last but not least.
So I would encourage us all to recognize that in many ways, racism has increasingly become an existential threat to human existence. And we've increasingly in recent years seen climate change as an existential threat. We've, for decades, recognized nuclear war as an existential threat. In recent years, we've recognized how pandemics can be an existential threat. But I think it's also important for us to understand racism, as something that literally, can lead to our mutual destruction. And the reason being is because we're seeing in this very moment elected officials who are using racist ideas to get into positions of power, telling voters that those other people who don't look like them, are coming to harm them. And then they're getting into positions of power, and because they're presenting themselves as protectors, are able to essentially remove civil liberties, destroy democracies, engage in genocides. And the more that happens, right, the more there's going to be a response and the more it's going to be our mutual destruction. So I would just encourage us all to really recognize that the work that we do is just as important as the work that anyone else is doing that is literally trying to save humanity.
Well, that's an amazing, amazing message to finish this first panel. And what is very interesting is that we are going to be discussing in the several panels that we organized the very many different ways in which we can address this very different, difficult question, but from different perspectives. And without coordinating, each one of you touch upon one of the pillars of the discussion. You, Omara, you talk about a very concrete sector that needs to be fixed. Angeles went for the more institutional issues in terms of having access to justice. Wole was on the individual reflection because everything starts there. And then Ibrahim went to the systemic issues. Systemic, institutional, individual, sectoral, all of these things need to be addressed. And you have made a wonderful job to put us to work, because now with this fantastic panel, we can really get our act together and continue fighting to end racism and discrimination anywhere it happens. Please join me in thanking these amazing panelists for their action, for their lives, for their commitment, and for joining us to open the forum. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Gabriela, for moderating an excellent first panel. Now, while you give Gabriela an applause, a photographer will be here to take a group picture of the ladies and gentlemen on the stage. An applause for Gabriela. Omara Duran, Maria de Los Angeles Cruz Murillo, Ibrahim X. Kendi, and Wolo Soyinke, as well as our moderator, Gabriela Ramos. Thank you very much. Give them one more applause, because why not, as they leave the stage. Before I introduce the next panel to you, there'll be a quick reshuffle of the stage. There'll be a short musical interlude. Please stay with us, and I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. And colleagues, welcome. Welcome back to the Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. Please take your seats so we can kick off in a few seconds. We have quite a full schedule, but an exciting one ahead of us. I'll give you a few moments to find your seat. I kindly invite the members of the panel, as well as the moderator, to come forward and take their seats and make themselves comfortable, and I'll be introducing you shortly. And as they make their way, allow me to share with you what is the title of our first, more policy-oriented session. And it is titled Bridging Collaborations, the Role of UNESCO's Network of Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Officials. Let me go to the side. So the UNESCO Network of Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Officials is a pioneering global forum that seeks collaboration and exchange to support nations in a better implementation of anti-racism and anti-discrimination policies. And it does so through, among others, policy innovation, strengthening institutions, and sharing best practices, among others. The panel will touch on how the network acts as a set of bridges between governments and other sectors of society, and it will also talk about the role of the UNESCO Anti-Racism Toolkit. Allow me to now introduce the speakers to you. And before they take the floor, we'll also have someone setting the scene. I'll start with the moderator, Mattia Peradotto, the director of UNAR, the anti-racism body of Italy. What is applause in Italian?
Applauso.
Next to him sits the Ombudsman of the Ministry of Racial Equality in Brazil, Fabio Bruni. And we have the Ombudsman of Ecuador, Cesar Marcel Cordova Valverde. There he is. I'm also honored to introduce to you the Special Representative for Racial Equality and Justice at the U.S. Department of State, Desiree Cormier-Smith. Next to her is sitting the Ombudsman of Peru, José Manuel Gutiérrez Condor. Welcome to you, sir. Then we have the Director General of the Equality Ombudsman in Sweden, Lars Arrhenius. Welcome. The Commissioner for the Protection of Equality in Serbia, her name is Branka Jankovic. And last but not least, the European Commission Anti-Racism Coordinator, Michaela Moa. A warm welcome to you all, but as said, we will have a 5-minute scene setter. And this will be by the Chief of Section of Inclusion, Rights and Intercultural Dialogue at UNESCO, Anna Maria Milov. There she is.
Thank you so much, Ali. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear network members, and of course, dear colleagues, welcome to this panel on the role of UNESCO's network against racism and discrimination, and also the anti-officials network. UNESCO launched its network back in 2023 on the occasion of the 3rd Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination in Sao Paulo, in Brazil, simply because we knew that racism and discrimination in today's world is both increasing, and as somebody told me yesterday, and I don't see the person anymore, is also mutating because of fear and resistance. The same person also told me that everybody can be a victim of racism and discrimination. So this is really a matter that concerns all of us, not specific groups. So the purpose of the network is precisely to fight this and to serve as a dynamic and a living platform where national officials, regional intergovernmental bodies, and UNESCO work hand in hand towards the same goals, which are, first of all, to contribute to the design and the implementation of bulletproof public policies that protect all the interest groups, and of course, especially the most vulnerable ones. And the second most important priority of the network is also to produce a lasting change in people's mindsets in order to reach impact. So the mission of the network is really very clear: amplify collective efforts, align strategies, and turn dialogue into concrete action that addresses both the root causes and the consequences of racism and discrimination. And some example of these causes and consequences are economic, political, and health crises, which are being translated into loss of brain power, loss of labor, mental health issues, and a very high economic cost for our societies. I think that I mentioned that yesterday in the preparatory meeting. But something that is also important, that I also mentioned yesterday, is that at one point we have to learn how to speak to the others, meaning to those who don't believe in us, those who are afraid, those who are resisting, to transform their mentalities in a positive way. And to me, that is a greater challenge. Of course, fighting racism and discrimination is not only a national challenge, it is an international one, which really requires a unified and a strategic response from all of us. The network therefore embodies our joint acknowledgement that no country or region can tackle this alone. We have to do it together. So it's a place where collective expertise meets actionable solutions, and where UNESCO's network, resources, work, and platforms will be leveraged to help. In closing, and before giving the floor back to Mattia, let me underline that this network is not only about dialogue and advocacy, it is really about action and impact on the ground. At UNESCO, we have more than 50 field offices all around the world, and there is where we actually see that action is happening, and we have a lot of the colleagues from those field offices here in this room today. We know that through shared expertise, coordinated technical assistance, strength and coordination and collaboration, and joint initiatives, we will be able to build a solid front against racism and discrimination. Maybe not the first one within the UN system, but I think it is the first one since UNESCO started. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria.
Thank you very much to Anna Maria for setting the scene perfectly, and thanks to Ali for doing more than half of my job, so I'm gonna relax to moderate the panel, and I'm very happy to be here with my colleagues. As we heard from Anna Maria, so despite progress actually made globally, systemic racism remains pervasive in many forms. Today we will explore how this network, the UNESCO networks of anti-racism and discrimination officials, serves as a bridge to foster global collaboration, share best practices, and support implementation to effective policies. But without further ado, I will go directly to ask some questions and some insights to my colleagues. So starting from you, Lars, in order to address the central question, that is, given the existence of legal and institutional frameworks, why does systemic racism persist, and what role actually the network can play in aligning its plan of action with the overreaching goals of the Global Alliance that is launched at this 4th Global Forum? Could you please share how can Sweden's Equality Ombudsman support collaborative initiative within the network? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mattia, and thank you for the invitation to speak in this panel. I'm going to be a little bit personal about the reason why I'm engaged in this network. Earlier this year, I visited Rwanda, the country where I grew up. And Rwanda has had a big impact on me because of the genocide against the Tutsis in 1994. Several of my childhood friends were killed in the genocide. The genocide in Rwanda in '94 was the fastest genocide in history. Nearly 1 million were killed in 3 months. But one should remember that the genocide could not happen without a long period of discrimination. So while in Rwanda, I met with my counterpart, the chief ombudsman of Rwanda, and they worked very hard to counter discrimination, racism, and groups opposing each other in society. And I was very impressed by how targeted approach they had. And I believe that we have a lot to learn from these institutions. That is why I am engaged in the UNESCO Global Network of Public Institutions combating racism and discrimination. And getting a global perspective on discrimination and racism issues will improve our work and further develop our working methods. I think one thing important is we need to focus our collaborative efforts and share best practices and on how we effectively enforce the prohibition against discrimination. Because we already have a solid legal framework. The right to equality and freedom from discrimination is the only right set out in all the 9 of the core human rights treaties. But we need to ensure that there is a real and proper protection for people subjected to discrimination in society. So therefore, I was appointed as an ombudsman in Sweden 4 years ago, and the focus of my organization is investigating more discrimination cases, demanding compensation to more individuals, and bringing more cases to court. It's a question about access to justice. Through that approach, we contribute to redress for individuals. At the same time, we send a message to employers and other duty bearers, but also at society at large, that discrimination will not be tolerated and that the state, through the Equality Ombudsman and the courts, will protect those that are being subjected to discrimination. And I will give one example. We have recently litigated a discrimination case in court related to a young Muslim woman not being allowed to work as a ground staff for an airline company if she was wearing a veil. This case is important because it touches on intersectional discrimination and also more broadly on freedom, religion, and gender equality in working life. So we had our first court session last week, and surprisingly, the airline company admitted the discrimination against the woman and decided to pay the full claim of compensation. So to ensure effective enforcement of the prohibition against discrimination and for it to have a greater impact in society at large, we need to examine various aspects. We need to look at access to justice, such as the cost of litigation and who ultimately must bear these costs. And we need also to look into what information individuals and organizations have about their rights and opportunities to take legal action. We also need to look into different models of enforcing discrimination, legislation, and how they can complement and reinforce each other. So I very much look forward to discussing this and other prominent issues in the network. As I know, there are interesting practices carried out by counterparts internationally that can inspire and support in moving forward in this work on a national level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lars. Thanks really a lot for this insight. And now we have different perspectives, you have different actors on the stage, and we have, of course, also different geographical areas. So we travel all the way from Sweden to Brazil, and I'm going to ask instead to Fabio Mossabrumni, how does Brazil's experience in racial equality, supported by a dedicated ministry, inform the network's global objectives?
Okay, thank you, Mattia, for your question and for the opportunity to share the Brazilian experience with my colleagues and with all the audience. I will start answering your last questions. Brazil is one of the most diverse racial nation in the world. More than 50% of our population is considered to be black, but it still carries the deep scars of slavery and systemic racism. Every 23 minutes, a young black man dies in Brazil for violent reasons. We are profoundly racist as a society. Even though it was only in 2023 that we had a creation of a specific ministry dedicated to promote racial equality. I will then mention two initiatives. that would not be possible if we had no racial equality ministry in Brazil. Last month, we had the celebration of the Black Consciousness Month, and for the first time in history, Brazilian federal government made a historical public apology to African descendants for the injustice addressed by the structural racism over the centuries. It represents a commitment to transformative action and a reparatory justice. Another groundbreaking initiative is the adoption of a specific sustainable goal, SDG 18, as we say, focused specifically on racial equality issues. President Lula determined all the government to focus on racial justice as a center, really center for the sustainable objective. And our ministry led the mission throughout all the ministries. SDG 18 aligned with the global agenda of leveraging, of leaving no one behind, providing indicators and goals to measure programs and create inclusive policies to historical marginalized population. This dedicated ministry enables us to coordinate politics, policies, address intersectoral challenges, and ensure anti-racist measures permeate all the areas of government. Throughout UNESCO network, Brazil can share this experience and learn from others. This collaboration allows us to refine our strategies and enhance the implementation of the toolkit and strengthen institutional framework globally. So it's a pleasure to meet you here. I'm anxious to learn more about, and let's build a non-racist future together.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fabio. Big round of applause to Fabio. Thanks a lot, and it's really interesting, to have this kind of focus in Brazil with a dedicated ministry. So really an interesting perspective. Now from an administration to another, from South America to North America, I want to ask Desiree Cormier-Smith, also like a kind of a specific question actually. What strategies can make inclusive policies sustainable, particularly when we refer in rapidly changing governmental context as the one in the US right now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The floor is yours, Desiree.
Thank you, and thank you for having me on this esteemed panel. This, unfortunately, will be my last engagement in this role as the Special Representative for Racial Equity and Justice, because, as you alluded, there are political changes, not only in my country, but my country is clearly not immune to them. And I think it goes to show the importance of political will, but also the importance of sustaining this work. And to me, the key to the sustainability of this work and the real impact of this work is partnerships with civil society. Civil society will always be there. They're the ones closest to the pain, so they should be closest to the power. They have the solutions, right? And the reality is, in many of our countries, if not all, a lot of the harms, in terms of the harms perpetuated by institutions against people of African descent, against indigenous peoples, against Roma people, against other marginalized racial and ethnic groups, have been perpetuated by governments themselves. If not currently, then indeed in our past. And so it really is key to bring in civil society and to follow their lead and to really empower them, listen to them, and partner with them on initiatives that will have real impact in their communities. And I believe that could be the real key to sustaining the work. You know, I think the elephant in the room is the incoming administration in the United States and what impact that will have on the really great work we were doing on racial equity and justice. On his very first day in office, President Biden signed an executive order. It was the first executive order he signed, 13985, on advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities. This was a day one priority. And that, similar to my colleague in Brazil, mandated a whole of government approach to identifying the systemic barriers that were preventing Black people, Native Americans, Latino people, Asian Americans, and other marginalized racial communities in the United States and other underserved communities from accessing their full potential, from accessing their basic rights, from living up to their full potential. In acknowledgement that ingenuity and brilliance is not only relegated to one community, but access is, right? And so there could be a young child who has the potential to solve cancer, but he happened to be a little Black boy and therefore wasn't able to access quality education and reach and unlock his full potential. He maybe happened to be a little Black boy born in Brazil who just happened to be one of the many Black boys who are killed every 23 minutes. That's just an astonishing number. And as the mother of a little Black boy, it just breaks my heart. And so this work is deeply personal to me. And unfortunately, it is likely to come to an end in terms of the federal government doing this work in the United States. That doesn't mean it will end. It is absolutely going to continue, led by our civil society. And I often say there are plenty of examples of when the U.S. government doesn't get something right, but our civil society always gets it right, right? They've always pushed us to live up to our stated values. And so I feel confident that the work will continue with civil society. I cannot say what the next administration will do. I will not be a part of that administration. But I also feel hopeful because of the existence of this global community and the leaders on this stage that will continue to push forward whether or not there's a U.S. government representative on future panels. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Desiree. Thank you. Yeah, you were really stressing the importance also of the collaboration with NGOs, CSOs, civil society at large, and it's something really touches all of us. And we have different perspective, as you've seen, ombudsmen, equality bodies, government representative, but is a way like you can actually build and bridge sustainable policies on a global stage. Now I'm trying to switch to my Spanish, very poor Spanish actually. Intentaré volver a
So I'm trying to speak Spanish now in order to give the floor to César Marcel Córdoba Valverde to talk to us about the public policies in Ecuador and how to promote equality through the network. So good morning to everyone. This topic of collaboration has two paths. In this case, there's a multi-path because there are many stakeholders, many actors at world level. As far as I'm concerned, as an ombudsman, as an ombudsperson, we have mutual collaboration with Latin American countries, from Ibero-American countries. We've just had a meeting within the framework of the American Federation of Ombuds People. All the fora where we'll participate, it's important to take the floor and speak. And someone said that yesterday in the stadium of Football Club Barcelona. It's important to speak and not get tired of speaking. And then we'll also talk about the fact that in each country we have to build a legal, constitutional, and infra-constitutional framework in order to have legislation which allows us to promote the right to equality, non-discrimination, that there's no discrimination because of ethnicity, a birthplace, race, gender, cultural identity, socio-economic status, and any other kind of personal differentiation. Those constitutional and infra-constitutional norms will help us later on so that tomorrow we can take to court those who infringe, those who violate and don't comply, those discriminating other people, those xenophobic people, those racist people. So with those norms, with those rules, and there's a clear example that I would like to present to you on Thursday, because before traveling to this event, there was a ruling by the court in Ecuador. Because an Asian company for more than 5 decades had engaged in slavery, and specifically against the people, descendants of an African origin. So it was specific against those people whose ancestors were Africans. Why am I saying so? Why am I speaking about that ruling, that court ruling? Well, because good practices have to be taken up by different countries, by different nuclei, social organizations, those of us who are in this fight against racism, so that in all the countries and in each country, there's implementation of what is done in other countries in favor of bringing better days, so that racism passes away and becomes something which does not exist anymore. It's utopic, so in the bad sense of the word. So apart from that, we need to engage in education, especially for those people who engage in racist practice. Unless we educate in human rights, we cannot ask for the removal of those types of practices tomorrow. Not just racial discrimination, gender discrimination as well, attitudes, aggressive attitudes against women, because that's the most common thing we see in the world. So education in rights, that's the basis. And we need examples that we take from international social organizations participating in fora such as this one. These fora make us communicate to our countries what we ought to do, what each institution must do. And thanks for the time. Well, thank you very much. Jose Manuel Gutierrez Condor. How are you, Matias? How are you? Fine. What about you? Well, which could be the role of Peru's role in strengthening and promoting the participation of civil society through this network? Well, you cannot love whatever you do not know, and it's good to put in context how our country, Peru, has been tackling all those big challenges, understanding that slavery 170 years ago was abolished in Peru. 170 years ago, of course, there was a genocide, especially of the African population in our country. So 81% of Peruvians think it is normal that there is discrimination. There was an official survey from 2013, and that struck us really profoundly, because today we see that 28% of the African originally population are discriminated upon. We have 6 million of indigenous populations under the stigma of discrimination. So we are not happy at all with the results of that survey, but we are making an effort so that from the government and the network, we make different efforts at several levels for intervention. And that entails first that the kind of justice system really know to what an extent they can get involved in the advocacy of human rights, because there are rights, but there are duties. And the population at large must know that we are obliged to respect, to have a coexistence of different cultures, and that means acknowledging human beings as such, no matter what their condition is, of any kind. And so that makes that our criminal code in 2000 introduced the figure of the typicity of a criminal order for discrimination crimes. Out of 5,000 legal processes, in just 8 of them, there has been ruling against the offenders. So unless the justice system does not get involved in order to punish those types of behavior, which must be an example, we won't make headway. But in 2023, last year and this year, the subsystem of justice are specialized in human rights and interculturality, which makes us have more hope for the processes being introduced by this subsystem, because there will be a different treatment to what happened in the past. But there's a novelty. Last year, within the constitutional framework, and there was a new introduction, a special recognition of the Afro population and also the indigenous communities. So recently, from the 25th to the 29th of November, we have a first summit of indigenous nations or indigenous peoples in Peru. We are multi-diverse. We have 55 ethnicities, out of which 51 live in the Amazon area, and those are the ones subjected to great discrimination and with threat of their own lives. So we at the network, we believe that it's very important to have collaboration in order to really strongly build a strong fight against discrimination, which means promotion, education fundamentally, and especially in the hope of, at a given moment, generating a new society with a peace culture, which is transmitted, passed on to the different generations, and not say, well, I had a brown color of skin, I was an indigenous, and because I'm so, I have to run the same bad luck as my parents. Thank you, Mattia.
Jose Manuel.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
So a very timely and fundamental topic. There is education and there is capacity, and so putting also communities in the position of actually building up a common position of general fight against racism and discrimination. So we come back to Europe from South America, and I'm very happy to ask a question to my friend Branka Jankovic. So the question for you, it's how can Serbia's equality initiatives inspire best practices within the network? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mattia. And first of all, I would like to thank UNESCO for recognizing the need for initiatives such as our network and for facilitating that process. And but also, I would like to thank to all my esteemed colleagues for their devotion and persistence. Knowing that that persistence of systemic racism, despite the existence of legal and institutional frameworks aimed at addressing it, is a multifaceted issue, and that dismantling it is a complex challenge. Institution I lead in Serbia assumed a multidimensional approach. Deeply ingrained conscious and unconscious bias continue to shape societal attitudes and public opinion, influencing how individuals perceive and treat members from different racial or ethnic groups. Bearing in the potential these bias have to initiate and sustain systemic racism and discrimination, we have created tailor-made educational program on recognizing and responding to all forms of discrimination, which we have been implementing for years now. and which included thousands of public servants, prosecutors, judges, media representatives, civil society organizations, teachers, labor inspectors, almost all stakeholders in my country. And it's, I must say, it's a great pleasure to see training participants questioning their previous attitudes after the session. Furthermore, in order to challenge societal prejudice and influence prevailing narratives, especially in relation to Roma community, just recently we organized a conference on the rights of Roma persons in education system, where we promoted the successful stories among Roma schools and teachers as role models. And additionally, we have supported the network of ambassadors against anti-Gypsyism, a group of young activists in their activities, and we are planning to cooperate more with their club for Roma women. And also we implemented an initiative called Partnership for Equality, which we signed various companies and which included a component of anti-racism. As a national equality body, one of legal competencies we have at our disposal is strategic litigation, which we have used broadly in our addressing this issue. During the course of our work, almost half of strategic litigation was referring to discrimination of Roma persons. Aware of our role, not only in protection against discrimination, but also in prevention, we devotedly follow global and local trends in order to find the most effective ways to eliminate hate speech in Serbia. In some cases, we were, with our case practice, one step ahead of the practice of the European Court of Human Rights, such as the case determining discrimination for not removing comments containing hate speech on social networks. And we established that practice 5 years before European courts, first through the complaint procedures due to the discrimination of our fellow citizens, and then further develop it by referring the recommendation of measures to internet portals. And public displays of racism are rare in Serbia, but in order to keep in that way, we have reacted with warning to the public on the occasion it happened, such as during football games, because we are fully aware of the potential and role of sport in tackling discrimination. My dear colleague Mattia organized last month a very important conference about that. And in conclusion, while the existence of anti-racism legal and institutional framework is essential, it is not sufficient to eradicate systemic racism, and we must take a multifaceted approach that includes education, data collection, community engagement, effective policy implementation, and of course, international collaboration. So, yes, we are here.
Thank you very much, Branka. Thanks a lot. Indeed, like cross-sectoral initiative as the one of yesterday with Fundación Barça, and with the sport in general are really useful in order like to also advocate for this global fight against racism. And we are really lucky also to have another very useful point of view here, a strong European champions for the fight against racism and discrimination. So to Michaela Mua, the question for you as first ever commissioner for the fight against racism in Europe is what synergies exists between the European Commission's anti-racism agenda and the network, and how can these be applied globally?
Thank you, Mattia. Thank you, UNESCO, also for having me here and being able to talk a bit about the European Commission's approach to combating racism. I'm trying to think of how I could possibly add to what has already been said by my co-panelists. Of course, as mentioned by Mattia, I am the first anti-racism coordinator of the European Commission. I was appointed in 2021 with a mandate to ensure the successful implementation of the first EU anti-racism action plan. So first of all, of course, my personal reason and the reason for the Commission to be part of such a network is indeed because we cannot fight racism alone. Despite of Lars mentioned that there is a strong legislative framework, we have strong policies, but regardless of this, we see from data, from statistics, from agencies such as the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, that unfortunately racism is only in the increase. There was a recently published report, Being Black in the EU, which highlights this fact. For instance, that 26% of the respondents that had been stopped by law enforcement in the past 5 years perceived it as being due to their skin color. And also this report highlighted that in all areas studied in the report, it's certainly a structural racism that is happening in all the areas studied. So this is unfortunately also the issue. Regardless of strong legal frameworks, regardless of policies, racism is on the rise. And this is something that we have to also understand as the reality on the ground. And this is why, from the European Commission's perspective, we understood in 2020, after the Black Lives Matter becoming a global human rights movement, that the Commission needs to have a comprehensive, horizontal policy approach to combating racism, looking at a policy that not only covers, tries to mainstream anti-racism across different policy areas, from education to employment, youth, digitalization, etc., but also indeed ensuring that there's a strong intersectional approach. We have to understand that people do not often, we have many different identities we can belong to. We can be a black woman, but also Muslim. We can belong to the LGBTIQ community and be living with a disability, etc. So this also has to be recognized in the work that we're doing on anti-racism. And I think I also want to come back to what was said in the previous panel. I think still on this level, on the Commission level, etc., we talk about, we understand anti-racism more as being non-racist. And anti-racism versus being non-racist are two completely different things. To be anti-racist, you have to be willing to say uncomfortable things, what we are very used to doing. We have to go in rooms and say the things that people don't necessarily want to hear. We have to proactively combat racism. We have to research, use data, and to be able to truly make evidence-based policy to combat racism. So all of these issues have to be taken into account to truly be able to do effective anti-racism policy work. And I think for the network, it only highlights that we have to bring all actors together, from ombudspersons to civil servants, to institutions, to grassroots actors and CSOs to truly achieve this aim.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michaela. Yeah, that's the goal of the Alliance and of the network, actually bringing people together in the global fight against racism. So we're incredibly on time. While I'm preparing for the second round of question, maybe as Gabriela did before, we have the chance just to take 2 questions from the public, so to keep it a bit more dynamic. So if you want to, yep. The gentleman there. I don't know if we have and the second. So we run off of the questions places. So we take these 2 and then we go through the second round of question from myself. So the gentleman here, and yep. So if you can keep it concise, please. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Guillermo Pontes. I'm a Spanish citizen, have been so for the last 28 years. I was born in Cuba. I'm the president of Afro-Hispano and general secretary of the World Conference Afro Madrid 2025. This will be the second conference that we organize. I am listening to a group, experiences of different countries, and I can say that out of Brazil, the ex-minister Enzo Santo was with us in reviewing the Durban documents in 2009 when he was the Minister for Racial Equality in the first Lula government. And I can say I am just back from New York, from Washington, and there I met with Sister Desiree in New York. In Washington, I had the chance to talk to some members of the Senate and the Congress, because I'm promoting this second Afro-Madrid World Conference. I would like to pose a question to you all about Desiree was saying it very clearly yesterday. Governments have to have their basis with civil society. Without civil society, nothing progresses. Most of the movements and actions are born at the grassroots level in the civil society. And in Washington, there were some representatives, even in the Senate, who were very concerned about the incoming government in the U.S. There are reasons for that concern. But I think that from the civil society, we will make sure to prevent this going back, okay? We can do a lot about this. And I want to ask Desiree and the coordinator of the commission, because, this world Afro-descendant movement, in the first 10 years' work, we were able to create the permanent forum of the Afro-Descendant Forum that had been a demand since Durban 2001. And now we are in the second decade, and it was Johnson, the congressperson in the U.S. last week, who managed to get the Congress of the U.S. to declare this decade of Afro-descendants for the U.S. And very soon, United Nations will declare the second decade. But in our case, the Afro-descendants movement, we are calling for reparation. Dudu Dien said it, ethical reparation, historical reparation after the slavery of millions of human beings a couple of centuries or 3 centuries back. But in slavery, you have the roots of discrimination and racism today, and the root of all inequities affecting our communities in such a way that I would ask the Spanish government as well, that we are talking with different ministries, let us all talk about reparation in education, history, culture and religion, and of course also in financial issues. We'll have to talk about that. So my question is very specific. What do you think about what this racial movement is asking for? What about reparation? Thank you. Thank you. The question is very clear indeed.
Answer quite sharp there, please. And then we see who wants to take the question between Fabio and Desiree. Okay. Please, very concise, if I may. Thanks a lot.
Sí, muchas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Maria Lisa Velázquez from Mexico, from the National Institute of Anthropology and History. My question, related to what you've been talking about, how do the economic models work to promote and develop this racism or anti-racism discourse? I've heard nothing, and it's crucially important. What are governments doing as regards financial and economic models to fight against racism? Thank you. Thank you.
Sure, but I'd love to hear from my colleagues on both of these questions, because I think they're critical, and I think they're actually quite related, right? And I must note that the term reparations only becomes very controversial and very taboo when it's in relation to Black people, right? There is clear precedent for reparations for other groups that have been wrongly discriminated against. It deserves applause, because it only becomes taboo when we talk about it in the context of the enslavement of Africans and their descendants for centuries, upon which my country and many other countries, if not all of them on this stage were built, right? But when we talk about how to repair that harm and how we actually address the legacy that persists today because of the enslavement that persisted for centuries, then it becomes an issue. Then it becomes controversial. Then it becomes, oh, we can't talk about that. It's too hard. And so I hope and I know that civil society will continue this conversation, and it's always something I have to remind my colleagues of. It's not just an American issue, right? It is not just an American issue to talk about the legacy of slavery. This is a global issue that we must address, and it makes a lot of people uncomfortable, which is how for so long we've been able to avoid the conversation. But I hope that one day we will confront it, because we cannot move past it until we actually confront it in a meaningful way. And part of doing so is in the financial systems of our countries. And this is, again, where the political will is very powerful. So again, as part of the racial equity work that the Biden-Harris administration was doing, was trying to address the racial wealth gap that was created by the enslavement of Africans and their descendants, right? And right now, the racial wealth gap in the United States between black and white families is as large as it's ever been, despite significant progress, right? We had a black president. Yet we still have a racial wealth gap that is actually shocking when you see the numbers. And I'm not going to try and recall the exact numbers because I'm terrible at numbers, but I encourage you to look it up because it is astonishing. And every time I see it, I'm like, that must be a mistake. There's a zero missing because it's somewhere in the terms of a black family's racial, their wealth is around $800 compared to whites, which is in the tens of thousands. It is a shocking disparity. But that is something that this administration was trying to address. And you have to address it through a whole of government approach because it's not just one thing, right? It's in how black people are able to buy homes. And that's a major driver of wealth creation. But in the United States, we've had a huge challenge with black home ownership because of laws, right? Because of redlining. So that is something that, again, was a generational problem, and it's going to take generations to solve. There are innovative things that governments can do to try and chip away at the racial wealth gap, and that includes things like the Justice 40 Initiative, which was a really innovative program of the Biden-Harris administration, which required that 40% of new investments in climate and green energy are invested in black neighborhoods, in Latinx neighborhoods, right? In other neighborhoods and communities that have been historically disadvantaged and the most vulnerable to climate change and these harms. That is helpful, right? There are also percentages and requirements that this administration was trying to pursue in terms of government spending. The US government spends a lot of money, and it can be a real driver of wealth creation if a small percentage of that spending is targeted at these communities, right? And there is a need for that kind of intentional targeting. That is what equity is. It's trying to get certain communities that have been left behind to equality. That should not be a dirty word. That should not be something that is taboo to talk about or somehow controversial, because it's not only good for these communities, it's actually good for everyone in our country when everyone is able to live up to their full potential and thrive.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Desiree. I don't know if Fabio or Michela wants to keep it up or was okay with that.
Yeah, just, I mean, the need to have comprehensive public policy towards this specific group who has been historically marginalized is a need. We in Brazil are still dwelling to have affirmative action in law. Our Congress doesn't help very much. But I think then we start to talk about reparation and the need to really combat racism as a whole. We also have the need to assure that civil society participate in our process. As I'm an ombudsman, we build a methodology together with civil society to assess victims of racism and discrimination. And then we can really see how we can operate reparation in an individual level, because racism, like trespass every single aspect of a life of a black person. So we still have financial fund problems to finance these policies. It's always a struggle. The Ministry of Racial Equality has the lowest budget in the whole government, so we're still struggling a lot to have a good percentage of the budget as we need. What we are doing is to making partnerships with other ministries like the health ministry, the education ministry, and therefore to help them to have target policies in their specific areas. So that's how we're building our framework to combat racism in Brazil.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Yeah, the point is that we need definitely an holistic approach, and is why we are here as a network in order to try to build it on a global stage, actually. So right now, really in a nutshell, I want to go through a last round of takeaways. And maybe if you reflect on how the network, can the network actually act as a key driver for long-term initiatives within the Global Alliance Against Racism and Discrimination that is launched at this 4th Global Forum. From Lars, so you start, Lars.
Yes, I think it's important with good examples, and I want to give you one example from Europe, where collaboration and joint efforts in anti-discrimination and anti-racist work already borne fruit. Earlier this year, EU adopted binding standards for equality bodies, and equality bodies are the public institutions combating discrimination and racism at national level. And this legislation sets out minimum standards for the independence, resources, powers and functions of these institutions. And this is something that equality bodies in Europe, within a European network of equality bodies, have collectively worked towards for years. So, and this means that the protection against discrimination has strengthened all around Europe, in fact. So I think we need robust, strong institutions, and I see a great potential for the UNESCO network to drive forward developments in the anti-racism and anti-discrimination work. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Yeah, totally agree. And it's really important this kind of baseline in Europe that we have right now with the standards on equality bodies. Fabio, if you want to add something in a nutshell as well?
Well, I just reinforce the importance of the network so that we can have so many different perspectives, and really this aggregates so much to how we design policy in Brazil. And just thank you again, and great to be here again.
Thank you very much. And the same question also to Desiree.
Yes, I would just encourage you to keep going. You know, and especially in light of and in the face of staunch pushback that you will get, right? But what we are doing here is the right thing. I want to be very clear to that, because this work has been demonized, and it has made people feel that there's something wrong with talking about a world in which everyone's dignity and human rights are respected. That is where we should be working towards. We should not be afraid to talk about this work proudly and to do this work with courage. So as I step away from this role, I want to encourage you all to continue to be loud about this work, particularly in the face of pushback, because you are not doing anything wrong. You should not let people make you afraid to be talking about anti-racism, and don't fall into the idea that woke is somehow a danger to our societies, right? One thing the other side does really well is control the narrative. So I encourage you to take back the narrative that we should be fighting for a world where equality, justice, and dignity for every single person, regardless of what race or ethnicity they happen to be born, regardless of who they love, regardless of their gender or gender identity, regardless of their handicap, disability status, where their rights are respected. That is what we should be working towards, and that's what something we should be very loud and proud about.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Desiree. Y ahora,
And now for the same question, César Martel Córdoba Valverde. Well, I would like to focus on the opinion given by our Cuban, the Spanish person, yes, sorry, of Cuban ascendants who spoke before in the audience. It is important that there exists an historical memory, because this historical memory always takes us to remember what should not have happened. And this leads us to material and non-material reparation actions. Yes, these reparation actions are necessary so that we make headway. And yes, indeed, this joint work of civil society is very important in these crucial processes that we are living, taking into account that racism has been growing. Instead of being reduced, it has been growing. And so it is absolutely necessary that we join in civil society, all agents, all stakeholders, because the fight against racism is not the fight of one single person, it's not the fight of one organization, it's not the fight of this network. I mean, yeah, from this network, we promote all this to the world and to every nation. What I'm hearing here is about all these good practices and good actions, and what I will implement is this international standard and legislation in favor of this fight against this plague of racism and discrimination. Yesterday, we had the event in the Barcelona football club, but we have to add more actors in this fight against discrimination, but actors that are very visible and get people to pay attention. NBA actors, actresses, singers. I mean, we have to add voices, but make sure that these voices do get to the population, and make sure that the population then echoes that fight, that fighting against racism and discrimination. So co-creation. Now, what do we have to do as states, as governments? Well, we have to co-create public policy. But to get to the co-creation of public policy, we have and we must have a legal basis. We must have a legislative framework that makes it possible, together with the actions of civil society, start really generating public policies that are meaningful. And the network must be constantly assessed and monitored. We talked about the Afro decade. I mean, we are ending those years. And yesterday, the suggestion came, I mean, what is it that we have advanced? Has there been any headway made in these first 10 years? We're going to the next 10. What has each country done? And what should we reactivate? Okay? So it is always necessary to assess and reassess what it is that we're doing, always monitor it closely, because in this construction methodology, we definitely need the full participation of all stakeholders. Let me remind you, I mean, the fight is of all of us, not one single group, not an individual. And finally, education, as has been mentioned by Branca, education in rights, so that those who are not affected are aware as well. I mean, obviously, yes, and we have to also empower in human rights. Education has to make sure that those who discriminate are aware. They are the ones that require education in human rights, and that should be our goal. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, César. José Manuel Gutiérrez Condos, the same question. Yeah, we'll try and be as agile as possible. There's not much time left.
We are going to talk about rights and duties, responsibilities, obligations in a behavior that will make us great, each of us here. And I would like to focus on a fundamental topic. This is generational. We have to identify the vulnerable population. This is important within the state structure and outside, within the community and within society at large. Unless we identify the vulnerable population, well, how are we going to do that type of work? It will be difficult. And so what we've done with the Afro community has been important in the world, but it's not the only thing. More than anything else, we are seeing how migrations are a reality, and that has an impact on discrimination. We have to strengthen the access to educational services. In the era of knowledge, we must look for parity, equality, equity, mechanisms of equality for equal access to education and health services, and we have to work on that with a new generation which will possibly be better than us if we act today and in a different way, and perhaps through the network. And I would like to thank UNESCO, and I wish that that is the common path for us all. So thank you very much, José Manuel. That was really the point: education and training.
Branca?
Yeah.
So your nutshell key
Yeah.
takeaways.
Yes, the network of anti-racism and anti-discrimination officials has a unique opportunity to be a key driver for long-term initiatives within the global alliance against racism and discrimination. By combining strategic leadership, collaboration with civil society organizations and business community, education, community engagement, and innovation, our network can be a powerful catalyst for long-term change within a global alliance. Finally, as we all know, nobody has a magic wand and proven model which always gives results against racism and discrimination. So we need each other, we can inspire each other, and we should definitely be more vocal, especially today in, let's say, a troublesome time. And finally, we should have a more human approach to all issues if we really want to protect our civilization, definitely.
Thank you. Thank you, Branca. And Michaela?
Yes.
Your like...
My 2 cents.
Yeah, for closing the panel. Thanks a lot.
Everything has basically been said already, but I just maybe want to come back to something that Gabriela said yesterday in our preparatory meeting. She mentioned that the network could kind of be the ones who put together the recipes. And I'm a very kind of, the way my brain works is I then I hear this analogy and I see something, I see us throwing different spices in this recipe of making sure we have a collection of equality data, making sure we have the structural racism, the combating structural racism approach, making sure we have the dialogue of civil society, making sure we have all of these important elements that is required to truly have a successful anti-racism approach. And I feel like this is really where the networks where we can really come together and put together these recipes on how to advance anti-racism work. In addition to working with civil society, though, regardless of who is coming and going in office, there needs to be structures in place, solid structures that are there regardless of who is in office. And I think this is also the value of the network. And also, let's keep the hope. I know these are very, very dire times, but we are indeed doing the right thing. To not experience racism is a human right. It's not a question of opinion. And we are indeed doing the right thing, and we have to still come together and keep the hope that things will get better.
Thank you, Michaela. So we finished. We are closing the panel. I hand over to Ali, and a big round of applause to these champions. Thank you. We're done.
Let's also thank Mattia for his excellent moderation. Thank you, Mattia.
Thank you, Mattia.
May I kindly ask you to squeeze together just a bit. You are a team of champions fighting racism, and this will be an opportunity for a picture. Meanwhile, I kindly ask the speakers on the next panel, which will be about cities as catalysts, strategies for inclusive urban policies, to please head backstage on the left in order to be mic'd so we can start on time. So if you're a speaker on the next panel, please head to the left backstage and you'll be received there. Thank you very much for your collaboration. Give the speakers one more applause as they leave the room. Leave the stage, my apologies. So, can we have the music switched off? And can we have some light in the room with the audience? And I kindly invite you to stay and stick around as we are starting the panel rather soon. Right after this little energizer that I would like to do with you. If you can, tech folks, put a little more light in the room if that's possible. Excellent. And you in the room, if you can and want, please stand up. I know it's a hassle if you're listening to interpretation to stand up, but I promise you it will be good. All right, very good. So it's quite a long sit, isn't it? We started at 9 and we're going on until 12:30. And we're not giving you a break because the fight against racism cannot wait. But we can energize you and make you a little more powerful. So please join me if you want and can in this little exercise, and it's been proven scientifically that will give you more energy and creative power to work on the challenges in your life. Please just breathe in deeply if you want and focus on yourself. Let's start with that. And you breathe out through your mouth. We'll do it one more time. Breathe in through your nose, deep. And blow it out. COVID is over, so you can do it. Next breath in, you raise your right arm. You breathe out, putting it down. We do the same with the other arm. Now you breathe out, putting it down. And now you breathe in, lifting both arms, and you keep them up. Now look around you. These are the champions you're fighting racism with. Do a 360 degrees, keeping your arms up. This is your team that you will use to fight racism and discrimination. On your next breath out, you put your arms down. Now what we do is this. You look around and you make eye contact with as many people of your global team that fights racism and discrimination as possible. And you really make eye contact the way I'm trying to do now. In New York, eye contact is 0.37 seconds. In Barcelona, it's 3 seconds. Okay? So we're in Barcelona. We do as the people in Barcelona. Go for it. In silence, with a smile, and make genuine eye contact. Go for it. You can turn around. There's no problem in that. I'm looking at you. Okay, we'll add a little something to it. Now, on top of the eye contact, you bow respectfully the way they do in many countries around the world. Like this. But don't forget the eye contact. Very good. And turn around. There's people behind you, probably. Madam? Sir? Very good. Now that we're done with that, we'll take it up a notch. And now you high five as many folks around you as possible, as they do in sports teams. Go for it. Let me high five you, sir. Make sure you didn't forget anyone. Madam. Ah, the athlete from Cuba. You can walk around a bit. There's no problem, the way I'm doing now. All right. Now what you do is this. Look around you, find someone you don't know yet, shake hands, and introduce yourself. And then you sit down and you discuss the following question. I'll let you first find someone that you don't know and that you like, and shake hands. Go for it. Introduce yourselves, your name, where you're from, the work that you do. And there's no problem in walking around, that's fine. Good, excellent. Hola, ¿qué tal? Very good. What's your name, sir? Hello, how are you? All right, you may choose to stand or sit down, it's up to you, and then you discuss this question. The question is this. Here it is, you're ready? Share with each other what you think should be the priority of the international community in the fight against racism and discrimination in the next 10 years. What do you think is the #1 priority for the fight against racism and discrimination in the next 10 years? Go for it. We can have some light music, but softly, please. I'll be back with you in a few moments. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. The Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. Hello. How are you all doing? Take your seats. We are ready for the next panel. I welcome you all again here in the room as well as online. And I kindly invite you to find your chair and make yourself comfortable. I kindly invite the members of the panel as well as the moderator to come forward and make themselves comfortable on the stage as I say a few words about the upcoming panel. The panel is titled Bridging Collaboration. No, sorry, we already had that one. Here we go again. So the panel is really titled Cities as Catalysts, Strategies for Inclusive Urban Policies. Now I'm sure you're aware that cities are forefront players in social change, any social change. And so their role and the role of local governance is crucial in establishing more just, equitable, and inclusive societies. What are some of the good practices in inclusive urban policies? How can cities harness grassroots initiatives? And how can they use diversity as a strength? These and other important questions we will discuss with an excellent lineup of speakers, all city leaders from across the globe. I'll actually simply call them to the stage one by one. Maybe some of them are still in the room. They can simply approach the stage and make themselves comfortable. If the speaker is not here yet, we will know immediately. So, Marielle Favier, the Deputy Mayor of Den Haag, The Hague in the Netherlands. Are you with us? If so, please come forward. There she is. Give her an applause. The Mayor of São Leopoldo in Brazil, Ari Vanazzi. Mr. Vanazzi. May be held up in traffic. The Deputy Mayor of London, Debbie Weeks Bernard. Ah, you are here. Excellent, sir. Welcome. So here's your applause. Then I'm delighted to ask to the floor the Deputy Mayor of our host city, Barcelona, Maria Eugenia Gay. Welcome. We're also joined by the Mayor of La Courneuve in France, Gilles Pou. Gilles Pou, come forward. Thanks for joining us. Our next guest is the Deputy Mayor of Bologna, the city in Italy, Emily Marion Clancy. Welcome, Emily. We met about 2 weeks ago in Bologna. Happy to have you again. We're also joined by the Secretary General of UCLG, United Cities and Local Governments, Emilia Saiz. And the Mayor of Irbid in Jordan, Nabil Kofahi, is with us online, if I'm not mistaken. There he is. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Kofahi. The moderator of this excellent panel will be Fabiana Goyeneche, the president of ICAR, the International Coalition of Inclusive and Sustainable cities. Please give her a rolling applause until she reaches her seat right here. Enjoy the panel.
Thank you. Buenos días. Good morning. If anyone needs the interpreters, please pick them up. Buenos días. Es un verdadero placer compartir este panel.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to share this rich panel, so representative of a network which started being the International Coalition of Cities Against Racism in 2004, promoted by UNESCO, one of the pioneering agencies of the United Nations, believing that the combat against racism, discrimination, xenophobia, the good promotion of human rights and the development of our communities had as main fundamental stakeholders the cities. So that network, that coalition, which sprang around 2004 as a global proposal, had also regional representation in all the continents present here. In representation in different ways, and ever since it has grown, has been transformed, so it became the network of inclusive and sustainable network of cities, and with the purpose of working with the Sustainable Development Goals and working in collaboration as number 17 kind of contemplates. So I am here. We have the Secretary General of CGLU, or rather UCLG. We have wonderful panel members who are going to share their experiences, their approaches with us about the importance of the cities, networks, and the local governments in the global agenda in the combat against racism, discrimination, and xenophobia. So first of all, I would like to give the floor to Maria Eugenia Gai, the Deputy Mayor of Barcelona, whom I would ask to tell us in about 3 minutes. And sorry for this request. Please abide by the time allocated, because there are many panel members and we want to hear everybody. And so, Maria Eugenia, we would like you to tell us which are the interventions implemented in Barcelona in order to combat racism and discrimination, perhaps in these 3 minutes with a concrete example of what you have been doing in the city. So you have the floor, Maria Eugenia. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you in this forum, this UNESCO forum, and in such an important day as today, when we are commemorating the anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the article number 1 of that declaration stated that all human beings are born equal according to the law. So that Universal Declaration stated the principle of equality and non-discrimination, because it stated equal and free independently from race, origin, color, gender, religion, national origin, or kind of financial status, etc. There were international leaders who agreed those ruling principles, which were going to rule the lives of humans after the most shameful and sad episodes of contemporary history. Each city, each country have developed that declaration and implementing it in the constitutions, in the municipalities, in the different regions and countries to deploy it in the most effective way. And that's what Barcelona wanted to do, a city which has always embraced diversity, inclusion, respect, coexistence, tolerance, values which are so important that we must vindicate now at this moment, when precisely the growth of hate and discrimination discourse, it's kind of very dangerous, and we must be able to intervene against that. And in order to do that, Barcelona is implementing all sorts of educational programs in favor of tolerance and making use of technology to identify damaging content for people, because there's a tendency towards discrimination now, and that's damaging, not just emotionally damaging the people, but also social groups, those groups of people who want to be part of cities. And so we, local councils, cannot turn our backs to that. We have to tackle that with determination, in a rigorous manner and a serious manner, with educational programs. Our program is Barcelona, an anti-racist city, which is public policies crafted by the town council, together with all the institutions which are part of the social fabric of the city, which are fighting in a tireless manner against racism and discrimination. Institutions and entities have been participated in a parallel program to the celebration of this forum that has been an honor for us, the city, to welcome it, and which has taken part in November under the motto "Voices Against Racism." Barcelona Voices committed against racism and discrimination. There have been many events also within the field of art and culture, which is a catalyst factor in order to claim for those very important rights. And how, through these entities, programs, events have taken place, which have been significant and which have allowed us to involve those entities in the celebration of this present forum. We are also actively participating in intercultural cities, in European cities against racism, always with an inclusive and preventive focus, because as important is to really denounce what is happening in reality, and prevention, so that problems do not happen. And we are members of the Cultural Forum of Cultures, which we think is a very important dialogue forum, where participation programs, very important participation programs, have been deployed. In Barcelona, we also have the Office Against Discrimination, with an observatory of discriminations. And this year, 865 claims have been recorded, 203 because of the origin or nationality. Barcelona is recording and has an office for the people of the street, paying attention and giving care to those people who have suffered discrimination or who have suffered aggression because of their origin or gender. So in the past, those aggressive attitudes were not punished and people were not protected. So we are implementing a pioneer project in Europe, which is the bylaws to promote equality of treatment and non-discrimination. Local council set of rules to punish those aggressive attitudes which were not considered criminal attitudes by the justice system, but which go against people, and we must be able to pursue and punish. And so, by way of conclusion of my words, Barcelona, let me tell you, is involved in raising awareness, in empowerment, empowering the people suffering discrimination, in accompanying them, in protecting them, and above all, in becoming a real engine in the defense of human rights.
Thank you very much indeed, Maria Eugenia. Really very important words. A big round for the deputy mayor and for Barcelona, a city that identifies itself as anti-racist. And this is telling us it's a great moment. Cities are much more than only interpreters of the defense of human rights. They are actors. Now we're going to a remote connection. We have the Evil Jordana mayor, Nabil Kofani. Hello. Could we confirm the connection? Yes, Mr. Mayor, you have 3 minutes, please. We give you the floor.
Hello. Hello, Mayor. Can you hear us? Yes, good morning for all my colleagues from different cities and from different countries. Thank you for inviting me to share this forum, and I am sorry not cannot I being with you in Barcelona. First of all, I want to remind all colleagues and mayors here are participation about Gaza and about Palestine. We are talking about racism and discrimination. I think what our people in Gaza and Palestine now live about genocide from Israel must to remember and must to work together to stop this genocide and stop this war. This is first. Second, I am Dr. Nabil Al-Kofahi from Erbil city, the mayor of the city. This is the biggest city after capital Amman. Our municipality have a direct and a clear way in this topic about against racism and discrimination. First of all, our vision, which is stated green and smart city to achieving the happiness for human. This is directly toward us to go in this direction. The second, we have a values that govern and guided our work in our city. We have 5 values. The major 2 values in these values are the justice and partnership. When we quote about justice, we can talk about justice for all community, for all people which are Syrian refugees or Jordanian citizens, for women, for youth, for children, for everything. To achieve the justice, we have many strategic and many scenarios to verify that. One of that, for example, we have different community in our municipality, how to the background for every services or for every activities that the municipality introduced for the people. About the partnership, this value depends on a deep philosophy that we believe that we are not the only people who have the care for our city, and I believe that the people who have the authority that not necessary to have the knowledge or to have the experience. So we have a very wide partnership with the many institute, many establishment with the people in our city. For example, we look forward to the private sector in a different aspect. One of the major aspects to this partnership or participation with the private sector is the investment. We believe that the experience and the knowledge in the private sector is larger and bigger than what the public sector included the municipalities. In other things about we have in our strategic plan, we put the major 17th goals of the United Nations for the development as a major reference for our strategic plan, included the justice, included the care for the poor people, including the distribution for all services for all our community people. For example, for the women, we share the women in our city council, about 25% of the city council from the women in my municipality. There are an assistant for the mayor, there are a consultant for the mayor from the women. About 30% at least of the manager and director in our municipality are from the women. About the youth, we are the only municipality have a department for the youth empowerment, and we are aware about their ability, about their opportunity to workshop, to commercial opportunity and other things. Also, we have awareness about the children. For the small children, we believe that they have a right to have all our parks or our gardens or our even to share these type of children. We have very aware about the volunteer work, so we have a high council for volunteer for all civil society people from different region of our city and around. Another example for that, we have, maybe have that the Jordan are, most of people are Muslim people. We have an elected mayor, we have an elected city council. Sometime we have been Christian people from Jordanian, from our city, to be won by the election. So we have got to appointed some citizen from a Christian belief to share us in a city council. There are many things like political empowerment. We have, as a municipality, have a platform or an umbrella for different political activities or political forum to encourage our youth and encourage our people to be aware for these things. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. What an important experience you're sharing. And thank you for standing for human rights in such an important day as today. Y a continuación, seguiré.
Next, we're going to continue with this dialogue with the Debbie Wicks-Bernard, the Deputy Mayor in London. I guess only 3 minutes is not much, but could you tell us about any experience you'd like to highlight about the fight against racism and discrimination in London?
And can I just say that it's a real pleasure to be representing London at this global event. It's my first ever UNESCO Global Forum, so I'm incredibly excited to be here amongst so many people who are joined together in standing up to racism and discrimination, and it's lovely to be in a space with so many like-minded individuals. There is so much, I think, that I could use as an example of the work that we're trying to do in London. We are, as many of you will know, an incredibly diverse city, so only, I think, around 37% of Londoners are white British, and the rest come from an array of different backgrounds. We are a city which is incredibly open, and we have a huge migrant population. 1 in 4 of our population were born outside of the UK. So we're diverse both ethnically as well as diverse in terms of the cities and the countries that people have come from and have chosen London to be their home. But I think one of the things that I'd like to use as an example of what we've been seeking to do in London is the work that we've done around race and poverty. Now, despite London being so incredibly diverse, it is also a place which has huge wealth disparities, and those who are most likely to experience poverty in London are people of colour. And poverty is deeply racialized in our city. So around 17% of white people in London are experiencing poverty. 25% of Londoners are in poverty, and that's higher than the UK average. But when you look at some of our minority ethnic communities, their poverty rate is incredibly high. So 63% of Bangladeshi Londoners are living in poverty, and around 34% of Pakistani Londoners, around 32% of Black Londoners. So the experience of poverty that many have in our city is deeply racialized, and it has been for an incredibly long time. Over 20, 25 years, there has been this relationship between race and poverty. And so one of the things that we have sought to do is to make sure that the interventions that we develop are specifically targeted at our minoritized communities, because we know that despite them being the most likely to experience financial difficulty, financial challenge, they will be the communities who would be the least likely to ask for help, the least likely to access some of those traditional forms of support that exist in our city. And so in order to make sure that we are reaching them, to make sure that they are getting support, they're getting advice, they're getting the information that they need to access pots of money that will enable them to get out of financial crisis, we have to go to where they are at. We have to make sure that our outreach work is targeted. We have to go to places of worship. We need to go to community centres. We need to go to refugee centres. And so that's what we have done. We have placed advisors who can provide financial advice, advice to employment rights, advice to immigration advice. We have placed those advisors in the places where our minoritized communities are most likely to go to for help, in the places where they are most likely to go to for all sorts of reasons. And we use that as a way of making sure we say to them when they are there, have you ever considered having some advice on this issue? As a result of us doing this targeted outreach work, we've been able to put £40 million back into people's pockets. And that's money that they would have been entitled to, but had absolutely no idea that this was money that that was theirs. And it's one of the issues that we feel incredibly important, incredibly determined to tackle, because we know that the reason that we've had such a relationship between poverty and race is because of structural racism. And it is not sufficient for us to think that if we develop a policy to tackle poverty generally, that we will be able to address the reasons that people are experiencing poverty when they come from minoritized backgrounds. Because a generic approach will never, ever have an impact on those who are from minoritized backgrounds. Generic approaches have never historically been able to tackle any form of inequality that those from minoritized backgrounds experience. And so we have to be intentional with the way that we reach out to communities. We have to be intentional about the way that we develop policies. And we have to be intentional about recognizing that if we are to tackle any form of racial injustice, that our interventions have to specifically target both the drivers of that injustice and the communities who are most likely to be disadvantaged by it. So that's just one, I think, example of the ways that we've sought to really ensure that our policies at a city level are addressing some of the financial challenges that our minoritized communities are experiencing.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. Un enfoque sumamente importante.
Indeed, this is such an important standpoint that makes it very evident that one has to be intersectional in tackling violence and inequality in our cities, because we know that racism and social class, the ethnic group, gender, all of these unfortunately generate synergies that add up very negatively towards structural racism, violence and discrimination. We're going to hear more about this from the Deputy Mayor in Bologna, who is also the Vice President of ECART, the regional section in Europe of the Coalition of Cities Against Racism. You have the floor. So please tell us about the experience of Bologna.
Thank you. My Spanish isn't good, unfortunately, so I will speak in English, but it's a true pleasure for Bologna as well to share the floor with all these amazing panelists and to be together in fighting really what is one of the challenges that most of our cities are facing today. Climate change and social injustice are really the two determinant factors which are hitting our cities. And of course, as cities, if we want to advance and we want to create progress, it can't be such if we don't think of the most disenfranchised part of our population and try to bring the contrast to racism and fighting inequality and discrimination outside of the silos of anti-discrimination. I very much agree with that intersectional approach. Another thing I think we must do is try to realize that truly cities' administrations have been a part of racism sometimes. They have had a sort of institutional form of discrimination, and there's nothing wrong with realizing that because it's really what we're meant to do. If we want to be actively anti-racist, it's not enough to just not be racist. We have to start thinking about how we need to decolonize our point of view as administrations and cities. Fortunately, cities are in some way without borders. Cities are a place where you can create a new identity which is pertaining to that city independently of what your origin was. Bologna is working on this with the campaign, and on the face of City Hall right now it says Bolognesi dal primo giorno, because we're promoting a campaign and we've changed our statute to say that for us, people who are born in Bologna or go to school in Bologna are Bolognesi, and we're trying to tackle the national government to change citizenship law to reinforce this point of view of what we believe in. To create services, again, one policy I'd like to highlight is our Anti-Discrimination Center. It's quite new. Because I think when we want to face discrimination, we really have to think about co-designing our services, and that's what we did with our Anti-Discrimination Center. We worked with communities that have a migrant background in our city, and we co-designed the services because, of course, once again, you can't imagine that the administration would not, maybe have a colonial point of view or just think of services that aren't exactly what the most disenfranchised part of your community might need. So we worked with loads of associations. In particular, 28 associations are actually part of the Anti-Discrimination Center, and they work shoulder to shoulder with our activists and workers from the city administration. And they receive people who have had any form of discrimination or have witnessed discrimination, and they help orient the victim of discrimination towards psychological support, legal support, services, whatever they may need in the city. And also we are creating focus groups on new policy that we are designing. It's very important to have data on these issues. We know how racism and discrimination is really characterized by underreporting and underrecording. So working with communities and creating services for mobility. How much are buses used by people with a migrant background or not? How can we redesign our cultural services? How can we think of our educational services with the communities in our city and redesign better policy because we have adopted their point of view, not after having created the policy, but before, is really what we're trying to do, to sort of change our perspective and be actively anti-racist in creating new policy for our city.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Such an important information you're bringing to the table about using data to design better public policies. Y ahora, si me permiten.
Now, if you allow me, I'm going to be inviting the Deputy Mayor of The Hague, the city of peace and international law, the city that defends human rights. I'm going to invite her, Ms. Marielle Bavier. Please tell us about the public policies you are implementing in The Hague to fight against racism and discrimination.
First of all, I'm so glad to be here, joined together with all kinds of cities from all over the world, talking about anti-racism and the fight against discrimination, because I think it's really important that we talk to each other and with you about how cities can strengthen and empower the community, our communities, in order to battle against racism and discrimination. So I'm really happy to be here. Thank you very much. The Hague is the international city of peace and justice, where the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court is residing. But we are the most segregated city in the Netherlands. We have 180 different backgrounds amongst our citizens. But also in The Hague, people of migrant origin are the most poor people in our city. And especially the youth is really a victim of that in our city, we see. When I started as a deputy mayor over 2 years ago, I saw a little clip on TikTok from a young radio DJ from The Hague who was rejected in The Hague nightlife on a Saturday night. And what struck me most about this clip was the tons and tons of reaction underneath that clip from all kinds of young people from living in The Hague who said, "Oh, this is my experience every weekend. I never go out in The Hague because there's so much discrimination and racism at the doors of our clubs. I always go out in other cities like Amsterdam or Rotterdam." So that really, really hurt, and it really, really struck, because I thought we need to do something about that. And then I contacted this guy, Nordin was his name, and we spoke about it, and we talked about how his peers experience all the same things. And I also went out and talked with the bouncers who were really angry about this clip. And they said, "We are not racist, we don't discriminate. These guys are always too loud or drunk or too outspoken or too visible." So that was a really hard conversation we had. And now we have a new policy in The Hague, which is safer clubbing and a safer, inclusive nightlife. And we provide training and education to all the clubs in The Hague. And we have a pact with the clubs who really want to do something about it and make a safer nightlife in The Hague and make a more inclusive nightlife in The Hague. And I think that's one of the things we have to start for our youngsters in The Hague, for the students and all the young people, so they can have a safe and inclusive nightlife in The Hague. And another example is today marks the end of the 10 days of activism against femicide and against violence against women, Orange the World. We know that women suffer from violence way more than men, and especially also all kinds of women in The Hague. And I think it's not only important to be anti-racist and anti-discrimination, but it's also important to show that a lot of things happen to all of us. And especially violence against women is really important to look at and in an intersectional way. But unfortunately, the Dutch government, who is very far right these days, but also the policy of the parties in The Hague City Council, they really like to make femicide and domestic violence against women a bicultural problem. And I always say there is absolutely no place for xenophobia in a battle against violence against women. And I think it's really, really important that we show that violence against women, unfortunately, happens to all of us. So I gathered around a group of women last week. I'll be brief. in order to connect all kinds of women from all over the city to be able to empower the women in our city more, but also to show that this happens to all of us and there's no place for xenophobia in the battle against violence against women. So I hope to learn more from you. I heard the Deputy Mayor of London talking about a very important topic, the poverty and of the migrant population. So I really look forward to the rest of this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I must confess I feel so bad controlling the time today because this is so interesting. And as a representative of the city that has the presidency of UCLG nowadays, it's so important that you're bringing gender-based violence to the table. Because we all know that UCLG leads the feminist municipalism, that is so important to bring it to the table when we talk about discrimination. So let me make a commitment as president of ICAR that we are going to continue talking about this and take a step forward on working together between these both networks on fighting discrimination, specifically intersectionally and against women.
Perfect, thank you.
And that's a commitment, fellows. Y a continuación.
And next, after having said that, without warning you, let me give the floor to the Secretary General of UCLG, Emilia Saiz, a symbol of the driving force of the municipal movement. So, Emilia, well, I don't know whether I can control time, but it's my duty to tell you, please abide by the time so that we can have a next round. So what is being done, what can be done in a network such as UCLG to combat racism and discrimination, and considering this framework of alliances that we are building? Well, thank you very much, Fabiana. This kind of words without warning, that's something I love.
For also for the broader understanding, I think, of the audience. What can a network do on this? I think we can do a lot. And one of the toughest things that we need to do is acceptance. I think some of you have already mentioned there is nothing wrong with accepting, yes, we are racist. Yes, we are accepting inequality. Yes, our whole economic system is based on that. And social injustice is part of the DNA as we have conceived our world. And that's the tough conversation that we need to have. And in order to have that kind of tough conversation, then you need to go into the very concrete things that you can do at city level to change those things. I think it is not possible to talk about racism or anti-racism and anti-discrimination without talking about feminism, without talking about persons with disabilities, without talking about migration. The M word has not come up yet in this panel, and it is unavoidable. We need to do that, because if we don't, we will not be talking about the hate speech, the false news, which is the very large part of the narrative that we need to fight when we want to tackle this seriously. And so I think a network like ours that can have that kind of discussion a little bit detached from the domestic affairs and the day-to-day reality of every single city and their neighborhoods has a very, very big responsibility of having that kind of tough discussion without the pressure of the domestic reality, but with the pressure of the peers around the world. That allows you to learn, allows you to change things, allows you to see, okay, what kind of services do we need to provide? And so what we are trying to do in United Cities and local governments is actually three things. I mean, it's changing the paradigm in terms of local service provision and how local service provision is looked at globally. We think that local service provision can be the roots of a new social contract. And that's why in the coming year we have called a local social covenant that we are asking to be the foundation of that social contract, that needs to look at equality from a feminist perspective, that needs to look at government from a proximity perspective, like all of the services that you have describing here, and that needs to present the relation with nature in order to address climate change and others from a commoning perspective, not looking at nature like a mere resource that you use or not, and you see how much you have left, but as a common good that is to be protected, and that is a responsibility of everyone. And if you say that, if you accept that, then you are putting caring for people at the heart of decision making. And that's why that intentional service provision, tackling the diversities that we have, comes about. But I dare say we need to have some of the hard talks around creating opportunity, which seems to be the mantra, is not enough. Opportunities for equality is not enough. Opportunity for anti-racism is not enough. Opportunity is not enough. We need to look at quality, of the quality of the institutions, at the quality of leadership, and at the quality of policies. And so that's the responsibility that we are taking, bringing this a little bit further than the intentionality, than the Sustainable Development Goals is offering us, putting up a notch and trying to think openly about how our world would look like if we conceived a different type of citizenship, including a global citizenship, because some of the red lines that we have crossed recently around international law and the different ways we are reacting to the different conflicts in the world, and about migration and how do we deal with one migrant versus the other, can be tackled if we look at that broader concept of global citizenship. We hope that the local social covenant the coming year will help us do that, and I'm very, very happy that my job has been made so easy by this wonderful panel of members that have said how it is to do the work at neighborhood level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emilia. Tenemos un horizonte, entonces.
So we have a horizon, this commitment, this social covenant, which is a path to the global citizenship that Emilia was talking about, which is a huge challenge. And to continue with this interesting and important dialogue, I would like to give the floor now to someone who is an example of being present, that is the resistance of cities to combat racism and discrimination at times when national policies do not go along. Brazil is possibly the South American country with the hardest experience of slavery, and it was the last one in South America in abolishing slavery. There's very deep, profound, structural racism that is experienced even today. And there are cities like Sao Leopoldo, led by Mayor Ari Banazzi here with us, who are references and strongholds of the combat against racism at a local, regional, and global level. So, Mayor, please, could you tell us in 3 minutes, give us some example of those policies that you're implementing, that your city is implementing against racism? So I'll speak in Portuguese. I would like to thank UNESCO for having invited me to participate in this international forum dealing with a very important structural issue, which is what's happening in many places, especially in our country, that situation. And I'm glad to participate, be a member of this panel, and the majority of its members are women, and that's part of our conquests in the last 100 years. This is reinforcing social fabric and transforms us as subjects, as human beings. Apart from giving examples from my city, I would like to say 2 simple things. First of all, In my opinion, discrimination, racial discrimination, cannot be kind of eliminated unless poverty is eliminated. Poverty is a structural part of modern capitalism. And you know, in the great programs of exploration of people affecting other people, so that racial discrimination is really linked strongly with the economic poverty. Also, in combat, we won't triumph unless there are policies by federal or central governments of countries. So we need political decisions, political structures in order to build the necessary policies in the municipalities. In Brazil, in the last 3 decades, there has been great advancement from the point of view of kind of construction of legal regulatory frameworks of control, so that people could kind of face this situation in the country from the cultural and structural point of view. And I'm meaning fighting against racism. We in São Leopoldo, we are implementing our policies, taking examples from the national policies. In São Leopoldo, in Brazil, we have different elements, like blacks have a priority to enter universities, and we have a kind of quotas of people for legal tender. And also for accepting officials in institutions, because people from other races, from a black race, have more difficulties to become officials. And so we are also putting this topic within the educational system, the educational structure in our municipality. Well, in our schools, it's obligatory to generate this kind of structural discussion, so that the new generations start reducing the problem that we have. In our city, we have a council for racial equality. We have a fund for racial equality, and we have kind of funds to combat racism and construct policies to fight against racism. We have the Secretariat of Human Rights. The federal government has a Ministry of Human Rights. Few Brazilian states have state secretaries for that, and practically no city has a Secretary for Human Rights or racial equality in Brazil. I don't know whether that's normal in Europe or not, but in Brazil, there are very few of such. So we have a very long road ahead, so that people can reduce the inequality and make headway in the combat against racism. And so this must be a process which must make headway in the new societies. And so we must not go back, because sometimes we go back because of this new discourse of hate, racist kind of discourse, homophobic discourse, which is growing a lot in our world, and especially in Latin America. Far right-wing leaderships have emerged. So all the work that we've done in the last 50 years is suffering now from this situation. We are not moving ahead. So it's fundamental to have events such as this one, meetings such as this one. And I was the coordinator, and myself met each other in Argentina in another meeting, and we were talking about that. We think that UNESCO has the political legitimacy, historical legitimacy, to generate the possibility of placing firmly this topic in the world, so that countries, cities can tackle this big issue. It's important that people see that, And I am concerned because I see that we are going backwards, and people who are combating against democracy and with new social organizations. So in the world we live today, there's the fake news, there's lies, there's this discourse which does not add anything at all, is much bigger than the positive discourse of solidarity, of positive things. And so there's a political process of hardening. And so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, and I'm pleased to be in this meeting. So thank you very much, Mayor. It is very important to pay attention to those kind of statements of hate if we want to eradicate discrimination. And last but not least, we have the pleasure of having with us the mayor of La Courneuve, Gilles Pou. I will invite you to tell us about your experience of your town, which policies against racism and discrimination are being implemented. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here amongst you. La Courneuve is a small town in the vicinity of Paris, 15,000 inhabitants. And I'm glad to be here among representatives of such big cities. It's an honor for me to be here with you and be able to tell you what we're doing. The first thing that I would like to tell you about this issue of racism is that we are in a situation that, well, in France we are going backwards, and other people are perceived as foes, as enemies, and so we are building hurdles and barriers. So this kind of discourse is a discourse that reflects a kind of worry and anxiety. And if we want to generate situations as an alternative, I think local powers can help and can contribute there. We must have the possibility with the local powers to have clear political positions which are a counterweight against those hate discourses, hate statements, so that we can generate new alternatives. Unless we are committed with this determination, we won't be able to construct a way of living together, which is fundamental, which is what people want. And within this idea, we have tried to work in a town like La Courneuve. We have tried to denounce and claim this problem of territorial discrimination before the high instances. There's discrimination in town, and there's racialized system. And so we must be able to tell them, you are not guilty, you are victims, you are the victims of inequality. And so we are starting a battle so that the inequality is acknowledged, and so that national policies take this into account, and we are able to fight against this educational inequality in the access to the market, and so on. So in this battle, we've been able to contribute and generate confidence, trust in this groups of population who were suffering mistreatment, who were being questioned because of their origin. And so that has allowed us to contribute so that the population joined together, and thanks to that claim of ours, we made inequality that existed was acknowledged as such. So we realized that when someone stated that he or she lived in La Courneuve, his or her ability to find a job was smaller. And so that was an important battle that we led, and a battle that we led in 2019 with the drafting of an Atlas of Inequalities, which allowed us to continue working in this demand for more and better justice, so that people, the population could get access to places they couldn't have access. Now, our town is a small, 50,000 people town, but with 100 different nationalities and 20% of our population born in Asia. So we needed to understand who are the people inhabiting our town and which are their different cultural origins. We thought that was important to generate public policies which were well adapted, which were kind of understandable for the people, in order to kind of make a path that would make people get closer to each other. If we do not do that from the public powers, these people, not only are they suffering and see that they are rejected, but they won't be able to do anything at all. So as public policies, we had to give a helping hand in order to change, transform these realities. So thanks to that, in order to do that, we've implemented policies such as massive literacy policies or local elections where the foreign population can vote, so that each inhabitant of La Courneuve, independently from its origin, or his or her origin, feels at home. And so that people can kind of have their heads high and participate in the collective enrichment of our city. Because what matters for us is that this diverse population is a wealth in our case. This is something we are working on and will continue working on with great determination. Although it's true that we are a small town, well, thanks to other experiences, thanks to the exchange of experiences, we can make headway. So thank you very much. It's very important to have the presence of small cities or small towns here. We have not much time left, so let me invite each of the panel members that in no more than 2 words, kind of from Emilia coming towards me, that they make a summary of what they would like to say. 5 seconds per word. So Emilia, you have the floor now.
For equality.
That's 4. You see, they can do it.
Co-designed intersectional policies.
You can add a hashtag before each one of those.
I think that our will is to resist and have determination. Robust published policies to protect, empower, provide dignity, and set examples. Many words and little time. Excellent.
Okay, intentional, targeted, anti-racist work.
Democracy,
people's participation, and state policies.
More community up, more with the people instead of about the people, well, more with the people, yeah.
With the people. Muchísimas gracias, como ven.
So thank you very much. In very few words, there are huge commitments. So we would like to thank these men and women panel members for being here with us, and we would like to invite all of you present, all cities and towns, to join the UNESCO's network against Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination.
As the panelists group together for a group picture, if you could be so kind as to do so, allow me to share with all of you that we will now have a very snappy and quick coffee break, and we expect you to be back in the room at 5 to 1. That is 12:55. We see you here for the official opening. Thank you very much. Friends and colleagues, good afternoon to you all. We'll be starting in a few moments. So take a little more time to chit-chat, and we'll be with you in a few moments. Thank you very much. Friends and colleagues, welcome back. And thank you for your patience. I kindly invite you all to take a seat so we can continue our informative, insightful, and inspiring program. So please do take your seat so we can continue. And perhaps the gentlemen and the ladies on the right of the stage, from my perspective, can move a little away so the International Sign Language interpreter can be visible to the camera and the audience, including cameramen and women. Very good. It seems we're almost ready. So remember our ping pong in the opening. I announce and you are excited. Yes? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official opening of the 4th edition of the Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. This forum is a very unique one because it is the only global forum that acts against racism and discrimination and brings together all the relevant stakeholders, from government to the private sector, from civil society to the arts, to, of course, international organizations. And it is, as you know, organized by UNESCO in collaboration with the Spanish Ministry for Equality, the Catalan government, and the City of Barcelona. The forum is part of UNESCO's response to the global call against racism and discrimination, and it is among many projects and initiatives. One of those projects is the Global Alliance Against Racism, which will be launched tomorrow on the 2nd day of our forum. The program for this afternoon is as follows. We'll have 2 ministerial panels. There will be music. Now I'm expecting you to cheer. Good. Lunch is served at about 2:15, and we will conclude what will be a long but very important program at about 7 o'clock. And now it is time for the official opening session. I will call the speakers to the stage one by one, and I'm very happy we are joined by all of them, and it's a pleasure to invite you to the floor. First of all, the Mayor of Barcelona, Mr. Jaume Collboni. Please come forward and have a seat. However you please, sir. Welcome, and thank you for hosting us. The first is yours. Or maybe actually, yes, because the moderator is here. Thank you very much. I'm also honored to invite to the floor the President of Catalonia, Salvador Illa. Welcome, sir. Bienvenido. Benvinguts. I have the pleasure to invite to the floor the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO, Gabriela Ramos. Bienvenida. Yes, we have them for a purpose. Welcome and thanks for joining us on stage again. We're also joined by the Minister of Equality, Ana Redondo Garcia. An honor to have you as well. Thanks for making the time. And I'm very pleased that I can invite to the floor the Nobel Prize in Literature laureate, Mr. Wole Soyinka. Please give him a warm welcome.
I can negotiate this if you give me a hand.
I will. I will touch my daughter with this hand. Who knows what talents I will pass on. We're also joined by the Vice President virtually. So let's have her on the screen. There she is. Bienvenida, madame. And this panel will be moderated by the Director General for Equal Treatment, Non-Discrimination and Anti-Racism at the Spanish Ministry of Equality, Beatriz Carrillo de los Reyes. After she takes her seat, welcome, I leave you in her capable hands. Enjoy.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, dear authorities, dear friends. It's a huge honor and privilege to take the floor in this opening ceremony. Welcome so many people from so many countries here present in this event, and so many people who are really committed, who have arrived from other places, other areas of the world, to celebrate this great event, which has international importance. And we would like to thank UNESCO, the Organization of the United Nations for Education, Science and Culture, for the drive and decision to call on so many national and international authorities from the social, sports, legal, artistic, cultural, political world of communication worlds and all spheres of society, so that we gather together here during these days in Barcelona. And it's not just by chance that the city of Barcelona has been chosen as the main venue to celebrate this 4th edition of the Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination, after the meetings which took place in Paris, Mexico City and Sao Paulo. We at the General Directorate from the Equality Ministry of Spain, and I'm honored to represent, we would like to express you the honor of celebrating this historical moment, this necessary moment, because of what it means for the world, what equality, inclusion and respect means for the world. President of the Generalitat de Catalonia, the Mayor of Barcelona, and the Ministry of Equality for their collaboration to make this Global Forum a reality. During this edition, we have the firm commitment that Barcelona is remembered as the capital city where we moved from words to facts, driving forth a global alliance against racism and discriminations. This is a call to all the nations, to all the governments, to all the political leaders of the world at large, so that they are clearly aware that we have to fight actively against all sorts of racism and kind of protect the developments, inequality and rights for all, as compared to the social chaos and bankruptcy that many want to lead us to. So we want to eliminate the behaviors that make people hate, express hate and discriminate. So we do not wish to have national borders as markers of division among human beings. And some food for thought. My reflection is that recently we've had a world pandemic. We are suffering terrible wars, unsustainable crisis for the world and for peace, and which have really broken the seams of our society. In this kind of troublesome time, the doors have been opened to the industry of hate, which tries to destroy social cohesion and destabilize our societies. But I must say, humbly, that I'm not convinced, or I don't see it clearly enough, that racist ideologies are a direct consequence of economic crisis. I believe rather that they are the result of a loss of identity, of a loss of the human values. And it is true that when there are no means, when we lack economic resources, societies become paralyzed. And from there springs hate against the most vulnerable, the minorities, women, as if we were the culprits for the evils of society. And the question that I would like to ask myself and I would like to ask you is, why, with this simple scheme, are they able to conquer the minds of so many people? How, as a civilization in this 21st century, we do not see things clearly? We just have to look back at history in order not to repeat the same errors we made in the past. Because if we knew clearly what the strength of our principles and world commitments are, such as the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, that today has becomes of 76 years of age, those attitudes would not permeate the minds of people, and racism wouldn't be active anywhere in the world. And in order to do that, we have to start by acknowledging that racism exists, that silence is not an answer, that we cannot conceal it, that it's on our streets, within our schools, in our work places, on TV, and in the press, in the media, and it moves uncontrollably throughout the social media. And I'm saying so because I belong to a big people, 1,000-year-old culture distributed throughout the world with over 14 million people. My ancestors were brutally persecuted, massacred, and exterminated in the gas chambers, just because of what I am today, a free woman, a woman who wants to do what is impossible to change this reality. And I am here today as a political representative, but also as a gypsy woman, a feminist, an anti-racist, to do away with that multiple discrimination that we women suffer, and with this fact that it's just a few of us, the ones who are ever able to participate in the spaces of power. Those of you here in this room can understand me. Those who suffer discrimination in your own body and flesh, you understand me, because we are the children and heirs of slavery, colonization, and exploitation.
So wherever it is that we come from, wherever it is that we live, whatever is the color of our skin, we have all shared one same common history, the same destiny. We have been sought as victims. It's a cruel past of so many people who've been erased from the pages of history only because their origin and their culture was different. Today we live still with the echo of those terrible times. Today, oppression exists, and people judge others because of the color of their skin, because of their origin, because of their ethnic condition, because of their culture. If we want a world of peace, our future cannot be built on the remains of racism and hate. Because of this, these days we are gathering here in Barcelona to end once and for all structural racism and any kind of discrimination that is condemning us to exclusion and poverty. Racism doesn't let you breathe. That asking for help of George Floyd while his life was extinguishing under the knees in full cruelty when he said, "I can't breathe," it made the whole world react. It was a call to end once and for all with discrimination, inequality, violence, segregation, ghettos, stigma. This is enough. Enough. We don't have to prove to anyone that we are twofold, honest and sincere, that we are just as valid, just as good. We are fed up and tired of having to invest treble effort to get that which on the basis of justice and right is ours. And for this, it's essential to leave this global forum with a key strategy, key goals that searches for reparation and wants a more fair and equalitarian society. Ethnic and cultural diversity are a challenge, an extraordinary challenge of the first magnitude in the 21st century, and we must tackle this urgently, directly. We should not be too slow or too cautious or timid. We have to really fight for that place of honor that corresponds to every person. I feel very proud of belonging to a government that has amongst its priorities the fight against racism, the fight for equality, the fight for respect of human rights. I feel very proud of my country, a country which is a mestizo country, and in its DNA it has Arab, black, Gypsy, Jewish blood, so many other cultures that have made of Spain a very diverse and plural country. And Spain is as well a country where, unfortunately, we still see racism, xenophobia, and intolerance happening. And as is well said by our president, Pedro Sanchez, we are sons and daughters of migration, but we will not be the parents of racism and xenophobia. And I end with words of hope, because we have a great future in front of us. And I am sure, convinced that with the commitment of all the institutions, the commitment of all leaders present here, we will indeed attain the dream of living in a better world that defends the values of equality and justice, social justice relentlessly. This is living in peace and freedom. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. And with this now, I shall give the floor, first of all, to Graciela Ramos, the General Director for Social and Human Sciences in UNESCO. She has the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Beatriz. Thank you. After this incredibly powerful message, it's very difficult to take the floor. But anyway, good afternoon, everyone. Ministers.
Welcome you today to the 4th edition of the Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination of UNESCO. After 4 editions and a growing interest, we have been together for yesterday. I exchanged with many of you, and many of you said, this is the place to be. This is the place to be to think about solutions. This is the place to be to recognize these challenges. This is the place to be to join forces. And not only because we are in the beautiful Barcelona, of course in Catalonia. The president is here with us. Thank you so much for hosting us. Major Colboni, we thought about this and it's a reality. Great to have the government of Spain, Minister Redondo, fantastic welcoming here. Having, of course, Marcia Marquez in the web and our wonderful artist represented here, but Wole Soyinka, but also by Nile Rogers. And I want to recognize, of course, our president of the General Conference, Madame. Would you like to stand, because you represent all the members, and that's not a minor issue. And also with our minister, our ambassador Itzeta, who is a representative of Spain in but also from Barcelona. So I don't know, you got all together to be here, and we're really proud to be here. But more importantly, you are all here. Our ministers are here. Our network of policy officials that are joining forces are here. Our cultural artists are here. My teams are here. And every one of you have something to contribute to this very important effort. And the most beautiful message that is coming out from these walls is that we are together and that we know how to deal with these issues and that we are not going to stop the fight, because this is a fight. And we're seeing this backtracking in many ways. And I'm very proud because it was the UNESCO member states that in 2020, after the unfortunate situation that you described, decided that UNESCO had to really upgrade our fight against racism and discrimination. And we launched this global forum, but we are making many other things happen with the cities, with many, many partners. And the context also confirms the value of us being here, as racism and different forms of discrimination shows no sign to abate, show no sign to decreasing. On the contrary, we in the public sphere, in the public discourse, we are allowed to say things that we would have never thought we would be listening in so many years ago. Hate speech, artificial intelligence, compounding all these messages that are just impossible to counter, deep fakes, and of course the deepening of divisions fueled by inequalities, injustices, political polarization, and war. And this picture is consistent. Remember that UNESCO is not only the house of culture and education, it's a house of science. And we came prepared to this discussion because we need the evidence to discuss. And we prepare a global outlook on racism and discrimination using artificial intelligence with the support of the 4 foundations. And just by looking around at what is reported in the media from 2021 to 2024, the picture is not great. From all the reported racist and discrimination incidents in the media, race accounts for 38% of all the incidents. 38%. It's just huge. Gender, 33%, and ethnicity, 20%. Systemic discrimination, because we wish it was an individual case that we're just chasing on the streets, is not. Systemic discrimination embedded in economic, cultural, and institutional structures accounts for 15% of cases, but disproportionately dominates 60% of the most severe cases, illustrating the entrenched nature of inequality. Institutions, the ones that are there to protect us from these ills, are no sparing these. Workplaces, school, law enforcement institutions are involved in 37% of the incidents, further perpetrating exclusion. So this is the size of the challenges, because then if we go into intersectionality and the fact of being a woman, of being from the gypsy origins, of being a black woman, it's really a picture that we will not accept. And I think this is the message of this group. We will not accept it. And I'm seeing our goodwill ambassadors here with us also, Evda and Shuli joining us. Gender, again, backtracking, even with all the decisions that we have taken. Congratulations to Spain. I think that the agenda on gender is fantastic. But again, we seem to be rowing against the tide. And then how do we succeed? Well, by coming together and by joining forces, and you count on UNESCO. You count on UNESCO because we have this global forum, and it's a unique place, and you know it because I have heard how much you learn from each other, you connect with each other, we come with the best practices, we come with the bad practices because we can also learn from the bad practices, but we come together to address these issues. And we support you with our anti-racist toolkit that is almost like a mirror where we need to see. Sometimes we don't like the image, but we continue ensuring that we go better next time. We have the master classes against racism and discrimination, the work on mentalities. Of course, history matters, and I'm so glad that we are joined also by so many people that are looking at the roots of enslaved peoples. And one thing that we need to talk is about reparations, people from African descent. As I said, the majority of the racist expression goes through this very important issue. Therefore, we are here together to take action, as you also mentioned. We're looking forward for the launching of the Global Alliance Against Racism. Let me tell you, I was being interviewed by very strong journalists here in this region, and they were asking me, Global Alliance, what is that? And when I told them what was inside, they did not question. And that's good, because the media is very demanding. They did not question because you members have put the question of affirmative action, you have put the question of a transversal approach, intersectionality, very different contributions from the civil society, very different contributions from the cities, from the regions, governments investing in data and research, and supporting the work, of course, of a network of policy officials, which is the spinal cord of this effort. So, yes, the environment is challenging. It almost gets us into this sense of urgency. But I think that being together, as I said, I'm very, very convinced that we will succeed. But let's be as concrete, let's be as focused, let's be as united, and let's just try to reverse these trends and to build a much more inclusive and sustainable societies. So great to be here. Thank you for joining us. I think, as you said, it's going to be historic, and I hope that next year when we meet in the next forum, we will make progress and we will be proud for what we have been accomplishing here all together. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. Now we have the Mayor of Barcelona, Mr. Jaume Collboni. He has the floor. Thank you very much indeed. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be using Catalan especially in my speech because this is the Catalan language and it shows the diversity we have in Spain. And first and foremost, I will say hello to the very honorable President of the Catalan government, Mr. Illa, the Minister for Equality, Ms. Redondo, the Vice Director of UNESCO, Gabriela Ramos, and the diverse authorities, the Ambassador of Spain and UNESCO, and all the authorities and representatives of the world of culture, civil society, and ministers, mayors. You are all very welcome to Barcelona. Welcome.
UNESCO Global Against Racism and Discrimination. Nos gustaría que la idea fuerza de este encuentro.
We would like, and when Gabriela told us about the idea of holding this summit, and this was a year and a half ago already, well, when she came to us, I have to say that in a very intuitive and quick manner, we immediately said yes. We said, yes, we're going to do this. Well, let's have it in Barcelona, absolutely. Because it's a heritage, and this is what Barcelona manages every time it organizes or hosts great international events. And the heritage that we would like to have out of this encounter, and this is known by all the UNESCO people and all our teams, is a double heritage, because as Gabriela said, first and foremost, it means heritage in that we established this global alliance, definitely, to fight against racism and discrimination. So the ability of self-organization of the civil society at an international level, yes? And this is the ability that local, regional, and national and international governments have. And also it's the ability of multinational institutions and bodies such as UNESCO, now more necessary than ever. And it's also another heritage, the heritage of let us change the rhythm, let us change the demand, let us change the accents and highlights of the fight against racism and discrimination, because from the conclusions drawn out of this forum, well, I'm sure that one of the main conclusions will be that it is not sufficient with not being racist. It is not enough only to fight against inequality or denounce discrimination where it happens. What has to be done is to go a step further in the context in which we are right now in the world. We see how the speech of hatred is on the increase. We see how forces contrary to equality and openly racist are obtaining power in important nations. We have to go one step further, and we have to very actively and openly be not only non-racist, but anti-racist. Yes, that is the change that we would like to see, and we would want it to be also a heritage to remain in the future meetings and encounters that will take place in the future. Because racism in our societies, when we have so many that want to make out of something racial a political issue, those that want to polarize the political life in democracies in many nations, these persons are causing more division, more tension. Well, to fight this, to go against this, we raise our voices to say enough. And we do so from the world of culture, from civil society, from all those organizations committed to the fight against racism. And we say this also from the different multilateral institutions and bodies such as UNESCO, because racism, unfortunately, is structural and it is perpetuating inequalities and discriminations. And this affects millions upon millions of people in their free access to equal opportunities, free access to resources and rights. So the idea is to do away, to dismantle these structures, these racist structures and practices, and also to fight against economic inequalities to get to a society based on justice and equality. In this forum, we want to renew, reinforce, and recommit to this fight against racism and discrimination. And it is within this context that we wanted to be the hosts of this summit, reinforcing positively as well the value of diversity. Diversity based on the acknowledgement of the other, the acknowledgement of the differences and equalities as regards rights and singularities, because diversity makes us more free and it makes us fair and respectful and equalitarian. Diversity makes us stronger and more resilient as a society. And diversity also makes us be more competitive, even in the economic field. And when this happens, where it happens clearly, precisely, is in large cities. Yes, it is in large cities where this happens. Today in Barcelona, we have 1.7 million inhabitants living together. Out of these 1.7 million, 400 people belong to 180 different nationalities, speaking 300 different languages. Obviously, Catalan and Spanish are the languages that all of us use and know, but as well as these, as I say, nearly 300 languages. That is the diversity of the city of Barcelona, and very possibly it shares this diversity with so many cities in the world. So the imperative here, the moral, political imperative, is to make it possible to have people living together in diversity, because that makes it possible for humans to live well and happily. And cities are essential. We are crucial in this fight against hatred and racial discrimination. I'm going to be mentioning Manuel Castells. He is a Catalan philosopher, an internationally acclaimed philosopher, very well known in Spain and Catalonia. More than 20 years ago, Manuel Castells said that cities have to be able to structure a shared identity, a project identity that looks towards the future, an identity that overcomes the temptation that, as we know today, is really strong, of building resistance identities that are anchored in a past which is very often made into a myth. So today we are all active. We must all be very active in this fight for diversity and in this fight against discrimination. I'm coming now to the end of my words to tell you that in the last weeks and months, and UNESCO knows, Gabriela knows it full well, we wanted to promote in Barcelona a campaign that has been now lasting for a few weeks. And the name of the campaign is Voices Against Racism. That's the name of the Barcelona campaign. More than 60 different activities distributed amongst the different neighborhoods in the city. We've had the involvement and participation of activists and NGOs, associations, and the sentence is, unite your voice against racism. When we presented the campaign in the city council, the footballer Lilian Tuan, who was the person opening the campaign, an ex-football player and now an activist against racism, he reminded us about the fact that racism is not an unavoidable reality, but rather a historical construct, a cultural construct. And Turan said something that I, as a white man, something that really struck me as a white man that I am, and that is that we are all racialized people. We are all racialized. And Turan said more. He said, the white people, we as white people don't see ourselves as racialized people, but we are. Because being white entails privileges and a way of being in the world. So because of this, it is absolutely essential that in this forum, in this global forum, we agree on joint actions to fight against racism. And I end by telling you that this place in which we are meeting today, this place, which is the name of it, this forum precisely, and this name comes from a huge international event that took place in 2004 in Barcelona. It was the Universal Forum of Cultures. So, you see, it means. I mean, it was really one of the reasons of the latest transformation of Barcelona in its last northern section, the part where the city comes to an end, in that it kind of comes to an end in the sea. And the engine of the transformation was precisely an international encounter under the aegis of UNESCO. And the goal was to unite, to add, to get different voices of different cultures of the world together. And I'm talking about the year 2004, 20 years ago. So physically, the place where we are right now is something remaining from this last huge international event that took place in Barcelona. And it had to do with diversity, culture, and also racism and discrimination. And all this, where we are right now, has been part of what remained and the memory too. This is an example of the commitment of the city of Barcelona. Barcelona is an open city, a committed city, an active city, and also a city with the will of leaving a heritage for the future. So this forum is not only a space for reflection, it has to be also a meeting point to decide on specific action plans. We have to make sure that our peoples, our neighborhoods, our cities, our societies as a whole feel proud of being diverse and proud of being anti-racist. So, dear friends, let's make sure that our societies unite in diversity. Thank you very much indeed, and you are very welcome to Barcelona.
Muchísimas gracias, alcalde. Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias, alcalde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Now we have the next speech with Mr. Wally Solinka, Nobel Prize of Literature. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I deal in images. My profession involves images. And those of us who dish out images tend to be haunted more than other people in other professions, perhaps, by images, whether positive or negative. And I believe, however, that one image which would be very difficult for most of the world to abandon all that easily would be, in recent times at least, the image of a white police officer with his knee on the neck of a black citizen. And the final words of that citizen were, "Officer, I can't breathe." From I can't breathe, however, the world has moved to a condition which can be summed up by my saying, the world holds its breath. And why? Because from that same nation of I can't breathe, we have an election which is thrown to the fore. Election of one of the most powerful nations in the world, whose current leader said, "Can't you find me some more migrants of the blue-eyed Nordic people?" And in the same breath, of course, refers to the others as citizens of shit countries. I quote again, shit countries. Well, I'm proud to be one of them. I come from Nigeria, which is also designated shit country. And I'm very happy to be also with my compatriots, other citizens of shit countries like Mexico. Welcome. Plus a few others which I can't remember. I think Haiti was another one. But we should form our own conglomeration, our own UNESCO of shit countries perhaps, and meet and defy him. Well, yesterday, I also had cause to hold my breath unexpectedly last night at dinner, because we were taken to this incredible creative production, a museum, And as we were taking round, I found that I was holding my breath. Why? Because another image had flashed across my mind. On this occasion, and of course on similar occasions, I've been asked, what can the individual do in this connection, in this common fight? What can groups do? And we can only use our various professions, our contacts, associations, preoccupations, to fight this monstrosity, which we all agree, to which we all agree to give the name racism, discrimination, intolerance, etc., etc. Why did I hold my breath? My mind went, I had a flash across my mind. In this very nation called Spain. And it so happened, if you will remember the Expo, the Spanish Expo, huge extravaganza, which contained virtually all the nations of the world, creative, science, the culture, music, etc. And I had a troupe performing in Siena, in Italy, one of my new plays. And we were invited, impromptu, by one of the directors of the Spanish Expo to join the theater manifestations with preferably a short play. We were virtually on our way back to Nigeria after performing in Siena. And I said, no, I would not come to Spain. And why? There had been a recent controversy about another museum, a smaller museum in Spain, in a small village, but it was quite a famous museum. If I'd had time between yesterday and today, I would have given you all the details, the year, etc., etc. And what was this image? This was the image of the famous, I think it was called the Hottentot, Hottentot woman, or the Venus, something Venus, or the Venus from an African nation. And this image was the image of that woman, and there was also a warrior involved, as I said quite a while ago. So I'm losing some of the details, but you can all check for yourselves. And this was a dead, but authentic African woman who'd been embalmed and was put on exhibition. And there had been some controversy about it. Why should a human being go to the taxidermy, be taken to the taxidermist, and then propped up for people to gawk at from all corners of the world? And I said I wasn't coming to Spain. Then there was pressure, and after a while I said, well, why not? Yes, I will come to Spain for that expo, for that performance. And so I got my members of my group together, and we quickly improvised a dramatic sketch as critique of this exhibition, this degradation of another human being. And so we came to Spain. I believe it was Madrid. If I'm wrong, please forgive. I'm getting old, and details sometimes fly out. But I do not forget events. And we brought that, and we did a street performance in critique of this degradation of this figure. Well, I have no idea whether this contributed eventually to the removal of that insult to African humanity or not. But that image was wiped out by the removal of that human being, even though dead. Whether I contributed or not, I have no idea. The important thing was that we were able to use our trade in images towards the correction of this anomaly, this obscenity, the disrespect for the African body, the African figure. And so in all our various ways, whenever we can, we have the opportunity, there is never a lack of means of making a statement which may not affect the situation of discrimination, racism immediately, but is a little a little chip of this monolith that weighs down the world and just degrades the possibility of a harmonious existence and tolerant existence and mutual respect among the races of the world. And so that's just one instance which came to me yesterday. And so, yes, in the museum, I said, as we were looking at all those various animals, fauna, etc., stuffed, I said to myself, I hope I'm not going to encounter that Hottentot body here. I did not. So, bit by bit, we make progress. Thank you very much.
Una enorme inspiración.
It's great inspiration for the world. And my role is to be a little bit unpleasant, but the organization has asked me to be brief. So I don't have the right to ask you to be brief because I haven't been brief. But if we can try, it would be a good thing because we have a big delay. Now, we have the honor of hearing the words from someone not present in this room, but virtually. We'll hear her online. Francia Marquez, Vice President of Colombia. So you have the floor. I would like to greet all the people present in this forum of UNESCO about the combat against racism and racial discrimination. It's an honor for me to be here, be part of this dialogue from a distant place via this kind of means of communication. But what's important is that we can build together. And so I want to applaud the proposal of setting up a global network to combat racism and racial discrimination. As an African descendant, racialized woman, the first thing that I have to say is that racism and discrimination, racial discrimination, kills us. It's a violence, systematic violence and permanent violence against us. That's not a single day that those descendants of an African origin do not suffer systemic racism in a way or other. And that is pain in our soul and damages us. That does not allow us to live with dignity. But we cannot be alien to that. And in a forum like this one, I cannot but just let pass by this without saying that racism is anchored on colonial structures, structures which created the slavery system, and that the people of African origin still suffer the consequences, the impact, of the damages of that system has generated in all the spheres of society. Education, which is part of UNESCO's tasks. We still have an educational system which excludes, discriminates, and is violent against the historically excluded and discriminated populations. Science, if we are to speak of science, science is still the privilege of white men. A black woman is categorized as a witch, but never as a scientist. That's still part of the systemic and structural racism that we kind of witness still today. It has been said here, and today we commemorate the Declaration of Human Rights. We must restore our dignity as human beings. Racism, colonialism, and these oppression structures set up the basis to dehumanize people, to separate us and not recognize that we are part of the human family. And that structure, that system still persists. And it translates into not only us being discriminated upon because racism is taught, but it translates into the living conditions under which racialized people live, conditions which are inhuman, terrible conditions, conditions of systematic and structural violence. We bear witness to the humanity which has as a structure racial states that still maintain those structures. Colombia, my country, is a racial or racist state, even though today we have an alternative government, a popular government, people's government, but the racial, racist structures of the Colombian state still remain. That's why women like us of African origin have on average life expectancy of 5 years less. It's not just indigenous children, but black children who die of malnutrition, and it's the black youth who are killed as George Floyd was killed murdered in the United States, as policial violence, which is a violence against our youth. And that has to do with the fact that each racialized person is seen as a criminal. As some say, we black people or people of African origin, the color of our skin from the moment we are born makes us guilty, and those structures of the colonial and racist system is a part of what we have to combat against. It's not by saying, oh, I like black people. No, we have to implement policies. We cannot be lukewarm, and as was said today, and that means a real transformation of our society, our states, that, well, in our country, the people suffering the greatest inequality are racialized people, ethnic peoples, or those of an African origin, and those are the ones who bear the brunt of this armed conflict and structural violence. In this respect, today, on the Day of Human Rights, that we have this event, this forum, means that we are kind of focusing on the human rights from a point of view of ethnic and racial justice perspective. So, from the point of view of our government, the government of change, we have led the need to build an agency, an agenda of reparation, of repair, to combat the effects of racism, colonialism, and the slavery that's still suffered by those of an African origin. So in this respect, we wanted to advocate in the United Nations so that they recognize those of African descent as a people, because the United Nations system is still racist and discriminatory system. I would like to celebrate the effort being made by UNESCO by giving recognition to the culture as human's heritage, the memory of Africans, or those of African descent. But at the same time, UNESCO has recognized as humankind's heritage all the colonial symbology, which degrades our human condition. And I think that there's a huge challenge there. If we want to transform those symbolic images which are recognized as humankind's heritage and which still degrade and perpetuate the attitude against our human condition. On the other hand, economic resources are needed. A global alliance against racism is not enough unless it is made into concrete things with concrete funding for the interventions for transformation and change of our societies. Therefore, we propose as Colombian representatives that to this global alliance, a fund is attached that is implemented for repair the effects of colonialism, slavery, and racism, structural racism. It's with concrete actions that that is achieved, but that means having budgets. On few occasions, we have enough funding for the interventions which have to do with combating racism. And so then our speech falls down, crumbles down, the good intentions crumble down. Those intentions need concrete budgets, and that's the invitation we make. We launched to use so that global alliance to combat racism and discrimination has funding, has a budget, which allows us to anchor actions for change and transformation. And last but not least, I would like to also say my own experience of racism, since I occupied this post of the Vice President of Colombia. When I was an activist, a social activist, an advocate for human rights and the environment and life, the headlines in the media were really very, very mild. When I decided to move into politics to dispute power, and then I became the first woman who's been a vice president of this country, the messages changed. There was a narrative that I heard since I had been a daughter, so those very mild messages were transformed into the clumsy one, the unable one, you name all the adjectives and stereotypes that we've had to live with. And why? Because racism and discrimination wants to undermine the dignity of people, a people who can never dispute the power without that colonialist structure created, that white supremacy. It cannot be accepted that a woman of an African descent can dispute that power generated with oppression, discrimination, and exploitation, and wielded by a white supremacy which has governed us in this country. So today, the narrative sent to the Colombian people, my brothers and sisters of an African descent, is that never again dare you dispute power. Never again dare you dispute power, because it belongs to the white supremacy. So that's what we are talking about when we speak of systemic racism and structural racism, and that entails also structural changes. Combating racism is not just something for those who experience it, for racialized people. Combating racism is humankind's problem, as humankind that has to take it up. So with these words, I would like to thank for having been invited to this space, and as a Vice President of Colombia and Minister for Equality, I would like to contribute and make the necessary efforts so that we are able to transform so much suffering, so much pain, and especially to leave to our children as a legacy a better world where we are not discriminated upon because of the color of our skin, gender and identities, or simply by the place where we were born. Thank you very much. And we'll continue here until we make this dream come true. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Vice President of Colombia. How many women, how many men feel reflected in your words? How much fight still left for us to engage in? And now I have the honor to introduce and ask to take the floor our dear Minister of Equality, Ana Redondo, my boss. Good morning or good afternoon. It's a great pleasure. Dear Beatriz, thanks for sharing this historical moment, this very important moment. UNESCO authorities, dear Vice President Gabriela. It's an honor, Vice Director, also the President of the Generalitat of the Catalan government, Dia Salvador, and of course our Mayor, Jaume Collboni, who's our host, and all authorities and all the members of civil society, activists, who are present here, claiming for equality, engaging in this fight against discrimination and of course against racism. It's not just a coincidence that we are gathering here in Barcelona. Barcelona is an open city, as the mayor was telling us. It's an inclusive city, but it's a city which has grown, which has developed, and is a social, economic, cultural reference precisely because of the integration of diversity, precisely because it's an open city that loves the expression of diversity, cultural diversity of the people living here. And this is not this historical day is not just a coincidence. It is the anniversary of the Declaration of Human Rights, a declaration which we must read and reread from time to time, the preamble of which says that freedom, justice and peace depend precisely on the respect to human rights for each of the people who make up this large, this great human family. And that's a perfect summary of what civilization is, which moves towards prosperity. It couldn't be said or expressed in a better way. And it is good to remind everybody of this preamble at historical crossroads, which are moments which are so complex as the ones we are experiencing now, with new challenges. 76 years ago, we were coming out of a terrible war, which was a world confrontation, and we had renewed energy to construct a future which would be a future of dignity and prosperous future for everyone, men, women, without discrimination, without racism, without hate. Today, 76 years later, that challenge is still valid. It's absolutely a challenge which is alive. We've made headway. Yes, we cannot say we haven't, but the new challenges are there. We see them on the horizon. We coexist with them every day. The challenge of negationism, of populism, which offers easy solutions, simple solutions to complex problems. The fake news, the lies, the mud that generates violence, that kind of destroys bridges. The challenge of the social media, which are no doubt instruments of progress, but that at times, if they are not well used, if they are used with evil purposes, do reinforce us in our stereotypes, in our prejudices, in our racism and also hates. What matters most is it kind of destroys the human community, which is a diverse community and an inclusive community where each person must be able to evolve and develop her own life project in peace, in the midst of a world which must move towards greater civilization, towards peace and non-violence. Those are the challenges which this moment poses to us, and this very complex historical crossroads. There's representation of 70 countries here because you believe that a democratic, peaceful, with justice and freedom civilization for everyone, without restrictions, without racism, without discriminations, is possible. And I sincerely believe that it is possible. It is possible because there's no alternative to this. There's no alternative to progress. Which is the alternative? A world of violence? A world of discrimination? A world of being kind of subdued, of dominion of ones over others, of women subdued by others? That's not the alternative in a global world, in a future which must help every person develop fully develop his dignity with all the rights. So that's why I sincerely believe that the alternative is here. It is in this forum, in this global forum, with all the countries and civil society at large, really involved, because you cannot be lukewarm, as it was said before. We cannot be just someone who just looks or calls himself non-racist. We need activists, we need activist countries and also active civil society in order to eradicate racism, eradicate xenophobia, eradicate machoism and all the discriminations. And I believe that the alternative is multilateral, of course, otherwise it wouldn't be. We need that global alliance which pushes us, drives us forth, reinforces us, and makes us join together to continue deepening into this matter, as we are going to do these days. But the commitment must be taken up by each country. Each country must be totally involved in this just war, the only just, fair war, which is the war to advocate for human rights for all. And sincerely, I think that there are 5 factors that we have to work on in each country in order to contribute to that global alliance. First, we need data, we need knowledge, we must know exactly which are the percentages, know the reality in order to establish public policies to confront it. Without knowing reality very well and without having common elements with which to compare, it would be very difficult to move forward. We need science, we need statistics, we need deep knowledge of which are the discriminations, where racism is, where and why it takes place. That's knowledge, and we need global knowledge and shared knowledge, but also we need to make the effort. Each country has to make an effort to know its reality as best as possible. And second, we need education, because without education, without boys and girls being educated in respect, in democracy, in knowing the other, in empathizing with the other, knowing what he or she thinks, wants, that's necessary for a better society. We need to work and better the educational systems, and we need respectful legislation with all the rights of all people, because we, men and women, we are all equal, and that legislation must be part of constitutions like the Spanish Constitution, which is a great agreement, the constitutions of your countries, which are large social agreements where rights and values are reflected, where our principles are reflected as a society, as the great human family. We also need strong institutions with roots in equality, institutions which project themselves with that collaboration that we were alluding to, with institutional collaboration, but collaboration with society, collaboration with activism, collaboration with associations which are fighting every day, which are there every day working on the reality that we need to transform. And last but not least, and the Colombian Vice President said it very well, we need resources. Logically, without resources, you cannot move forward. And you cannot move forward at the pace we need to move forward, as the mayor said. So rhythm, path, speed is important. We cannot wait for decades so that this new society which emerges from this alliance, which is the hope for the future of the world, we cannot wait for decades. We have to make processes nimbler, and in order to do that, we need resources. I think we have to work on all that and have a deep dialogue. So that's why I think that this 4th forum is so necessary, because we are the world's hope. We are the lights shining in so much darkness, because we are the peace which comes from recognizing the other, her diversity in a context of so much violence, because we've gone back to so much violence and there's this dark caverns in the world. We need the light of progress and the light of the Declaration of Human Rights to guide us. So that's why we are going to be really watchful. We at the government of Spain, that with President Pedro Sánchez at its head, we are very committed in the fight against racism and discrimination and in favor of equality. We are a country firmly committed with it, and we will continue being so, and taking with all those elements, working on all those elements. We'll be very watchful, and we'll heed everything you discuss in order to continue working together, all of us, men and women, in that great alliance, which is the hope. So you are the hope. We are the hope. Let's work for hope. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, querida ministra.
Thank you very much indeed, dear Minister. And finally, we invite, for the closing of this opening session in this official ceremony, the President of the Catalan Government, Mr. Salvador Illa. Thank you very much. You have the floor, sir. Good afternoon, Minister, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Francia Marquez, Vice President of Colombia, dear Gabriela, Simon Nicolescu, President of the UNESCO Conference, excellent Mr. Volzolinka. Thank you, Beatrice. Dear Miguel Iceta, welcome, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, and representatives of all the countries present here today. Hello.
We're choosing Barcelona and Catalonia to celebrate this 4th Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination, and I would like to thank the involvement of the Barcelona City Council, the Mayor, and of the Ministry of Equality of the Government of Spain. La unió institucional de la Generalitat de Catalunya amb l'Ajuntament.
I have to say that the Government of Catalonia, together with the Government of Spain and the Municipal Government of Barcelona, represent the fight against racism and any kind of discrimination. Ours is a strong commitment that is reflected as well in the recent Cross of St. George, one of the most prestigious awards given by the government, and we have given it to an institution fighting against racism. All human beings are born the same, with equal rights and an equal right to respect. We must always remember the first article of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights today, 76 years ago, since it was signed by the Assembly of the United Nations. But it's even more necessary to continue to work to make sure that this Declaration of the Universal Human Rights becomes a reality, becomes fact. To do so, we have to guarantee equality of duties and rights of any person, whatever the condition, wherever they live, whatever the language it is that they speak, whatever the color of their skin, and whomsoever it is that they love and who they think of. And on the basis of this day, to eliminate racial discrimination, Pope Francis said that racism, and I quote, "Racism is a virus that mutates easily, and instead of disappearing, it hides. But it is always there, waiting to pounce. Racism, racist, xenophobous and intolerant attitudes are not spontaneous. If there are speeches of hate of the extreme right wing that have become part now of national parliaments and can even govern countries with racist messages, it's not just by chance, it's not a random occurrence. Racism has powerful allies nowadays. First of all, ignorance. So we must make sure to reinforce education right from preschool and primary education. We have to guarantee public education in which human rights and tolerance, or better said, intolerance against those that want to reduce resources is shown. Secondly, lies. We have to really be direct and harsh. There are no alternative truths. You have truth and lies and matters that one can opine on. And nowadays, with the law, following the law, those who lie about migrants and those who do it on the basis of social networks, whoever it is that does that, pseudo media, politicians, whoever, whatever, we mustn't allow for that. And then third, social inequalities. The governments of developed countries have a huge responsibility. We all do. That's why here in Catalonia we are deploying policies to make sure that we dismantle one by one, systematically, methodically, all forms of hate speech. This means, first and foremost, to have good public service, more and better schools, more and better primary care centers, more and more safety, and more and better housing. And also, we have to pay attention to the different neighborhoods, because it is precisely in the neighborhoods where the battle is fought about hope. And we must make culture and language tools for integration, tools for full integration. As the philosopher said, if we want a tolerant society, we must be intolerant with intolerance. And for this reason, here in this forum, I want to repeat once again what in Catalonia we have very clear. Catalonia has been and is still and wants to continue to be a land of welcome on the basis of conviction, option, and necessity. And this has to continue to be this way, because anyone coming to make Catalonia better is a Catalan with the same rights and also duties as any one of us. We must give names and surnames to migration, because precisely the first thing that hate speech wants to do is depersonalize and dehumanize these persons and everyone else. It's not only words, it's much more. From the Government of Catalonia, we want to go a step forward, and because of this same morning, the Executive Council has approved the fact of having a human rights assessment council incorporating NGOs, entities and associations working with vulnerable groups and working with people, guaranteeing a good design of public policies for the protection of human rights. We want that the defense of equality, justice and dignity for all citizens is an intersectional commitment of all our governmental action. Catalonia wants to be a reference in the defense of human rights in Europe and in the world. And for this reason, you have my commitment and that of my government. We want to actively participate in this forum and work on the conclusions and what is actually developed. We in Catalonia and UNESCO have a strong, close connection, and we will continue to have this connection, Gabriela, because Catalonia needs referential institutions such as UNESCO. We need hope, optimism. Living together in diversity is much more than a wish. It is essential to preserve our world and humankind. Thank you and have a good conference.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, pues hemos llegado.
Okay, well, here we are at the end of the official opening ceremony. So now we have officially opened this world-scale event, and it is a historical moment. I would like to say goodbye with a traditional Roma goodbye, which is Sastipai Mastibeng, health and freedom. Thank you.
Yes, I'll announce it. Let's please, Your Excellencies, as well as the moderator, one more round of applause as they group together for a group picture. Can we please have some light in the room? And I'll give the photographers just one more chance to take a quick snap. Now I kindly ask Your Excellencies to return to your seats, but then remain standing so we can take a family picture from this perspective. And I ask everyone else in the room, if you can and want to please stand up to be on the family picture. And the photographers will now take the stage. This never happens, photographers on the stage. So if you could all stand up. Excellent. Thank you very much. Please take your seats.
Bueno, así con lo largo que soy me voy para
We're about to have our musical interlude. In a few moments, I'll be inviting an exceptional Cuban artist to the stage. But only, of course, after you take your seats. All right. So I kindly ask that you take your seats so we can continue the program. All right, so up next, whether you're ready or not, is Cuban singer. And I'm expecting your applause when I announce her name. Brenda Navarrete. And she will come in singing.
É que fala, fala, ouço. Aê. É que fala, fala, ouço. Aê. Omoteca e fa. Alasire, odororefa. É que fala, fala, ouço. La de coyu. Y ya lo demos como loco a la tía cachapa. Y ya lo demos como loco a la tía cachapa. A la tía cachapa. Oche minie. Oche minie. Aquachama y coco, aquachama y coco. Oche minie. Oche minie. Aquachama y coco, aquachama y coco. Ya los de apetepi. Aquachama y coco. Yeye omo fuñaca. Ebujilodo milodo Yeye omo fuñaca. Ebujilodo milodo Ibo chache. Adideo. Yeye omo fuñaca. Ebujilodo milodo Oche minie. Everybody, todos juntos. Oche minie. Aguachama y coco, aguachama y coco. Ya los de apetepi, orumila, aguachama y coco. Bara, olo yurioso que boda. El enguara, bumiodo. Wolo yetu tu mapi, omo nila wana mama kenya irawo. Bara suayo, omo nila wana mama kenya irawo. El egua o bara suayo. Omonila wana mama kenya irawo. En el tiempo en la colonia, tiempo de censarivo, tiempo en que los negros Congo repiqueteaban tambor. En el tiempo en la colonia, tiempo de censarivo, tiempo en que los negros Congo repiqueteaban tambor. Chimbala bum 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 bum, ting kata chica inke ata, bing pada bum bing bing bum. Ay, mi Dios, qué tiempo aquello en que los negros tocaban tambor. En el tiempo de la colonia, tiempo de censarivo, tiempo en que los negros Congo repiqueteaban tambor, tiempo en que los negros Congo repiqueteaban tambor, repiqueteaban tambor, repiqueteaban. Repiqueteaban, repiqueteaban tambor, bum bam bam bam, chong, ding la la la, bum, al ding ding dong, ding 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 la, ay la la, bum, ding 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 ding, Oche minie. ¿Cómo? Oche minie. ¿Y? Aguachama y coco, aguachama y coco. Ya lo dejo para mí. Orumila, awachama, y coco. Lim la ba li li li, ba li la la la. En Cuba nosotros tenemos una célula rítmica que se llama clave y es muy rica, muy rápido la pueden coger y la rítmica de la clave es así. ¿Sí? Li la li li li, li li la li 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 lo. Oh, 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 ay, mo alia, bolibili, bo, bibili, bili, bo, bo, chambo, bili, bila, oh, oh. Mamá, yo quiero saber de dónde son los cantantes que los encuentro galantes y los quiero conocer con su trova fascinante que me las quiero aprender. ¿De dónde serán? ¿Serán de La Habana o de Barcelona? Música cubana, son de la loma, pam, 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 canta en el llano, pam, 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 olé. Ya verás, tú verás. ¿Estás lista? Ocheminie. Más fuerte. Ocheminie. Y ahora pido un aplauso para mí. Y muchas gracias, Brenda Navarrete de Cuba. Aguachama y coco. Ya lo dejo para mi orumila. Aguachama y coco. Ocheminie. Aguachama y coco, aguachama y
Mike, please. Yes. Ochemidie. No? Okay, I'm not as good as her. Brenda Navarrete. Give it up for her one more time. All right, we now have lunch at the second floor, and please be back in the room at 3:45 for the first ministerial panel. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
gonna put the music.
Sit down.
Yes.
All right, good afternoon and welcome back. Kindly take your seats so we can kick off with a fireside chat with a global celebrity I'm sure you're interested to meet and listen to. I'll give you a few more seconds to actually take your seats. Thank you for your collaboration. All right, there goes. So we will be having 2 ministerial panels this afternoon, but we will start with what has been titled a fireside chat. This one will be moderated by the Assistant Director General of the Social and Human Sciences sector at UNESCO, whom you already met, Gabriela Ramos, and she'll be interviewing an iconic figure in culture, a Grammy Award-winning musician whose art has touched millions of hearts. He's also the founder of the We Are Family Foundation in the United States. Please welcome Gabriela, who will be interviewing Nile Rodgers. I'm expecting the applause to be a little louder.
So yes, you can cheer because we have Nile Rodgers with us. Isn't it great? And I feel it's an amazing moment because, of course, we're coming back from the launch and we're a little bit relaxed. So it's great to have him. It's great to have Nancy Hunt with us here and Shamta, who connected us, and Patricia, and all of these people that make magic happen. I know that you know Niall because he's... who doesn't know Niall? The most wonderful musician ever. Not only because of his music that is fantastic. We all danced and we all learned the words. We can sit. We all learned the words. But you also use your music, your art, your inspiration to bring societies closer, to address challenges. You were telling me the story of some trees that were fantastic, but also because you have this fantastic foundation, as was mentioned by Ali, the We Are Family Foundation, supporting young people all around the world. And we are now working with the We Are Family Foundation in UNESCO because we have this commonality that we want to support young people. So without any further ado, my dear Niles, I would like you to share with the public here. I said it in the morning, the magic of this group is that you have people coming from all walks of life, but each one of them committed to building a world without racism and discrimination. You have used your power, your artistic and musical power, to convey that message. So why don't you tell us a little bit of your life story and how you came about to this magnificent contribution? I know you don't like to be flattered, but there's no other way today.
So, let me just say that in a very strange way, I was the luckiest person in the world. My very first music job was with Sesame Street. And you all know Sesame Street, right? Yes. Who are the people in your neighborhood? So anyway, I started there. And what I got was a wonderful education about people and about children and about learning and about caring. And that quickly turned into a professional career. Now, at the time, I hadn't connected it. To me, I was just playing music and I got enough money to pay my rent. But what happened that was life-changing is I was studying classical music very, very diligently. And I used to play classical guitar, but mainly Spanish guitar. You know, all the great composers, Luis Milan, and like everybody, I mean, it was just everything. And I used to make a living playing television commercials for coffee from Colombia. And anybody from Colombia? Okay, Saverin, Juan Valdez. I'm the sound of Juan Valdez. So all my life, that's what I play. Juan Valdez, he goes, he picks the coffee beans. If he likes it, the music is happy. If he doesn't like it, the music is sad. That's all me. So anyway, the guy who did the television commercials wound up becoming the head of music at Paramount Pictures. So I did a film called Coming to America, starring Eddie Murphy, and that was my really, really big start. So I went from there to making records, and it just so happened that that one gentleman who went from Paramount Pictures went to a music label, and everything was connected. Anyway, got a big hit record called I'm Doing Fine Now, How, Bip, 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 Without You, Baby. And it got really, really big all around the world, blah, 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 blah. I had enough belief in myself to try and make one hit record, one hit record. I wrote that song, and it was a hit. I couldn't believe it. The next song I wrote was a hit. Then the next song I wrote was a hit. Then I wrote a song called We Are Family, and that was a hit. Then Diana Ross, then Duran Duran, then David Bowie, and then just hit after hit after hit, even to this day. I have Coldplay, I have, I have Beyonce, I have so many records right now, and all of that taught me was that music speaks to the whole world. This year, I started my tour. Well, I always say that I started it in England in a funny town called Wolverhampton, which, believe it or not, was the very first town that I performed in professionally after Sesame Street. But the truth is, we started in Kazakhstan. And it was amazing. It was so great. The people were beautiful. Whatever Borat said about Kazakhstan was not true. It was not true. It was so great. People were beautiful. It was wonderful. And I was telling this incredible woman I met tonight, who sat next to me at our little luncheon. I said, I re-recorded the song that I did 40 years ago. Originally, the song was called L'Afrique, and the chorus goes, Africa, L'Afrique, c'est chic, freak out. So, wait a minute, hold on. So last year or earlier this year, I don't remember, I'm old, I was like the wonderful, beautiful gentleman. I'm old, so you don't remember exact dates. But I was at the World Economic Forum this year. I guess it hasn't happened again. So, and I won the Crystal Award. And every African person, every single one, walked up to me and went, "He wrote Africa, 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 l'Afrique, c'est chic." And I had told my girlfriend years ago that when I met Nelson Mandela, I was with Eddie Murphy, and he went, "Oh, Eddie, you're coming to America, Eddie." But his handler went, "Modiba, he wrote Africa, he wrote Africa." So the woman sat next to me, and I told her the story. She said, "That it's not Africa?" I said, "No, it's freak out." She said, "Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. I believe it's Africa. I believe it's Africa." So I said, "Well, I just did a new recording with Burna Boy, and it is now going to be Africa."
And the wonderful lady sitting next to you was no one less or more than the former minister of gender equality of France, Madame Elisabeth Moreno, also from Côte d'Ivoire. So yes, it's a freak. Now it's a freak.
So I'm just telling you the very, very quick overview, because if I tried to tell the story of how that translated into humanity and giving rights, giving opportunities to young people, that would not be the direct story, because the truth of the matter is my parents they socialized me to care about people all my life. Music was just something else that I did. I always did charity work, even as a young child. I was explaining to one of the people that we work with today that when I was 5 years old, 6 years old, when I was 7 years old, I flew from Los Angeles to New York all by myself. I said, remember, I'm 72 years old. So when I was younger, children were very independent.
Yes.
We did everything by ourselves. My parents never held my hand and said, let me take you to school, let me drive you to school. No, go to school. Yeah, I live in New York City. Go to school. You get there she went there with me the first day. That's it. Showed me where it is. So my parents, they taught me to always help people. And I'm old enough where people did need help. People would stand at the corner if they couldn't hear or they couldn't see, and they would stand at the corner, and they knew that some person would come along and take them by the arm and walk them across the street so they wouldn't get hit by a car. That's how I grew up. I always believed in helping people. It was just the way it worked out.
But let's. I have another question. Don't go so
No.
fast.
I was just going to say, I could not believe that music would wind up being the way that the pathway to other cultures. Every single country, even Kazakhstan, every country that I've gone to, they know all my songs. And I don't say this egotistically. I say this as a surprise because I couldn't believe it. They know the songs. It touches them in their heart. And the only way that I understood that that's what I wanted to do was I had one beautiful teacher in my life. One teacher who told me that hit records were very, very important compositions because they speak to the souls of a million strangers.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful, beautiful.
He told me that, and I started crying right on the spot because I knew that's what an artist was. I had an abstract view of artistry because all of a sudden I thought to myself, oh my God, the people who see the Mona Lisa, they walk in, millions of people, they don't know they never meet the person who painted it. They never meet the person who sculpted it. Anybody in here ever meet Michelangelo or Michelangelo? I mean, you don't know that. And all of a sudden I realized that that's in my heart what I wanted to be, and he defined an artist to me. Now you can go ahead, Karen.
No, that's amazing, and no, because I wanted to interweave into your story that is so beautiful in terms of music, but also giving back, connecting with people, because you're not the kind of artist that just play and leaves you. You're always connecting with people. But I want to quote Desiree Cormier-Smith, because I work with her. She's a special representative for racial equity in the US, and I remember she saying once, I dream of a day where the world will love Afro-descendants the way they love their music.
Wow.
I think that's the most beautiful quote. And therefore, my question to you is not an easy one, is how do we really use this power that you have with this music to bring us together, to make people realize that we are all from the same place and will come to the same place. So how do you use your music to fight racism and discrimination?
In my heart, I have to be 100% honest with you. I do not write music specifically for this audience or that audience unless I'm commissioned to do something. For example, if somebody commissions me to do music for a film or something like that, but that's a small part of my life. Most music I do because I meet a wonderful person and we like each other and we just say, let's do music together. I'm not doing music for white people, for black people, for French people, for English people, for Kazakhstani people. I do music for my heart, and I hope that my heart touches 1 million, well now, I just got a thing from Spotify, billions of...
Yay! Woo! Wow.
So my teacher, that was like 50-something years ago, but the world has changed now because people have access to my music in every single country. And I think that if your music is a reflection of who you are, and I said to you, my parents raised me to care about other people, so I always write music to make people feel good. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. You know, I mean, that's what I write. I write, freak out, or Africa. L'Afrique, c'est chic. I write music to make people feel good because your lives are hard enough. My life is hard. Even though I love music, I love what I do, but it's hard. I work many, many hours, many days. And I know most of you work very, very hard. So you sit down and you listen to music and you go,
Yes.
This is, well, actually, now you don't. Now you just put it on your headphones and walk around with it all the time. But when I was younger, we sat down and we listened to music. We paid attention to it. We deciphered the lyrics. You know, my own mother, used to sing the wrong lyrics to me and tell me that's what I wrote. I would go, Mom, that I didn't write that. When I wrote Africa, there's a line that says, it's about Studio 54. It's about coming out and dancing and having a good time. And there's a line that I wrote, just come on down to 54, find your spot out on the floor. Freak out. My mother sings, just come on down to the 5th floor. Hey, Mom, why would somebody come down to the 5th floor? What if they were on the 4th floor? How do they come down to the 5th floor?
But that's Mom, and Mom is always right.
Yeah, but she says, I listen to the record carefully, and you say, just come on down to the 5th floor. So I realized that art is in the eye and in the ear of the beholder. So when Mandela, when the guy said he wrote Africa, I could never say.
Yeah, it's the freak.
I couldn't say it's freak out. I had to say I said, you know, we're American. We speak every language bad. We speak every language poorly. So we were actually saying Africa, but you know, it's like Luther Vandross is from here, I'm from there, and it just came out as Africa. But we clear it up by going L'Afrique, c'est chic. So
Fantastic.
There you go.
Fantastic. We have 3 more minutes, and I wish we had more time. But we know you as this impressive, talented, award-winning, made us dance all over the world, billion people. But I want you also to share with the public your also very clear investment, personal investment with Nancy Hunt, your wonderful partner of the We Are Family Foundation, and you decided to focus. Yes, applause to Nancy. Nancy, stand so everybody can see you. But you decided with Nancy, and this is something that brings us together with UNESCO, because UNESCO is very invested in youth, to work with young people.
Yes.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about the foundation, your work with youth, and what have you learned?
So when we started out, God, it's going to take too long. But yes, we work with youths all around the world, and we have a number of programs. We actually have 2 of our people here somewhere in the. Oh, they're all the way over. Why did they make you sit over there? Why don't yeah, stand up. So, believe it or not, the one on the left, with just our small donation to her, she started 2 clinics and now a farm, right?
Bernie. Is Bernie or Anup?
That's Bernie.
Bernie, okay.
She started 2 clinics in California. And how old were you, Anup, when you started with us? How old?
So tiny, like a teenager, young teenager.
A young teenager. And she has done, you know, can people hear? They can't hear her. Scream as you do to me. You go, hey, Nile.
My project, when I was 14 years old, helped reconnect over 500 homeless residents to their families all across the country.
And Bernie?
And they are both shining examples of the hundreds of youths that we work with. Thank you guys. Sit down.
Yay!
And my partner Nancy, she works tirelessly to vet these youths all around the world, and we work in every country and every continent except for Antarctica. And maybe we might start something there with, I don't know, people working on ice. I don't know. But we're very proud of the work that we do. We are extremely dedicated, and we love Gabriela, and we love UNESCO. It's a brand new partnership, and even backstage, I just gave her an idea that I hope she believes in, because almost all of my success has come from things that seem crazy, but when you analyze it, it sort of makes sense.
Makes
right?
sense.
It makes
Yes.
sense. So anyway, I thank you all for listening to me ramble on and not make any sense at all.
No way.
And my dear friend Shanta, who I adore. I met him on the Eurostar, and he comes over to me and says, Nile, I'd like for you to teach a music class in Dubai. And I go in, and there were all these young, unbelievably brilliant young music students, and I was so impressed. On the wall, they had high-level music that I learned when I was about 19 or 20. How old are the kids in that school? They were
8 and 11.
Yeah, 8 and 11 years old, and they're learning higher level music. And I was so proud to teach them that class. It was a few hundred. I mean, it was packed. This is what people like you, people like us do all over the world. And I think that right now, because of what's going on in the world, we have to work twice as hard as we've ever worked before, because things are not looking great. And we can all get together and make it look a hell of a lot better than it looks now, even if it's just, as that beautiful gentleman said earlier, a little chip at a time, just a little bit at a time.
No, that's a wonderful message. And let me just get something out of this conversation that I feel depicts the whole meaning of why we are here, and you said it, because you care. Because your family, your mom, teach you to care. and to
Yes.
care about others. The minute we care about others, all these problems would not be there. And I think that caring is a word that we need to use more, that we need to promote. I remember also our dear friend Kailash Satyarthi, who was also in a fireside in a previous global forum, the Nobel Prize that is saving children in India. And he told me something very similar. He said, we have globalized trade, we have globalized investment, financing, we have not globalized compassion and caring. So big applause to this fantastic partner. We will be partnering together, so thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Niall Rogers, give it up to Niall and Gabriela for interviewing. Thank you very much. Africa, c'est chic. Oh, wait, we're on already? So, I'm still sort of recovering from this overdose of inspiration, but I have a job to do and there's very little time. Our first ministerial panel is titled Intersectionality in Action, Governmental Strategies for Inclusion. And as soon as the chairs are here, I suggest that the speakers come forward. Meanwhile, I'll share with you what the focus of the panel will be. In the ongoing global fight against racism and discrimination, governmental leadership is pivotal, as I'm sure you agree. In this panel, ministers will share how they incorporate an intersectional approach in their strategic policies to trying to root out racism and discrimination when it happens in a joint impact of such identities as race, gender, class, and the many other identities that exist around the world. The insights from this discussion will feed in directly to the global development of the Global Alliance Against Racism and Discrimination. I can't see what's happening behind me. Are the chairs done? They're almost done. So we'll just wait a bit more. Meanwhile, maybe we could give everyone who's not a speaker but is making this possible, putting down chairs, water, coffee, taking care of the tech and the sound and the visuals in the back, all the interpreters like this guy. Give them a big hand. I think we're ready. Speakers, please be so kind as to come forward and take your seats, as well as the moderator. And once you are seated, I'll introduce you to the crowd. Welcome. Welcome. Yes, it's right here.
Oh, sorry.
Please take a seat. Thank you for joining. Thanks. I think we need to move one more, if you don't mind. Welcome. 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 And welcome to you. So I'll share with you the names of the speakers. They are so polite, aren't they? They just remain standing until we permit them to sit down. Shall we permit them to sit down? Please.
Thank you.
So we have with us the Minister of State for Youth and Children in Albania, Madam Bora Muzaki. Please give her an applause. Next to her is sitting the Minister of Youth and Sports in Cabo Verde, Carlos do Canto Monteiro. The Associate Deputy Minister of Canadian Heritage is Andrew Brown. Please welcome him. We also have with us Fatimir Gejka, the Minister of Human and Minority Rights in Montenegro. The Deputy Minister of Social Development of Panama is Ricardo Landero. Welcome, sir. Bienvenido. Secretary of State for Equality and for the Eradication of Violence Against Women. What a title. Aina Calvo Sastre. Bienvenida. In Spain, by the way. And the Minister of Social Solidarity and Inclusion in Timor-Leste, Veronica das Dores. Welcome, madam. She's touching her heart, speaking about care. And this panel will be moderated by the Chief of the Inclusion, Rights and Intercultural Dialogue sector at UNESCO, Anna Maria Mailov.
Thank you so much, Ali, again. And it is great to be on the stage for the second time today. So we have a wonderful panel of ministers from almost all around the world. The regions which are missing will actually join us a little bit later for the second ministerial panel. To the audience, so welcome to this first ministerial panel on the theme of intersectionality in action, government strategies for inclusion. We are aiming at showcasing stories and identify concrete actions that government have taken or will and can take to address intersected impacts of race, gender, class, and also other identities in national strategies and policies. Insights from this discussion will directly inform the development of the Global Alliance Against Racism and Discrimination. Some of the ministers are aware of it, and also some of the speakers. We had a few preparatory meetings yesterday, and we had a very nice discussion. This Global Alliance is a multi-stakeholder alliance that is going to serve as a space for all of you to come together, to share experiences and good practices, to strengthen capacities, but also to conduct research and contribute really to the design and the implementation of public policies. And this alliance is also going to become the major outcome of this fourth edition of the UNESCO Global Forum Against Racism and Discrimination. So I am going to start to ask each of you one question. You will have about 4 or 5 minutes, and you will have the clock in front of you. So I will be very strict. And we will start with Cabo Verde. You mentioned yesterday in the preparatory meeting the need to also involve public institutions and civil society in our work against racism and discrimination. And that is precisely what we have put on the agenda, not only within UNESCO, but also in the UN agencies. And of course, that is a major part of the Global Alliance that we are aiming at producing. So according to you, how difficult or how easy has it been to build consensus or coalitions within society for racism and discrimination, and especially among young people, because you also mentioned young people yesterday?
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, to congratulate to the forum. Definitely it is the right place to be. And the diversity of the themes and the diversity of the speech that we heard today and the preparatory meetings yesterday as well prove that. Talking specifically about young people, I was saying that we live in the society of egos. When we talk about discrimination, racism, and other forms of discrimination, it's of course the egos exacerbate that discrimination or that intolerance about other peoples, about minorities, about race, wherever there is. And we need to work with the young people. We need to put them in the safe place like this so they can get well informed. We need to do like our prize, Nobel Prize, say Solinka, we need to give them massive information about other cultures. They need to work on the way to the tolerance. They need to get well informed about other cultures. They need to know as well about history, but if they do not participate, if they do not believe that this is a fight that wars to be fought, they will not, in the future, like political decisions or whatever they do in the enterprise, managers in the enterprise, they will not fight this that we are talking about right now. And this is what we're trying to do in Cape Verde. We have, starting Thursday, our national forum for youth, and we have to debate all of the themes. But we have to do it with them. We put them together with political decisions, of course, about champions of civil society, people from the enterprise, from the private sector as well, so they can feel they are part of the solutions. If we build a solution here to fight racism or fight other forms of discrimination, and young people feel that they're not a part of it, they will not apply it in the future when they become in the stage, or they took the stage that we are right now. So that's the way that we are trying to do it in Cape Verde. And also, I think for the organizations like UNESCO, to be a part of it, you are a fundamental part of it. And you need to help the countries to do this regional approach, not only global approach, but I think we have specific issues. We're dealing with initiatives, we're dealing with some actions in the fight against racism and other forms of discrimination, that we need to get more of the regional approach as well, and then work in the global approach, because if you go to the continent, to African continent, and then to the South America, for example. I was in Mexico in the second forum, and I learned so much about what happened in South America, and definitely maybe the approach that I have in this theme is not the same that we will have, because we face in the same theme different challenge or different approach that every government or civil society must do. So I think with UNESCO we can find the right platform, so we can have this different approach come together, so we can achieve the goals. Always, like I said in the beginning, finding the right way to put young people in the center so they can keep the fight. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Minister. I'm very happy that you mentioned youth, because youth is actually one of UNESCO's priority groups. We have been working with youth in several decades now, with youth, for youth, and by youth. And by the way, thank you so much for respecting the time. That is much appreciated. Let me go to Albania. Madam, as the youngest Minister of State for Youth in Albania, has your experience been similar? I know that yesterday also you mentioned a lot about youth. How do you get young people more involved in actions for social inclusion and against racism and discrimination? And if I may ask, especially young women.
Hi, and thank you for having me. It is. I was listening earlier to the previous conversations, and the vice president of Colombia mentioned something very interesting. Sometimes we talk about discrimination and we talk about racism, and we talk about it as if it's something that happens only to other people, and it doesn't happen to us. So I think before I actually tell you a little bit about what we've done in Albania, the part that I would like to emphasize, being a girl, a woman, and a young politician also makes us face discrimination. So I think even my path as part of this political journey has been filled with discrimination. And I think being in that position and actually experiencing all that discrimination makes you realize that sometimes a lot of things that we don't think of as discrimination are actually discrimination. So I think when we talk about young people is that they perceive it a lot more than we perceive it. And especially with the younger generation, they've started understanding and taking the concept of racism and the concept of discrimination to an even further acknowledgement than the previous generation used to do. So this is why I actually selected 3 main points that I wanted to share a little bit about today. And the first one was about gender inclusion and the methodology of how we've ensured to include both girls and boys in the part of policy making that we do. And the manner that we've done this is by actually creating these local youth councils. In every single municipality of Albania, we have created local youth councils that consist not just only of young people, and we have a specific quota so that minorities can be represented, so that women can be represented, so that men as well can be represented, and vulnerable groups of young people. And this is a committee that is not just to give ideas and opinions, but is also to be consulted on local policies that we undertake at local level. And we have actually 61 local youth councils now in Albania for each of our municipalities. And this was the first thing that we did, that we actually tried to put young people as being part of decision making and not just be bystanders. Because the mistake that we do sometimes with young people is that we have them in the room, they're sitting there, but we don't listen to them, we don't give them the opportunity to talk. And if we're doing that, then we're not really including them. So the part that we've tried to change in Albania is to actually have them part of decision making. And the same concept has been applied at a national level as well. So we don't just have a local youth council, we have a national youth council. And this national youth council acts as an advisory body to myself as Minister of Youth, but also to the government. So every sort of policy and engagement that we do for youth in every single section of our government is actually consulted with young people. And they can give their own opinion. We don't always agree, of course, so sometimes it happens that we don't agree fully with what young people propose. But the important part is that we take their decisions as part of the conversation. We actually sit down, we analyze them, we do the proper research, and see how their decisions can be actually included in the decision making that we do. And this is the component that has completely shifted the methodology as to how we do policy. And by making sure that our young people are included at local level, but also at national level, we have ensured that their voice is actually heard. But again, having said that, it's not all, sunshine and flowers. There is a lot of challenges that we face with young people. And sometimes the issues are the correct representation of our ethnic minorities. We don't have the issues that you mentioned in terms of women's representation. We have very good women's representation in our policy making, especially in our youth engagement. We have usually every project that we make is 50-50. So we try to ensure that we have an equal representation of both. But when it comes to ethnic minorities and vulnerable communities, we still have a few challenges ahead, and we need to do better in making sure that they're included in these local councils that we have created, but also at the national level. And the second moment that I wanted to stop a little bit is about civil society, because I strongly believe that civil society is a very core component on making sure that our policies and our engagements, even as part of this forum today, are actually made sustainable and productive. And when it comes to civil society, we've also included them both in the local youth councils as well as in our national youth council. And most importantly, even in the grant giving that we do, we have the civil society as part of the decision-making authority. So by making sure that we combine both of these two important components, so young people and civil society in one, we have made sure that our policies are not just well written on paper, but are also applicable and implemented the right way. So this is a little bit about what we've been doing in Albania, but I think what this forum today offers us is a great opportunity to learn from each other and to expand our experiences in order to make a lot more for our countries as well as for the young people that we represent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You actually mentioned two things that I liked very much. First thing, you mentioned quotas, and we know that they work. We have seen that in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have also seen that in many countries in Europe. In my own country, in Sweden, we introduced quotas several decades ago, and it is actually working. The second thing you mentioned, and you also said it yesterday, that is the question of bystanders. Bystanders is quite a challenging task. Because we need to bring these people on board instead of just standing aside and not doing anything. UNESCO launched a campaign a couple of years ago. We actually borrowed it from the European Union, which was called I Am Anti-Racist, and it worked really well. So let's work maybe more on the bystanders. And as I said earlier today, for the network, we also have to learn to speak to the other side, meaning people who don't believe in us. How do we reach them? That is also one of the major challenges. Thank you so much. Let's go to Spain. Staying on the topic of coalitions and building consensus, what has been your experience in raising the profile for social inclusion and anti-racism to make it high on the agenda of the government? Madam, please.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure, really, to be here. My congratulations. It's such a pleasure to share this panel with the other ministers and persons that it is my honor to share this with. I'd like to highlight some elements that we can experience at the governmental level in Spain, and it is important that we remember them. First, the Spanish government defends, practices, and believes multilateralism. And because of this, we have also supported this forum. And we believe that this is something that we have to work on all the time. It's part of a global strategy, and the Spanish government feels part of this, and we feel very committed towards this global strategy. And because of this, we signed the 2030 agenda, and we defend this mandate. So, I mean, of the SDGs, SDG 5, SDG 10, and SDG 17 by weaving alliances. We are looking for consistent policies. I think this is very, very important. You have to be consistent, and you have to have foreign policy that is feminist, but we also incorporate the rights of persons of the LGBTIQ groups in our cooperation law. And then different policies and their consistency means that what we want to do and share outside Spain has to be an active part of our domestic policy. So, for the government of Spain, it is very important to work on the basis of co-governance. And this co-governance acknowledges different territories. This morning we heard the mayor of Barcelona and the president of Catalonia saying we're going to be speaking Catalan because Catalan is also the language of this territory. Spain is a diverse country, and we practice this co-governance. We do it also in the fight against discrimination, any type of discrimination. And we do it not only from and with the administrations, but also with social agents, companies, organizations, trade unions, representatives, and obviously with the grassroots civil society associations. A very good illustration of this is of CDD, which is, and we have people here that belong to that council, which belongs to the Ministry of Equality, but which is made up of different ministries of the government of Spain, regional representatives, local representatives, and municipal governments, also organizations of the civil society, as I said before. And this is a council that, well, we heard about participation. Well, this council actually promotes participation in the fight against racism, to do away with racism on any basis. I think it's important that we remember as well that there's a huge task on awareness. In Spain, we have this constant discussion regarding this global threat of this negationism, which is, people negate not only climate change, but also feminism. And it's also aligned with racism. I mean, they just deny everything. And we are told that we shouldn't kind of waste public money. They tell us this is only propaganda or cheap doctrine. I'm sorry. We always believe in making people aware. We believe in awareness campaigns in the government of Spain. Why? Because we have to keep on fighting against this structural discrimination. We have to fight against racism that is structural and that is practically an identity part of our human condition. And that's a pity. We have to fight against it in the same way as we fight against male chauvinism. We heard about it from our minister before. One has to do research. You have to have knowledge to be able to detect, to better define public policies. So you have to have information. Right now we have a study of perception of social and ethnic discrimination. We are right now gathering data, and this will make it possible to have more information. The CEDERE, this council, has a victim aid unit that is gathering incredible information. We have 021, this hotline which works 24/7. And right now we are working on the act that was passed already of equal treatment to combat discrimination, and all the bylaws are going to be passed immediately. And the subcommission that was created in the Congress in Spain has a very important parliamentary participation. We are always looking for majorities and, if possible, consensus, okay? So with that subcommission, we have to make sure that we combat hate speech, and all the time with good monitoring. But this we do with different political parties. We do all this on the basis of compromise to become a better country, fighting better against racism. Thank you.
We know that Spain has advanced quite a lot when it comes to fighting racism and discrimination. In fact, Spain, and especially the Spanish cities, are really good friends of UNESCO. 20 years ago, UNESCO created the International Coalition of Sustainable and Inclusive Cities. It is actually celebrating 20 years this year, so congratulations to all the cities in discrimination. And having done that in Spain, two of the classes in schools in Madrid and in Barcelona took the initiative to create their own observatory against racism within the school, and we are very proud of that. So really well done to you. Thank you. Let's go to Montenegro. The question of discrimination is also a question about human rights, exactly like you mentioned yesterday, and ensuring the rights of the most disadvantaged and vulnerable groups. What has been your experience, especially on legal frameworks centered around human rights for social inclusion, and what lessons would you have for other governments to follow your lead?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Government of Montenegro, the Ministry of Human and Humanitarian Rights, the Montenegrin delegation, and in my personal capacity, as we jointly address key issues and challenges related to discrimination. Discrimination is inherently linked to fundamental freedoms, which are the prerequisites for the enjoyment of human rights. Therefore, ensuring equality before the law is essential, as equality is one of humanity's oldest aspirations. Montenegro has signed and ratified numerous international treaties, particularly the European Convention of Human Rights under the Council of Europe, and is bound by the decision of the European Court of Human Rights. The Constitution of Montenegro emphasizes the equality of all citizens and further defines Montenegro as a state based on the rule of law. Article 9 of the Constitution prohibits all forms of discrimination and gives precedence to ratified international agreements over domestic legislation. Montenegro is a signatory to nearly all relevant international treaties of the Council of Europe and the United Nations that address anti-discrimination, as well as numerous regional human rights agreements. Montenegro continues to strengthen its legal framework for the protection, promotion, and advancement of human rights. All institutions are working to transpose European Union directives into the national context. However, certain shortcomings have been identified in the current anti-discrimination law, primarily due to its general structure, which is not fully aligned with European Union standards. To address these gaps, we are intensively working and adopting in a new comprehensive anti-discrimination law, the law on protection of equality and prohibition of discrimination. This law addresses discrimination based on gender identity, sexual orientation, and intersex characteristics. It emphasizes that obligation to harmonize all other anti-discrimination laws with this overarching legislation, while also strengthening its normative character by promoting equality, is a core principle. This will ensure substantial harmonization of the law of the prohibition of discrimination against persons with disabilities and the gender equality law once the overarching anti-discrimination law is enacted. A significant milestone was achieved in 2020 with the adoption of the same-sex partnership law, marking substantial progress in respecting the rights of LGBTIQ individuals. This law enables same-sex unions that, with certain exceptions, are equivalent to marriage or common law partnership governed by the family law. I would like to emphasize that we collaborate closely with NGOs, international partners, and relevant institutions to complete the legislative framework for protecting the rights of LGBT individuals. Through this cooperation, we actively listen to and consider diverse perspectives to better understand the needs of women and girls in our society. Our practice has shown that while the legislative framework is largely harmonized, including criminal laws addressing hate speech, we must intensify efforts to promote equality and dismantle stigmas and prejudice so that non-discriminatory policies become a standard way of life. A critical component of preventing discrimination is raising awareness about anti-harassment policies. Harassment is a form of discrimination, is a global issue. that transcends national borders and echoes continuously. Anti-harassment policies should become a general cultural norms in society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You mentioned NGOs, and I like that very much. We like to work with NGOs at UNESCO. We have more than hundreds of them. I think we have more than 500 or 600 NGOs. And some of them are actually here. And I know that they are going to organize a panel tomorrow focusing on gender equality and on women. So if you're still around, I suggest that you absolutely go to that panel. Sir, linked to your answer, let me also refer to what Mrs. Gabriela Ramos mentioned earlier today about UNESCO's upcoming global outlook against racism and discrimination, which is being financed by the Ford Foundation. The global outlook, which is going to give us statistics also based on artificial intelligence, tells us, and you will listen to this, that verbal abuse is the most predominant form of reported discrimination. That is 35%, often occurring due to ease of lack of repercussions, particularly in schools, workplaces, and online. That is quite scary, that figure, when I read it out. 34%, that's a lot. Let's go to Canada. Racism and discrimination is very strongly linked to your history. You have a lot of indigenous people. You also have a lot of migrants. And at UNESCO, we launched a network of places of history and memory linked to the enslavement and the slave trade to help ensure the significance of historical context. I know that Africville in Halifax celebrated its nomination to be part of the network a couple of days ago when we all watched the ceremony. It was beautiful. What has been your experience in linking really legacy to social inclusion and anti-discrimination, and what lessons can you share? Because you have quite a few.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Anna Maria. And really, excuse me, let me begin by thanking UNESCO, the governments of Spain, of Catalonia, and City of Barcelona, really for the organization of this forum and of this panel. It's really wonderful to be here in Barcelona, and I think it's critical that we continue these conversations to build inclusion in our respective countries and to take opportunities like this forum to exchange ideas and good practices. And, I should say that right from the outset, I agree with the premise of the question that racism and discrimination are very much linked to our history. And I think it's in that regard that it's vital that Canadians learn more about our own histories, our shared histories. And the Government of Canada was thrilled with the recognition by UNESCO of Africville as Canada's first place of history and memory. And as Kamal Kira, that's our Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Persons with Disabilities, said with respect to the Africville designation. The story of Africville is one of people who were promised freedom but denied their rightful dignity. Africville's UNESCO designation will help the community to right historic wrongs, share their stories, and highlight the resilience and contributions of African Nova Scotians to Canada, end quote. And so, I think this does illustrate some of the importance of storytelling and sharing these, our histories. So to continue, let me speak to our continuing work in Canada to counter racism and discrimination and to build a more inclusive society. Canada remains committed to confronting the deep-seated legacies of colonialism and slavery and the ongoing impacts of systemic racism. Racism in Canada takes many forms, and its impacts are wide-reaching and varied. Indigenous peoples and Black communities in Canada experience disproportionately negative social and economic outcomes, are underrepresented in positions of public leadership, and are overrepresented in the correctional system. Members of the diverse Asian communities and those facing racialized forms of religious discrimination, such as Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, are targets of hate speech. and Canada continues to face the global challenges of racism, xenophobia, and hate. Our new anti-racism strategy was launched in June of this year and represents for the Government of Canada a $110 million investment. And it really prioritizes addressing all forms of systemic racism and discrimination, including anti-Indigenous racism and anti-Black racism, as well as racism against racialized and religious minority communities such as Jewish, Muslim, and Muslim groups. The strategy focuses on 4 key areas: promoting economic, social, and cultural empowerment, advancing racial equity in immigration, health, and housing systems, driving reform in justice, law enforcement, intelligence, and public safety systems, and 4th, leveraging international engagement to inform domestic racial equity and inclusion initiatives. And so this is again where we would see the importance of forums like this one that's organized by UNESCO. Now, our strategy in Canada is complemented by efforts undertaken to counter religious discrimination through the appointment of a special representatives, I'll say, on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia that have mandates to provide advice to the Government of Canada to raise awareness of religious discrimination and to enhance efforts to counter hate. And finally, I need to say something as well about intersectionality. Everyone has multiple and diverse factors of identity that intersect. And these layers of factors impact how individuals understand and experience hate. Both the strategy and Canada's new action plan to combat hate are centered on the voices and experiences of diverse populations that are targeted by racism and hate. And to avoid a one-size-fits-all sort of method, racism and hate in these initiatives are addressed by considering the different ways it affects Indigenous peoples, Black, racialized, and minority communities. It involves addressing the ways in which multiple forms of racism are compounded by other forms of oppression, such as sexism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, caste discrimination, and ableism. So, in concluding, we'll just say that Canada's efforts to seek to empower communities, build bridges across intersections, and counter efforts to weaponize these intersections to feed disinformation and to polarize our societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that you mentioned everything that we actually do at UNESCO when it comes to discrimination. You refer to many groups. And as I explained this morning, everybody can be victim of racism and of discrimination. And that is why it is so important that we actually not focus on one specific group, but take into account everybody. Let me just go back to the network that UNESCO launched back in October last during the 30th anniversary of our Roots of Enslaved Peoples program. It is a network of the history and memory linked to enslavement and the transatlantic slave trade. It is very important. It is the first time ever, I think, that the United Nations is actually creating such a network. We have now 22 cities from 10 countries, and Halifax, of course, is one of them, and we're also aiming to have many, many more. The beauty of this network is that in it we also have a city twinning program. We like cities, as you understand. The city twinning program is going to promote activities between historically linked cities, meaning cities from Africa, from Latin America and the Caribbean, from the United States of America, and from Canada for the time being. And we are also looking forward to hearing back from all these 22 cities on how they could link the work with the other regions. Thank you so much again. Let's go to Panama. We have established the network of anti-racism and anti-discrimination officials in which you are taking a very active part. The first meeting took place this morning. We had a preparatory meeting yesterday. How do you think that policymakers can step up the efforts in establishing legislation to ensure the efficiency of anti-racism efforts?
Buenas tardes.
So good afternoon. I would like to thank UNESCO for the opportunity given to my country to be present in this forum and in this panel. First of all, we think that it is necessary to set up a three-party alliance where organisms, bodies such as this one, UNESCO, the government or governments, and the people who are victims of racism and discrimination are an integral part of the strategy to fight against those situations. I feel that in international fora, principles of behavior are too general. I also feel that governments adopt measures in their legislation or legislative bodies, but I also feel that the subject of those decisions, of those measures, are not included totally in an only single line of action. And so I think it is necessary. It is important to raise awareness in the sectors which are victims of discrimination and racism, so that they are part and parcel of the solution. Ignorance, for example, emphasizes the situation much more, because those sectors do not feel that they are involved in the decisions taken, inasmuch as education plays a role for the improvement of their condition. Then it will be possible for them to be included in the social body and also be active part therein, because the active part is taken up by the leaders, but the rest of people in the groups do not feel that they are really involved in the implementation of these principles and laws. In Panama, for example, we have an indigenous population which is really large. We have African descendants, and that's a large population as well. But the leadership of those groups has been taken up by a few people, a small group of people. When I go to the indigenous communities, to indigenous counties, I feel I deal with them in their own environment, and I don't see that they are identified with the protection measures for them. Why? Because their needs are basic needs. They need food. They need help to heal their ailments, their diseases, to receive basic elements just in order to merely exist. But they are not thinking about the levels of protections that they would need or require. Therefore, I think that this three-party alliance, international bodies, governments, and the main subjects, which are the object of discrimination and racism, must also be included in these policies. So what's my idea to solve that? First of all, to raise awareness within the population, because governments dictate measures according to the recommendations launched in this fora, but the implementation, applicability remains at a level that only those people who are highly educated can assimilate those measures, but that does not irradiate downwards, and those people continue within that circle of poverty and ignorance. I think it is necessary to include those sectors in the implementation of much more concrete legislation, pieces of legislation. Like those of us participating in this forum, our constitutions prohibit racism and discrimination, and we have supplementary laws. But those laws, I think, for example, racism, discrimination, slavery date from the far past. The Declaration of the Human Rights of 1945 in Article 7 establishes that no human being can be discriminated for diverse reasons and must have protection under the law. But the situation either it doesn't happen in the world sphere, or secondly, I feel that countries have different situations, diverse types of behavior. In my country, all religions coexist. There's not a religious problem, but there are racism problems, discrimination problems. If in private enterprises and governmental institutions, in order to contract a person, there's a kind of segmentation. Some people can get access to positions of responsibility and higher income levels, both in private companies and the government, for the same work, but they do not get the same payment, and they do not have the opportunity to move upwards to important posts. So, in a kind of subtle manner, those situations take place. So that's why I'm proposing a couple of things. Somehow, to establish regions having the same kinds of problems, because not all have the same kinds of problems, and internally decide which are the failures within the legislation, and with government commitments apply measures, because we issue declarations here, but it's necessary for governments to come here once they've detected the failures, and each government representative would say, I commit to implement some rules so that specifically the situation there will get better. And at least in my country, I think that's necessary, really. We have the National Secretariat for the development of the Afro-descendant population. We have norms in favor of the indigenous communities. But as I was saying before, those vulnerable groups, I don't think that they are empowered by those laws and policies. I think that it is necessary in some countries to really make those consensus principles take root and commit governments, and wherever there is a failure, they must apply the pertinent laws. Thank you very much.
It's very important and very interesting what you mentioned, because we have to work on several fronts in order to combat racism and discrimination. We have to work on research and data collection. We have to work on capacity strengthening. We have to work on awareness raising and advocacy. One example of this, and you also mentioned Afro-descendants, Minister, we have recently released the second volume of small booklets that we are doing together with Morocco for children between the age 4 to 7, and you can actually find them outside in Spanish, to teach them about the consequences of the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, and enslavement. These are fascinating books. They're very easy to read, and I really suggest that you take a look at them. This is one way of raising awareness among young children, but also among their own communities, their families, and the schools. And finally, let's go to Timor-Leste. Madam, we are very happy that you are participating in the Global Forum for the first time. As we work today towards making a global impact in combating racism and discrimination, we recognize the importance of increasing country participation in forums like this one, where meaningful commitments can really be made. So, according to you, how can we encourage more member states to commit to really understanding and addressing racism and discrimination within their own jurisdictions? And also give us a couple of examples on how you are doing it. Thank you.
Excelências, ilustres panelistas, senhores e senhores.
Excellencies, panel members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this panel for the first time in this global forum against racism and discrimination organized by UNESCO. And for the first time, I would like to expressly thank my gratitude to Ms. Gabriela Ramos as Subdirector General of this sector of social sciences and human sciences of UNESCO for having invited me to participate in this event in Barcelona. And thanks to our dear colleagues from Barcelona for having invited us to be here and be included in the global fight against racism and discrimination. Timor-Leste has its own history in matters of racism and discrimination, because by two colonizing countries, Portugal and Indonesia, Portugal colonized Timor-Leste some 450 years ago, and Indonesia has colonized us for nearly 20 years. We have our Prime Minister who organized the military resistance of Timor-Leste, fighting bravely with the young population. against the colonists, and eventually in 1999 the people of Timor decided its own destination to be a free country, independent country, via a referendum, acknowledging that the impact of hundreds of years of being colonized. And Timor-Leste became an independent country with its own constitution and with a good knowledge of human rights, and in order to respect values and dignity of people. And so our constitution in Timor-Leste is a constitution for everybody living. All people living in Timor-Leste are equal before the law, have the same rights and the same duties. And nobody must be discriminated upon because of color of the skin, race, marital status, gender, language, social position, economic situation, or political ideas or ideological ideas, religion, education, and mental or physical disability, recognizing as that there's only one human race, so that all human beings can live without discrimination as recognized by everybody, and everybody must be recognized with her own value without discrimination in our country. Our government as well, the Ministry of Social Rights, has established programs that we set up for all the people. And at the same time, we have acknowledged that we have to eliminate racism and discrimination as a single solution for everybody through collaboration and coordination. The fight against racism and discrimination is a very necessary thing, and it must be learned in order to transform Eastern Timor, Timor-Leste, in order for us to be part of a forum like this one. And we have to establish permanent links for collaboration in the future with fora like this one, and acknowledging the different types of situations so that we can learn and treat better and defend our dignity as a human race and with economic and social independence. So thank you. And sorry, the lady was speaking in Portuguese, so we tried to grasp everything she said. Thank you. So,
all of you, let me again flag another UNESCO publication that was actually issued at the second Global Forum in Mexico 2 years ago, and that is the UNESCO Toolkit, the first one of its kind against racism and discrimination, which is actually made for everybody, especially for policymakers at all levels. You will find it outside, and it's quite practical to use. And we have it for the time being only in English and in French. We are going to have it in Spanish and hopefully also, madam, in Portuguese. That would be wonderful. Before we go to the second round, let me just thank all of you for actually sticking to the time. You're absolutely wonderful. Really well done to you. For the second round, I will give you 2 minutes or 90 seconds. It depends on how fast you are. And you will have one single question that you can answer. And I'm going to start with Timor-Leste this time, so we do it the other way around. So the question is the following. As I mentioned in the beginning, UNESCO is now creating the Global Alliance Against Racism and Discrimination to push the agenda from planning to action. That is very important, that we actually become very concrete and action-minded, and to hold each other and ourselves accountable for acting to achieve greater impact. Now, in your specific case, and this is the same question to all of you, what key strategies would you suggest making this coalition effective and to expand the involvement of stakeholders? And I give you 90 seconds or 2 minutes, up to you. Timor-Leste, please.
We have to approach racism and discrimination in a responsible manner by all of us. Thank you.
Good. ¿Algo más?
Anything else? No, because we have to work for everybody, for the whole world, and all of us here have a great responsibility to fight against discrimination and racism.
Excellent answer that everybody can actually apply to. Thank you. Let's go in the different order. So we go to Panama now, please.
First of all, we have to measure our impact. I would like us to see each other again in the future and assess, for example, in my country, as from now on in 2 years, 3 years' time, what we have done, what we did vis-à-vis the decisions that we took today. It is not necessary for us to have these fora and not look forward and see at the impact and traceability. There's the digital kind of gap, and participants and the subjects of these measures are at a high level, but underneath, people do not cannot use the digital part or much less AI. So we have to reach much further down. Thank you. Canada.
Great, and thanks for the opportunity to speak about the alliance as well. I think first off, just to say that Canada welcomes the formation of a global alliance, and I think the sort of power of bringing together governments of different levels as well as civil society to fight against racism, and for this to be something that sits alongside the network of anti-racism officials. You know, I would say one of the things in terms of our reaction to the draft terms of reference and really to the activities of the alliance is that from us, we take a look at those activities, and many of them are underway in Canada already, but just, you know, within our country. And so, you know, as an example, we're creating a ministerial advisory council as an enhanced governance and accountability mechanism for the federal anti-racism and anti-hate efforts. And it's going to include external experts, community leaders from academia, community members, and grassroots organizations. And this will really give these experts and community leaders a direct voice on the implementation of our initiatives. So really just that's one example of how we hope to try to continue to build relationships in terms of the work that we're doing in Canada right now. So we're really continuing to be looking then for additional information as the alliance comes to life, and you know, we'll be interested to both share and leverage the experience of others as we continue our anti-racism and anti-hate efforts. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Montenegro.
Thank you. A key strategic approach will be to develop the policies focused on early intervention. Educational programs starting from kindergarten through university levels must adopt principles of equality, inclusivity, and non-discrimination. While workshops and training sessions are beneficial and important, they are not sufficient. Non-discrimination should become a standard so ignited in future generations that they will inherently recognize subtle forms of discrimination in everyday private relationship, in the labor market, or before government institutions. Government institutions should collaborate closely with anti-discrimination bodies to design policies and strategic plans addressing discrimination issues concerning citizens and service users as well as their employees. Private entities should adopt international legal standards, even in cases where national frameworks fall short. Anti-discrimination bodies must be enabled to operate independently and be established as legally autonomous entities. For the Alliance to be impactful, we must invest in education, embed principles of non-discrimination and equality into education systems worldwide. Invest in strengthened legal frameworks. Ensure all nationals adopt and enforce robust anti-discrimination legislation. Foster cross-sector collaboration. Encourage partnerships between public and private sectors, NGOs and academia to address systematic discrimination effectively. Amplify the voice of marginalized communities. Empower minority groups to take an active role in shaping policies that directly impact them. In conclusion, this alliance has the potential to drive transformative change by promoting solidarity, fostering mutual accountability, and creating an inclusive global society. Together, we can ensure no one is left behind in the fight against racism and discrimination.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Spain, Senora.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to share with you. We in Spain, since we approved our constitution, we've needed close to 50 years before we were able to modify Article 49, which spoke of kind of diminished or handicapped people, and we have included another terminology, people with disabilities. So we need to persevere, really. We need a lot of perseverance because the task is long and hard. We need legal frameworks, but legal frameworks are not enough and they are not reflected in our budget. So I totally agree with you when we spoke about measuring our impact also in the sphere of the budget devoted, and insist on the idea of knowledge generation in front of fake news, which have the intention, the purpose of destroying our democracies. We have data, evidence, science. We have proof, and that's fundamental. We need to strengthen education, not just in the formal education system, but in informal education as well. And we have to reinforce, strengthen our permanent commitment of NGOs. In Spain, that change of Article 49 would not have taken place without the coordinators and constant action of non-governmental organizations, in this case, in the sphere of disability. Therefore, apart from public policies, we need a shared space and our own space, empowered space, co-governed together with the social society, because it's them, men and women, the ones who maintain our agenda active. And it's always been governments in Spain who've followed track. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Albania.
To form this alliance, I've mentioned quite a few times today, but the part that is truly critical is to actually make sure that we transition from the planning to actionable strategies. And in order to make our strategies actionable, I have noted down 3 main points that I believe we should all comply with to ensure that we actually make this an actionable document. The first one is multi-sectoral collaboration and accountability. So in order to dismantle systemic racism, we must engage all actors, starting from us here, governments, civil society, academia, and private enterprises. And most importantly, we must establish clear accountability frameworks in order to ensure actual functionality. This must be done with regular progress reviews by using the tools that UNESCO has provided us, such as the Anti-Racism Toolkit and the Global Outlook reports, that will allow us to measure tangible impact as well as adapt our strategies effectively. Secondly, data-driven policies and grassroots engagement. Investing in robust data collection is vital, not only to identify the inequalities and track our progress, but simultaneously to empower the local communities through consultations and grassroots initiatives to ensure that inclusivity is part of our policy design as well as implementation. I mentioned earlier Albania's National Youth Strategy, and this is a great example that has the duality of this proposal. First, data, and second, community involvement. Third and last is youth-centric and educational national initiatives. It was mentioned earlier today, youth are the backbone of every change, especially such transformative change as the one we're talking about today. And we must make sure that we embed anti-racism education into curricula, into non-formal education, and in all components to make sure that we offer young people a platform where their voices can be heard. And programs like I mentioned, the youth councils and leadership training, but not just that, UNESCO's masterclass series are great examples of how we can actually make sure that we can amplify this effort globally. So in closing, I believe that the success of this global alliance depends on our ability to actually integrate all the intersectional approaches and to foster our collaboration. Together, I strongly believe that we can drive the world where equality is not just an aspiration, but an actual reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, Cabo Verde.
Yes, thank you. Si me permiten, como homenaje al país.
If you allow me, as an homage to the country where we are, I'll try to speak in Spanish. I'll say a few things very quickly. First of all, I believe that the strategy must include everybody, all the countries, but also within the countries, all the government departments, and also civil society. I think it's very important that UNESCO has that as a priority, and that on top of discussing in their buildings and venues with the governments, that the government shares the documents of the substance of the impact with the different sectors within the nations, so that they are all part of it. We know how within a government, I can say that clearly, oftentimes departments such as the Department for the Youth, Sports, or Social Department are surprised by what comes from abroad, done by international institutions. But if we change that a little bit, we can try and involve everybody to have better results with the final text of the global covenant in the fight against discrimination. And finally, we have to consider that AI is a fact. It can contribute a lot, but it must be used in a different way from what we've done with other technologies, which didn't contribute to kind of level the ground. There are countries which are lagging behind. There are smaller countries with less access to technology. And in order to combat all forms of discrimination, we must assure that a tool such as artificial intelligence, AI, can be accessible to all and can contribute for good in order to level the ground.
So, thank you so much to all of you. We actually made it. We, just so you know, we have a clock ticking here in front of us. And I think that we spent 1 minute over. So really big thanks to you. Your comments for the Global Alliance will be taken into account. They're absolutely fantastic. So really, thank you so much. Une question. Une question.
I have one question. It's very brief because there's another round panel coming immediately. Yes. Yeah, let me introduce myself. I'm a special rapporteur. I was for the previous section, 2002-2008. I have two questions to pose. And the first is that there is a concept missing in the title of the forum, which is xenophobia. In United Nations, the special rapporteurs have to actually analyze racism, discrimination, and xenophobia. So I would like to ask you about xenophobia. Why has it not been included? And my second question is the explanation that is underlying racism nowadays. I mean, we're talking about all this since yesterday, but the reason is multiculturalism, the fact that we have a society that becomes increasingly multicultural and identities, of course, clash. This is what generates racism, discrimination, and xenophobia. So I would love to have, please, a response, an answer about this multiculturalization of society as a possible explanation of racism in your countries and also discrimination. migration. And finally, we have to define current racism. Racism nowadays is a defensive racism. It's racism based on fear and based on theories of the great replacement, okay? And so it's fear. And most politicians then want to do away with migration. So my two questions, xenophobia and multiculturalism, please. I would like to say it, well, first and foremost, it links up to Canada. I mean, Canada, yes, has worked a lot on multiculturalism, and I mean, they have a ministry, but the problem of Canada is that, yes, okay, they have, multiculturalism, legal, cultural, but what is missing is the interconnection between the different communities, because it totally separated as silos. It's not maybe racism, but it's separated. Three questions, really, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, we have Mr. Dudu Dien. I should introduce him so that you all know who he is. He used to be director of UNESCO and also vice director and also a rapporteur. And what's most important, maybe, he was the person who created, not co-created, but created the project, which is that of the roots of slavery. So he's a very good friend of UNESCO. And he was also part of the scientific committee. Unfortunately, there is yet another panel discussion scheduled. So, I mean, I think it's best if you talk directly to the ministers during the break, because we don't have time now. But thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And thank you, thank you, Ana Maria, for your moderation, and thanks to the speaker for their excellent contributions. And as has been customary now, I kindly ask that you go to the front and move closely to each other so we have a few pictures taken. And I thank the gentleman for his passionate intervention at the end. All right, we'll take a minute at most, so please don't leave the room, as we have our second ministerial panel in about a minute to a minute and a half, while the stage is rearranged. Thank you.
La intervención, mi papel se ha quedado. Escucha.
Sí, hay papeles aquí. ¿Esos?
Ahí.
Wow. Where did everyone go? So, we were intending to start the second ministerial panel, but it seems your colleagues are running for early dinner or late coffee, depending on how you see it. Early dinner, someone is saying. It seems that is on your mind. What I suggest is that everyone in the room takes a seat until I get instructions in 30 seconds, not more, I'll be back, from the stage managers, because these decisions are not in my hands. So please stay in your seat. All right, so we have come to the second ministerial and final panel of the day. In a sense, this is the most tough panel of the day because it's standing between you and dinner. And perhaps that explains the situation. I would like to ask you for your collaboration on the following. Let us decide to only use, from my perspective, the first half of the center of the room. So everyone who's sitting on the sides, maybe it's terrible to ask you to stand up, but it is in the interest of having an interesting final discussion. Please move to the middle as much as you can. And if you're in the back, also come forward. We'd greatly appreciate that. Thank you for collaborating. I already see a number of you moving to the front. Yes, also the gentleman who has aspirations to be the next foreign minister of the UK. Please move to the middle. All right, I kindly ask, while you shuffle around and move to the middle, the front seats are empty. You can sit here if you want. Usually you don't get that chance. Meanwhile, I ask the esteemed members of the panel and the moderator to please come forward and take their seats. And when they are here, I will introduce them to you. And I thank you all for your patience and collaboration. All right. If you're not seated yet and coming in only now, please try to sit in the middle of the room as much as you can, including the front seats. They are available. There are our speakers. Welcome to all of you. Please give them an applause. All right, let me share with you quickly the title of this panel, Cross-Sectoral Collaboration, Strategies for Systematic Change. As you know, racism and discrimination have a very tangible impact on individuals in the areas of employment, education, and housing, among other sectors. And so to achieve structural and systematic change, a cross-sectoral approach is necessary. This is what the panel will touch on, in addition to speaking about the UNESCO Anti-Racism Toolkit. Let me now introduce you to the speakers. Standing to my right is the moderator, who will be having the floor shortly, Elizabeth Moreno, and she is founder of La Puissance du Lien in France, which is an NGO, but she's also a former Minister of Gender Equality, Diversity and Equal Opportunities in France, as well as a UNESCO champion. Give her an applause worthy of a champion. We're also joined by Her Excellency, the Minister of Gender, Family and Children of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Madame Léonie Kandolo Omoyi. Bienvenue. And with us is also the Minister of Women of the Dominican Republic, Madam Mayra Jimenez. Thank you for joining us. Bienvenida. I'm also honored to introduce to you the Minister of Justice and Keeper of Seals of Gabon, Mr. Paul-Marie Gonjout, right in the middle. The Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport of Jamaica is joining us online, Olivia Grange. I'm sure she'll appear shortly on the screen, but I'm sure she's able to hear you, so your applause to Jamaica across the pond. We're also joined by the Magistrate and Chief of Cabinet of the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights in Mali, Boubacar Coulibaly, the gentleman over there. Welcome, sir. Last but not least, the State Secretary at the Ministry of Human Rights and Social Dialogue of Serbia, Stana Bojovic. Madam Moderator and former Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ali. Ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, and my beautiful panel, it is an honor for me to have the opportunity to moderate this great session, very interesting session. I'm aware of the challenge we have because most of you are dying to leave for dinner, but we're going to have a super exciting session, so please stay with us until the end. There will be a surprise for those who stay, okay? I don't know what kind of surprise, but I'll think about it. I have been very fortunate to spend my life navigating both the private and public sector. And one lesson that stands very clear for me is the fact that absolutely no one succeeds alone, especially in times of crisis like those we are currently experiencing. Collaboration, shared responsibility, and collective action are not just ideals. They are imperatives for resilience and progress. And that's the reason why I am so honored and happy to be moderating this crucial session on the importance of cross-sector collaboration to build strategic for systemic change. In this session, we will explore the structural and sectoral issues that perpetuate systemic racism and discrimination. Ali said it very well. Racism and discrimination is part of every single portion of our lives, hence we should consider it in every single part of our lives. These challenges are not isolated, they are interconnected, and they require an equally interconnected and comprehensive response. Our distinguished panelists today bring together high-level officials from around the world. Almost all the continents are represented, each with unique insights on how cross-sectoral collaboration can tackle these deep-rooted problems. We will discuss policies, we will discuss strategies and initiatives that not only aim to dismantle systemic discrimination and racism, but also explore how tools like the UNESCO Anti-Racism Toolkit, the UNESCO Global Alliance Against Racism and Discrimination, and the UNESCO Global Outlook on Racism and Discrimination can help build more inclusive, fair, and just societies. So it will not be only about theory, but also about practice. By sharing successful examples from their respective countries, our speakers will inspire actionable steps for systemic change that extend beyond government initiatives, engaging civil society, researchers, and a wide range of social actors. Each of our speakers will address critical questions related to their country's effort to promote equality, from supporting cultural inclusivity in Jamaica to addressing gender-based violence in Serbia, in DRC, from strengthening legal protections in Gabon to ensuring gender equality policies reach grassroots communities in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We'll hear how cross-sectoral approaches are making a huge impact. I am very excited to explore these discussions with you, and we encourage you all to engage in the dialogue as we seek to identify strategies that can lead us to further the global social justice and equality agenda. It is time. We've been waiting for too long. Monsieur le Ministre,
Mr. Minister of Justice, Paul-Marie Gonjou. Well, could you please, and obviously, well, you're very welcome. We're so happy to have you here, UNESCO specifically. Well, could you please share with us the different ways in which in your country, in Gabon, you have been working in order to improve the protection against discrimination and improve the inclusion of persons, more specifically those more vulnerable and marginalized communities? Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I would also like to say thank you to the UNESCO for this initiative. It's great that you invited us to participate in this forum against racism and discrimination. It's such a pleasure to be with you. We have been lucky that we are at the end of the day, and, well, it seems that there are more people coming in, but that's not a problem. I mean, we also want to have dinner, of course. But anyway, as regards the question posed, well, a series of questions, really. Yes, indeed, there are some reforms that we have started to implement in our country, and they especially focus more on those marginalized and more vulnerable autochthonous communities. I wouldn't say marginalized. I would only say populations that live in a specific environment, and, you know, the Pygmies, the Baka peoples. So we do have a series of reforms that are being implemented in order to try and give these communities a role, because these usually are persons with no nation, we could say, okay? I mean, and there are many things that have been done in Gabon to give documents to these people because they didn't have any, no nationality. Then I'd say that they're not marginalized, because in Gabon, quite the contrary, I mean, we have a lot of female population in these communities, many women, and because of the violence that took place against women for many years, in 2021, we started implementing the concept of Gabon equality, and it meant to work against that violence taking place against women. And we made these women victims of violence the target to help. But we have other reforms, for example, for persons with disabilities. And concerning persons with disabilities, there's been an effort made in the Constitution. This happened, well, not too long ago. And in the Constitution, we have integrated the rights of persons with disabilities. They have the right to have a job, an employment, as is the case of any other citizen in the country. And we have to make it possible for them to gain access to the administration. These are reforms that have taken place or are taking place. I would like to say that as to this, and I'm going to deviate a bit, but when we talk about reforms, at least for us in Gabon, and in the case of discrimination, it's rather more to see how we can make our population have the chance to be more aware. Maybe people at school, students, women receiving equal pay. It means having access to justice for those persons who don't always know what their rights are. So these are reforms carried out for, I'm not happy with the term, but for countries in development, developing countries. I don't like the term, but I mean, well, it means that we are giving more possibilities to our populations for them to lead a normal life. And then, yes, indeed, become fully fledged citizens, should we say. Yesterday, I took an example because, well, when visiting a prison in our country, and I could see that at the entrance of the prison, and in the neighborhood I was visiting, there was a room full of inmates, hundreds of inmates, and 80% of those inmates in the prison were people of less than 22 years of age. And most of them were people from 13 to 20 years of age. And this is a problem. And this is also reflecting that there is a society there that has difficulties, that doesn't know how to integrate its young people, a society that is not giving means to its youth. And I would like to specify that for us in Gabon, this is really something very important. This is a reform that, yes, we're working on. We have to give more means to the young people and to the women. We have to make sure that all those who, yes, need to be acknowledged as fully fledged citizens, we need to give them more means. And that's all for the time being. But I could say much more, of course, but this is what I wanted to say to answer your question. Many, many thanks, Mr. Minister, and thank you especially for stating that women should not be part of minorities and even less of marginalized communities, but women are the only majority in the world that are considered as a minority. Yes, if I have 15 seconds, well, I'm a magistrate, and I'll tell you more than 55% of magistrates in Gabon are women. Okay, lovely. Well, yes, we do need men to accompany us in this, not a fight, but a struggle towards equality. Thank you very much for highlighting this importance, you know, the fact that you focus on youth, because the better we deal with youth, the more we accompany them, the less they will be inmates in prison. My second question now goes to Mr. Boubacar Coulibaly, our magistrate.
What legislative and institutional frameworks Mali has established across its ministries and government bodies? Parce que vous avez pendant très longtemps accompagné
because you accompanied the different stakeholders for a time fighting against discrimination. So then how to work on inclusion, and in what way have these measures worked in an intersectional way amongst the different stakeholders? Yeah, following the words of Mr. Minister from Gabon, I would like to also say I'm very happy about the initiative of this forum. I was saying yesterday to the UNESCO representative that fighting against racism and discrimination is as old as the world. However, we do have to highlight that us ourselves, I mean, all of us live this phenomenon day in and day out. Yeah, I mean, nobody is free from racism and discrimination. So although it's an old problem, it's also very much contemporary. And then it's good work that UNESCO is carrying out. And I think that one needs to give means and invest in order to improve things. We have to really make sure to make headway. But to go back to your question, I would like to say that, of course, first, the responsibilities of the state, because all the cases of racism and discrimination should be seen, analyzed, and managed well to better protect the victims of this discrimination. And then it's good as well that the state can give a legal response, but also an institutional answer. And this, yes, has to be dealt with in depth. About this legal framework, I think that our country, yes, indeed, has been working to define international legal tools, taking discrimination and racism, and we actually ratified the convention that had to do with the UNESCO guys. We ratified the convention that has to do with the women's discrimination. We also ratified the convention about racism. So we always ratify these legal tools that are applicable in Mali. So these international legal tools have been also transposed to legal texts. I mean, Mali in 2023, last year in July, had this new constitution passed and adopted. And the first article of the constitution tackles racism. And it tackles discrimination. So any form of discrimination is seen as something to fight against. And it is, as I say, part of our constitution. But as I mentioned, we have ratified all these international conventions. Then now, currently, as to the institutional program, well, we have organized our work. Mali is a country, and we have realized that it has to do a lot with awareness, because the state plays its role, but it's necessary that the population is aware of what is happening, and it's important that the state can mobilize the whole of society, because this is work of society. And in our country, we have instituted the month of solidarity, and this made it possible for many to speak, but also for many to manifest the solidarity. And the government could also show its solidarity towards the persons that are in a situation of discrimination. This is the month of October. Then we also have a space for democratic discussion. I would like to say that the whole of the Mali government faces indeed interpellations in the framework of this special day that we call the Democratic Discussion Day. And there, all those persons that believe that their rights have been violated, all the citizens that have a complaint, whether it be racial discrimination, whether it be any other form of discrimination, racism, well, they have the possibility of directly contacting the government, and they can address a complaint to the different institutions and bodies that connect that with the government. And it's a democratic day of complaint. There are also other mechanisms and institutions. We have a national commission about the universal human rights. It's an independent body, and it promotes the protection of human rights. I guess that this exists in every country in the world, but we have that. We also have other tools such as the Republic Mediator, and this is a role, an important role that has to be played. And what we want with this is for citizens to feel protected by the state institutions. So then there have to be bridges between the citizens and the state when there is any violation of rights in one way or another. We also have, as I said, this Republic Mediator. And as well as all this, there is a new General Directorate that we created in 2023. This General Direction for Human Rights that is really linking all of these institutions. And we really are working on this. Thank you. These are extremely specific examples. Thank you very much. Gabriela Ramos was saying that, yes, indeed, we've been successful to create many things in the world, but we've not been able to globalize attention and compassion. And you are right. When, well, precisely, I remember, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was signed more than 75 years ago. And we've done all sorts of things. We've got AI, we've cloned sheep, but we are not able, it seems, to teach everyone to respect human beings in whatever modality. So it is important, isn't it, to count on everyone, to get the whole of society engaging in this, involved in this. And this, I think, is the main challenge we have. So it's interesting. It's good this week it's a week or a month, right? Yes, it's a whole month. And it's the President of the Republic that leads with the example on the first day. And the whole government does this, yes, all the representatives of the different institutions for a whole month, the month of October every year. Thank you very much for these very specific examples. Now I'm going to ask a question. The Minister, Mayra Jiménez.
Focus on the critical issue of gender discrimination. The two gentlemen have mentioned the fact that women are probably the very first population on earth discriminated. And we know that this topic is fundamental to creating equitable societies. So I have two questions for you. One, what key policies and programs the Dominican Republic have established? I have been lucky to welcome you in France a few years ago, and I know how dynamic you are on this topic, and I'd love you to share what you're doing with our audience. And I'd like to know what important insight you can share that the global community can draw from these efforts you've been doing.
Muchas gracias, querida ministra.
Thank you very much, dear Minister. It's so nice to see you on behalf of the Dominican Republic. We want to say thank you for the organization of this very important forum. Thank you to the UNESCO, and our thanks for having given us the chance to participate in this panel discussion. It is always very good to remember a day such as today, the International Day for Human Rights. And we have to remember that the fight for equality, the fight for dignity, the fight for justice are still urgent challenges for all our countries. From the Dominican Republic, we have achieved significant progress, significant headway in this fight against gender discrimination, and this has been done implementing a number of public policies that we have been implementing, and also on the basis of extending certain legal codes in recent years. First, I would like to talk about the creation of the mechanism for helping women. In the case of the Dominican Republic, this is something that has been going on for 25 years already, and it was created by decree. This mechanism constitutes a fundamental pillar in the fight for gender equality, and also for an intersectional outlook of gender that we want to include in all public policies. Also, in the Dominican Republic, we have other legal tools and laws that support these policies, and from our standpoint, we see them as very important because they protect the rights of women, and they guarantee as well a society that is free from any kind of discrimination. We started with our Constitution of the Republic. The Constitution establishes very clearly the right to equality and to non-discrimination. And in the same manner, the country has a law about violence against women and intra-family violence. There is yet another law instituting a system of shelters for victims of gender violence and victims of intra-family violence. We have as well a regulatory framework in the electoral law that defines an important parity regarding political participation, and it sanctions and also monitors political violence against women. The Dominican Republic has also forbidden by law this possibility of children marriages, and we have passed norms and laws to guarantee the rights of persons with HIV and AIDS. We have as well a general law protecting persons with any disability condition, and we have a labor code guaranteeing non-discrimination on the basis of gender, race, color, sex, religious belief, amongst others. And we have also passed and ratified the main covenants, for example, of the International Labour Organization, forbidding discrimination. And amongst them, we have ratified Covenant 98 about the right to unionism, and Covenant 100 about equality in wages, and 95 on abolishing forced labor, and 111 about discrimination in jobs and types of employment. In the Dominican Republic, there is also a bill which right now we are working on at the National Congress, and this wants to go to non-discrimination, and discrimination is seen as a crime, as an offense, and there are aggravating factors in the cases when discrimination is on the basis of education, labor, or even personal development. We also have other public policies, such as the National Plan for Equality and Gender Equity. It has 6 strategic axes: education for equality, comprehensive health, gender and environment, economic autonomy, social participation, and women's politics, and also technology for autonomy. And to this, we must add gender violence. In the Dominican Republic, and very specifically, we work on anything that has to do with violence. We work on it with a strategic plan that has 6 components, each of them important: prevention, care, reparation, regulation, governance. But let me highlight, and I know that there's no time left, but let me highlight the commitment. We want to ensure this intersectional standpoint. We want gender to be part and parcel of all public policies. We are working intensively as well to make sure that we guarantee an institutional architecture to make equality possible and to guarantee good budgets, that is, budgets that are aware about gender. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us about the importance of the legal frameworks to protect those most vulnerable persons. We already know about countries where the rights of women, for example, are going backward, and we know how that has an enormous influence on the life of young women and women in general. Thank you.
Bosovic, I would like to ask you, and here again we're going to speak about gender-based violence that really remains a pressing issue at worldwide level. I would like to ask you to share how Serbia is addressing this challenge and what element of its approach could provide valuable inspiration for international efforts to prevent and combat violence against women and girls. And maybe just before you respond, you may think that we are speaking a lot about violence against women. Everybody on this panel has spoken about it. But just remember that women are 50% of the human population, and these 50% is the one suffering the major violence, be it sexual, be it physical, be it mental, be it economical, be it administrative. And that's the reason why all the people who have been speaking now do mention this topic, because I strongly believe that violence against women is the mother of every violence in the world. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Ministers, esteemed participation, it is both an honor and a pleasure to participate in the UNESCO Global Forum, especially since it takes place on International Human Rights Day. First of all, I would like to emphasize that the Republic of Serbia is dedicated to the fight against gender-based violence, violence against women, and domestic violence. In this respect, it is very important to mention the global campaign 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. The Republic of Serbia is committed to addressing this negative social phenomenon through prevention and intervention with strong support from the United Nations, the Council of Europe, other international organizations, and the civil sector. The policy of the Republic of Serbia is also zero tolerance towards all forms of violence. With regard to legislative framework, I would like to highlight the following. The Constitution of the Republic of Serbia guarantees all human rights and prohibits all forms of discrimination. It also promotes a policy of equal opportunity. Moreover, in 2017, the law in prevention of domestic violence was adopted, which is a framework law that introduced a lot of intervention, especially regarding punishment and procedures. This law has a significant impact the elimination of violence against women. The main ministers responsible for monitoring and implementing the law are the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of the Interior, and the Ministry of Labour, Employment, Veteran and Social Affairs. In addition, the Criminal Code introduced stalking, sexual harassment, and forced marriage as specific criminal offences. Another important step was the adoption of the law on free legal aid in 2018. Enabled free legal aid for all victims of violence, and that's why it is one of the most important laws. Moreover, the law on gender equality defined and recognized the importance of two other forms of violence: gender-based violence and violence against women. Besides the law on prohibition of discrimination forced any form of discrimination. The government of the Republic of Serbia has adopted a lot of strategies with action plans aimed at prevention of violence against women. The commitment of the Republic of Serbia fighting violence against women, gender-based violence and domestic violence is also reflected in the ratification of the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence in 2013, also known as the Istanbul Convention. I would especially like to emphasize that Serbia was among the first 10 countries in Europe to adopt the Istanbul Convention. In addition, in the fight against gender-based violence, the main pillars are prevention and education, as well as the involvement of all society, National Assembly, government institution, the academic community, and civil society. Although it is a legal obligation in the Republic of Serbia to report violence, a woman must not be alone. We must stand by her, we must trust her, protect her, and provide support, because it is also our human duty. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that every country in this fight against gender-based violence and all other forms of violence must have laws in place. Moreover, to make the fight against violence towards women more effective, all society must be involved. Finally, an extremely important aspect is the economic empowerment of women, which gives them the freedom and the ability to make independent decisions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Secretary of State. I would like to mention one very important thing you spoke about, the Istanbul Convention. For those of you who don't know what this convention is about, it is a convention that is supposed to protect women against domestic violence, all kinds of violence. And when I was a minister, I was very surprised to see the number of countries who did not ratify this convention, although it has been discussed at general level. And I keep wondering how responsible some politics are when they decide not to ratify a convention that is supposed to protect women against gender violence. We may wonder how long it takes to convince people that every single human being deserves to live in dignity. So thank you very much to Serbia for being one of the first ones to ratify that convention. And thank you for speaking about economic equality, because one of the reasons why women are suffering so much discrimination is because 60% of the poorest people on earth are women. And a person who is independent economically is a person that can take his or her destiny on hand. Madame la ministre, Madame la ministre Léonie Kandolo Omoyi, vous êtes donc ministre du genre, de la famille.
You are minister in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and as we said, we've seen to what an extent gender equality is a fundamental pillar in order to have a balanced and more equal society. I wonder if you can give us more information about how the Democratic Republic of Congo can make sure that these themes of gender equality are not left in the theoretical plan, but that reach the people who work on the ground and who are often the most vulnerable ones. And how do you make use of the NGOs? How do you kind of work with the NGOs with concrete actions to continue moving forward in this regard? Well, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank UNESCO. Can you hear us? I would like to thank UNESCO for having invited me to this conference on racism and discrimination, and for allowing me to represent my country in this forum. A forum within which there's a great diversity of people, and this is an honor for me thus. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, we won't speak about racism as such, but discrimination and tribalism. Tribalism appears especially in the ground or on the ground where people want to win something. Parity is contemplated within our constitution, so that's some power of representativity to women. Thanks to that parity, which was reflected in the electoral law, we have currently many more women in the parliament, the Senate, and the government. Knowing that we have a government with 30% of women and a prime minister who is a woman. So this means that changes are taking place. I would like to also say to you that we have many laws on gender violence, a code of children, family code. So there are many texts, legislative texts, I won't quote them here, which are implemented in order to protect women and children. We must also know that Congo has ratified many international treaties, especially Resolution 1325. Resolution 1325 is the resolution of Women, Peace and Security of the United Nations, which takes into account women in the post-conflict situation and in its whole dimension as a woman. Thanks to this resolution, we are working with the grassroots communities, because this is a resolution that everybody must understand. That resolution allows us to work setting up synergies with other ministries, such as the Home Ministry, the Human Rights Ministry, or the Gender Ministry. But not only that, but also with the grassroots communities, community leaders and NGOs accompanying them. That allows us to have large reach so that changes take place. And why? Because changes must be profound, cultural. And we also work with churches, with community leaders, but not only in the capital city. We want to go to all the territories. We think that if we want to make things change, men must be involved as well. For over 20 years, or in the Democratic Republic of Congo, 30, 40 years ago, we've been working with women so that changes take place. But changes, so that they're accepted, must come from men as well. And so at the ministry, we've created a department of positive masculinity. What's positive masculinity? It's men accompanying women in the combat that we are taking in our fight against discrimination, so that women are in a better situation. And the head of state in the Republic of Congo has accepted that on the 31st of March every year, it is the International Day of Positive Masculinity. And why the 31st of May? Well, of March, sorry, because during the month of March we celebrate the rights of women, and we've decided that the last day of March is the day when we celebrate men accompanying women and women's vision. And we think that that's very important. So a national strategy has been set up, and we are working on it. And in order for this to reach the different communities, we are raising awareness, much awareness raising. And with women, we work in empowering them, because without economic power, women cannot develop. Nobody can develop without some economic power. So that's what I wanted to explain in the 4 minutes given to me in what regards the evolution in the fight against discrimination and implementation of the sensitivity about masculine positivity in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So it's extremely important. There are 2 things that you have mentioned, and I would like to touch upon them as well. So a couple of things. When we speak of changes in civilization, we have to take into account the cultural aspects of each country. And because if we kind of close our eyes, we cannot move forward. This evening, we are lucky enough to have people who are allies and who know that this is not a combat between fight between men and women. This is a fight so that all our nations, our children, all the citizens coexist better together and live better. We need men to change their mindset, and we also need that some women change their mindset, and it's collective work in order for us to move forward in this regard. So thank you very much for having spoken about positive masculinity today, because we know that's the 31st of March. Really, you could kind of disseminate that so that all the countries commemorate this day of positive masculinity. And last question for the Minister of Culture of can you hear us, Mrs. Olivia Grange? Mrs. Grange, Minister of Entertainment and Sports of Jamaica. Can you hear us? Well, it's not wonderful.
You won't be able to hear the Minister of Jamaica, which gives you a bit of time to complement what you first said, because I know it can be a bit frustrating, only 4 minutes to say all the things you wanted to share. And I'm going to ask you a question, Excellencies, that... Excuse me, it's broken. We got the connection. The connection is back? Yes. Ce sont les aléas du direct. Mrs. Grange, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you okay.
Yes, now we can hear you. We are very happy to have you, even if you are far. But it's important for us to hear you because most of us know that Jamaica really boasts a vibrant cultural heritage. And I would like you, Mrs. Minister, to tell us how your ministry has utilized culture as a mean to address systemic racism and discrimination battle. And could you please provide us some very concrete examples of cross-sectoral initiatives that harness cultural expression to advance inclusivity and encourage community involvement in promoting equality? Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'll do my best in the short time that I have.
Thank you.
Now, racism and discrimination continues to manifest at an alarming rate across the world. This alarming increase persists even though the international community has, over the years, mapped out several strategies and created numerous policies at the local, national, regional, and international levels. Racism and discrimination are among the outcomes of the transatlantic trafficking in Africans and their racialized chattel enslavement on plantations in the Americas as an integral element of colonialization and slavery. This connection between racism and colonialism was cited in the Durban Declaration and Program of Action 2001, Article 14, and I quote, "We recognize that colonialism has led to racism, racial discrimination, and that Africans and people of African descent, people of Asian descent, and indigenous peoples were victims of colonialization and continue to be victims of its consequences. In dealing with this egregious matter, we must acknowledge, one, that racism and discrimination have been responsible for intergenerational mental and emotional trauma and continues to affect the lives and livelihoods of Africans and people of African descent, people of Asian descent, and indigenous peoples. The impact on the mind of the descendants of those who suffered the horrors of trafficking and terror unleashed upon them by the systems of chattel enslavement requires serious attention. Jamaica's national hero, Marcus Garvey, called to action for Black people in these words, and I quote, "Others may free the mind, others may free the body, but none but ourselves can free our mind." People of African descent must see this as foundational to developing legislative and policy frameworks, programs, and actions to counter the growing menace of racism and discrimination. Racism speaks to the onset of white supremacy and privilege, Black and brown inferiority and subordination. Two, racism and discrimination mostly negatively affect Black, brown, and indigenous peoples as a consequence of the history of colonialization and enslavement. In many societies, racism has translated into colorism, classism, and other forms of discrimination, all anchored in historic white supremacy. I note the concept note speaks to racism affecting minority groups. This is not always so. In societies like Jamaica, where people of African descent represent up to 92% of the population, the overwhelming majority of people of African descent face discrimination based on shades of blackness, in which fairer, near white people are likely to experience positive discrimination as against the majority black. Of course, we're a country that's working towards breaking that down. And so there is less of that, but it still exists. It is welcome that we commit to the dismantling and transformation of global and multilateral systems and structures that are anchored in past practices of racialized chattel slavery and plantation economy. For our part, we in Jamaica, conscious of the historic suffering of our ancestors and its continuing impact on the descendants of the enslaved, and mindful of the power of the Jamaican culture, have sought to create various structures and systems to reduce the possibility of racism and discrimination. We have instituted celebratory and commemorative activities related to the ethnic and cultural diversity as enshrined in our nation's national motto, out of many, one people. To this end, we systematically celebrate such days as Africa Day, May 25, Indian Arrival Day, May 10. The first group of Indians arrived on May 10, 1845 in Jamaica. Chinese Arrival Day, July 30, as the first group arrived on July 30 in 1854. These three ethnicities remain the most prolific in the diversity of cultural expressions which Jamaica celebrates culturally. Jamaica celebrates and commemorates days of significance in the spectacular history of the Jamaican people. Important dates are related to the efforts of our ancestors to liberate themselves from enslavement. Some of these dates are Taki Day, which is April, and it's relevant to the 1760 War of Chief Taki. Some Sharp Day, December 27, relevant to the 1831-32 Sam Sharp Emancipation War. Day of commemoration of the Zong Massacre of 1781, December 21, in which over 130 Africans were thrown overboard by the captain of the slave ship Zong in order to collect insurance money. We commemorate those days to keep those days in the consciousness of our people. We also include all ethnicities in the diverse landscape of Jamaica in the annual celebration of Grand Gala, the spectacular event that culminates the annual independence celebration on Independence Day, August 6th, in the National Stadium. This follows the celebration of Emancipation Jubilee on July 31 into August 1, in which Jamaica celebrates our ancestors' movement from victims to victors. All these are significant for the restoration of the dignity and integrity of our people of African descent after such a horrific history of chattel enslavement. My ministry, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, partners with the Ministry of Education to ensure inclusion of the ethnic and cultural diversity within the education curriculum. This is significant to promote knowledge of the cultures and practices of each ethnic group as a basis for the promotion of acceptance, tolerance, respect, and stability within the Jamaican socio-cultural space. This also includes such indigenous cultural groups and practices as Rastafari, which is the new religion that we have given to the world, Maroons, who fought the British and won, and the revivalist movement, which is an Afro-Christian movement. My ministry has been proactive in developing a national dress code, including hairstyle and grooming practices, as a response to the tendency within schools and the wider community to discriminate against Afrocentric dress codes and hairstyles. Agencies of my ministry, such as the Institute of Jamaica and all its divisions, including the African Caribbean Institute of Jamaica and Liberty Hall, the legacy of Marcus Garvey, and the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission, have been fiercely active repositories of all elements of Jamaican culture, focused on the wider community, particularly children and young people. Through the staging of festival competitions and exhibitions, these agencies set out to transmit knowledge of and respect for the diversity of our culture and heritage, and the communities relevant to their continued practices. The Government of Jamaica has actively led in efforts to provide internal reparations for past wrongs and is pursuing external reparations from former enslavers. This work is led by the National Council on Reparation in my ministry. In all this, we have sought to enhance the knowledge of and respect for our diversity as a nation, celebrating the many out of which we have become one nation. As part of the effort to sustain a culture of racial peace and non-discrimination within the Jamaican society, Jamaica commits to continue its work as an honored member of this global alliance to combat racism and discrimination. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister. This was a very powerful speech. And even if you are far, we heard your passion. Thank you very much. And there is a quote that says, if we want to know where we are going, we need to know where we come from. And culture is very good to remind us where we come from. Excellencies, as we come to the second part and last part of this panel, I'm going to give you, all of you, 2 minutes to cover, to think about what you want to leave these people with. An important goal of this fourth global forum is to establish a global alliance against racism and discrimination, to strengthen collaboration across diverse networks, foster collective action, and maximize impact. So you see me coming. I would like each of you, in 2 minutes, to share the key strategy. If you had a magic wand that you can use to make a real change, to make stakeholders more committed, to have governments, every partner in the combat of racism and discrimination, what would you do? And don't think about limits, just think about what needs to be done. And let me see, we're going to restart with our roundtable. Maybe we can start with you, Mrs. Secretary of State.
Thank you. Very important in Serbia, in the Ministry of Human and Minority Rights and Civil and Social Dialogue. For examples, good practice brings together all stakeholders, other ministries, civil sector, civil society organization, academic community, and other relevant institutions to achieve sustainable solutions. They are based on inclusion and participation on topics of importance to society through the mechanism of social dialogue. In addition, this mechanism represents the example of a good practice which, in the fight against gender-based violence, gender against women, domestic violence, discrimination, ensure equality, and at the same time enables the stakeholders to suggest the best solution. When it comes to cooperation with civil society, I would like to highlight that in the Republic of Serbia, in the process of drafting law strategies and action plans, the law prohibits the mandatory involvement of the civil sector and cooperation in all phases.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate Mrs. Stana Bozovic. Thank you for being here and for your great contribution. Monsieur le magistrat, Monsieur Boubacar Coulibaly, vous avez une baguette magique.
Well, let us go now to you. You have a wand for something special against racism and discrimination. What would you do? Well, before I go to what it is I wanted to say, I'd like to point out that one of the main challenges for Mali in this fight against discrimination has to do especially in the fight against what we call the ascendance-rooted slavery. We have some regions in the country, especially those in the north. It is a phenomenon that has grown in recent years, and the real deep cause is that those persons victims of discrimination and unhappiness, I would say. You know, I mentioned it yesterday, but these are the descendants of those slaves so long ago. They are communities in a situation of vulnerability, and we know that they are victims of this situation in Mali. I mean, it's directly related with those centuries of slavery. These are the descendants, and they live in a situation of economic vulnerability. So the situation maybe has changed somewhat in that wealth in Mali has improved and changed, but there are communities of these people that are outside these benefits. And so then we would like to give them economic power that would make it possible for them to actually become more autonomous. And, you know, because, of course, if they don't have land, if they don't have means, how can they have wealth? It is something very important that we really take seriously. And, well, we heard about, we've heard about different suggestions. And indeed, in Mali, we are trying to have a program of public investment to guarantee this economic independence of some communities in the country. But now let me go back to the mechanism that UNESCO could actually help implement. I think that the best way to work is have a good coordination in national programs to fight against racism and discrimination. In many countries, there are national commissions for the defense of human rights. Wouldn't it be good then to coordinate all this and to get, associations, all stakeholders, religious communities, NGOs, well, to have some national body that would coordinate the work of all these stakeholders. And this could be directly linked with UNESCO and other partners. That way we could have a really well-organized fight. Because if you do something in a disorganized fashion, really the results, the outcomes are not what one would wish for. So let us organize this national fight with structures that are well-connected, and these should be related to UNESCO. And there is yet another aspect, and that is that regarding every government, it would be good to think about the independence of the structures that have the responsibility of working against racism and discrimination, because in some countries these are structures that are always under the aegis of the government. They are not independent or autonomous, and they cannot be really efficacious. So they should be autonomous in order to be more effective, so more independence in their work. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, these are very specific ideas, very practical. Thank you very much, Mr. Boubacar Coulibaly. Now we go to Paul-Marie, Minister as well. Hello. You have a magical wand. There's something you can do. What would you do? Listen, this magic wand, well, we don't really have one, do we? I mean, let's face it, one has to be very specific. One has to start at the grassroots level. We have to have a positive government that believes in the education of young people, because much of it has to do with youth. How do we educate? How do we teach our young population so that we have a better society in the future? So we should also give adequate training and education to these young people. And here, of course, we have young boys and girls, and that's what is most important: access to education for the young people. And this is a good base. These are pillars. Also, good healthcare. That way we guarantee a better society in the future. Thank you. Infinite thanks, Mr. Minister of Justice. Now, the same question for our Lady Minister. What about strategies? In the Dominican Republic, what could you change to make headway on all this? Well, thank you very much. I'll be as fast as I can. 4 remarks. First and foremost, to work on an interinstitutional and intersectorial approach. I think this is crucial. This can be done if we guarantee the representation of each and every one of the interested parties, including government, civil society, private sector, including all affected and involved communities, and this both as regards designing the consultations, but also concerning the implementation of the reactions and responses we should give. Then second, we have to incorporate the perspective of gender equality, human rights, and also intersectionality. It seems obvious and very clear. This has to be done this way, because first we have to acknowledge and then we have to tackle the different life conditions and the dimensions, the social, economic, ethnic, racial, social dimensions, anything that has to do with gender. Thirdly, I think that it's very important that we can have disaggregated statistics, numbers and figures that are really useful. In the Dominican Republic, we always say that good data mean good policies, and this is one has to have a good statistics body helping the government, because in this way you can implement better policies and you can gather and analyze data and statistics, allowing you to identify the inequities that might be happening. Then fourthly, I'd like to mention the importance of being able to have someone or something to help. Meaning, we have to move from the text to the territory. How to do that? With empowering and training programs, especially in those more affected and vulnerable communities, yes? To make sure that we move from what is written in documents to what is actually done. And in this way, we guarantee as well the sustainability of this work, and it contributes to solutions that are inclusive, based on equity, and relevant for our countries. Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister. Thank you very much for your contribution. So dynamic, very clear, specific ideas.
La ministre, même question pour vous. Si vous pouviez, d'un point de vue stratégique, changer des choses pour faire avancer au niveau global cette
Sorry, Mrs. Minister, now let us hear your opinion. What would you recommend that we implement? Well, the first thing would be access to education and training, as has been said. When you teach, you educate, you're making someone autonomous. The access to personal autonomy of women and minorities is what makes these gain respect. Once a minority has access to autonomy, access to finance, access to then they cease to be a minority. If I had a magic wand, that is what I do. Oh, fantastic. What a lovely way to end this panel discussion. I don't know whether Madame the Minister of Jamaica has anything to say.
You have the last word. In terms of strategy, what would you recommend at global level so we can advance more this battle against racism and discrimination? And please, we are already out of time, so if you can be short.
Yes. Well, I'll get to the point. right? One, ensure the recognition and celebration of ethnicities and cultures within the diversity of cultural expressions, focusing on the achievements and contributions of the various ethnicities and cultures to the culture and economy of the country. This may include setting apart a period, day, week, for this national recognition and celebration. Two, since education is the most powerful format for knowledge dissemination and critical appreciation, ensure that education curricula contain knowledge and systems for the consolidation and dissemination of information on the various peoples relevant to the Constitution, the history, the development of the nation. Three, examine, evaluate, and create media policy for the purpose of ensuring diversity in media content and ownership with an aim to present the community to itself as part of the process of promoting positive cultural identification within the community. Four, ensuring that the operations related to the creation and enforcement of laws take into consideration the culture, heritage, and traditions of the diversity of the people, understanding that the nature of law enforcement has in many occasions been the location of systemic racism and discrimination. Examine and evaluate and create systems for the distribution of social and economic resources, especially scarce resources, such as housing and land acquisition, health and welfare benefits that take into consideration the inequalities and inequities traditionally inherent to the socio-political systems of deliberate benefits. We commend UNESCO on its publication, Fighting Racism and Discrimination, and UNESCO too. Let us continue to develop literature that speak to manifestations of systemic and institutional racism and discrimination, and the good practices which combat them. These reports should guide all of us, all actors, and also allow for needed monitoring and evaluation of our work. Where minorities or oppressed communities exist, including in situations of discrimination against migrants or in communities that have been accustomed to xenophobic responses to migrants and foreigners, ensure that developers of laws, policy structures, systems, etc. respond to the question. This is the question. How will this affect a particular community? How will this affect a particular group? When developing laws, policies, structures, and systems that will affect their lives and livelihoods.
Thank you.
Our responsibility, all of us.
Thank you.
I wish you all for the Christmas and from the land of Bob Marley, one love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Minister. What a beautiful word to close this panel. Do we have time for one question, or we are all out? We have exploded everything. We have exploded everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, please give an amazing round of applause to these beautiful people and their contribution to this panel. I don't know for you, but personally, I really enjoyed it. If I had to summarize quickly what has been told, education, 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 sensibilization, this is the most important topic. Let's not forget to integrate marginalized groups, and women are not marginalized group. They are, and they should have the same rights as men. We have spoken about the need to use and promote our cultures so we know where we come from and where we want to go. And I really want to finish this conversation on the importance of the collaboration and the cooperation, because nobody can win such an important battle alone. And just to close the words here, I want to warmly thank UNESCO for giving me the opportunity to be with you all this afternoon. I want to thank Gabriela Ramos for her amazing positive leadership. The team has done an amazing job, and hopefully we will be somewhere in the world again next year to continue this hard battle. Thank you very much.
Before we send the esteemed members of the panel away, allow me to say a few words. And let me thank the City of Barcelona, the Catalan government, and the Spanish Ministry of Equality as well for hosting us, as well as UNESCO for organizing this very important event. And most importantly, I thank all of you for your presence and contributions. Now, allow me to thank Elizabeth for the excellent moderation and the esteemed members of the panel. And tomorrow we meet 9 o'clock sharp to continue the conversation about how to fight the good fight for fundamental equality for all. If you can learn hate, you can learn love, one equal love for every citizen of the world. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Please join us for the final photo as the people make their way out. Thank you and see you tomorrow.